Good morning. It's 9:30 and time to resume the hearing session, which concerns matter 7, specifically in relation to the new garden settlement. Can I just check, Caroline, that you can see and hear me okay?
Yes, everything is fine. Thank you. Good morning, Inspector.
Okay, good. Thank you. Just to update, Caroline, I think Mrs. Harman was having some difficulties getting into the session. She has some power cut issues. Has that been sorted, or is she still?
No, she's still not with us. No, she
Okay.
does have a power cut.
Okay, right. Okay, if hopefully she'll be able to join us as soon as possible. But if you could just remind me that she's joined, if she does.
Just joining now. Literally going to let her in. There you are.
Good. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Sharavian, I don't know, you obviously are still in the council chamber at the moment, but I don't know if there's been any updates on your domestic circumstances.
Well, my circumstances are the same, and so far the hotel are saying that there's no news in terms of what the policy is going to be. So I'm just sitting tight for the time being. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good. Are there any other procedural or housekeeping matters to raise before we move on?
Not from us, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we had a full day yesterday. We didn't quite get through what we originally intended to do. So as we said, we continue today, starting off with item 2D on the agenda, which looks at the natural environment and biodiversity, and moving on to heritage assets. As we established yesterday, we're going to postpone the section of the agenda dealing with transport issues for a later date, yet to be confirmed. So then we'll be moving on to other infrastructure needs, and then viability, etc. Okay. As before, if the main speakers for each participant, if they can, keep cameras on during the session, but microphones muted. If people prefer to keep cameras off and just put them on when they speak, that's also fine. If anyone wishes to speak or make a point at any particular time, can you again use the hand raise facility on Zoom, and that will bring our attention to the fact that you want to speak, and we'll bring you in as soon as possible. Again, we'll be working through each point on the agenda, so please take the opportunity to raise issues and make points as we go through, as we generally won't be returning to things once we've dealt with them. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll proceed then, moving on to issues relating to the effect on the natural environment and biodiversity as a consequence of the new garden settlement. So if we could first of all deal with any potential on-site in effects and mitigation required. So first of all, if the council or one of the colleagues could just explain, as far as the site itself, the new garden settlement site itself, what designated natural environment assets there are within the site, and what potential effects there would be in the mitigation that's going to be in place to resolve those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good morning. With regard to the potential on-site effects, obviously we're looking at the site. Initially, we went through the whole process, as everyone's heard, with the growth studies, looking to avoid the internationally designated sites within the district. So when we focus down onto this site, there are no specific international or designations within the site boundary. There is a triple SI, which is relating to geology, and that's been taken into consideration. I draw your attention to the joint delivery statement, which was in the examination documents, FHDC CSR, and that sets out the process of identifying the habitats within the site. That's on sort of section 2.9, which looks at landscape and ecology. It looks at right from the beginning of the project, or it's basically design of development has been integrated to ensure that primarily that most of the valuable habitats are retained. In order to do that, as set out in that document, they looked at different 4 grades. The top grade being those which contained biodiversity areas, which section 41 areas, for uncommon habitat types that are maintain multiple notable and protected species, and then went down grade 2, 3, and 4. So from that work, it's identified that there are a number of species there. Again, they're listed in that document, but I'll just run through now that there are species of reptiles, there are 8 ponds, obviously smooth, and other various newts and other amphibians. There are badger sets, bats, which use the area for foraging and roosting, breeding birds, wintering birds, and so forth. So there's a whole list of things which whilst not designated, are important for the wildlife of the area. So possible impacts on those are really through the, I suppose, stopping green corridors for them to move. Foraging bats need, their lines of trees to identify their food and so forth. So it's really looking at how we can ensure that those habitats which are currently there are improved, bearing in mind that it is mainly grassland and agricultural land, and ensuring that they can continue without too much impact on that. And I think with the design of the whole landscape-led approach, and ensuring that there are large green spaces in the development area, does ensure that we can do that. So the mitigation which has been identified in the document and which has been reflected in policy SS7 part B looks at a country park, initially a wildlife area in the northwest of the site, a resilience area around Lymm and Barrow Hill, and and woodland burial areas as well. So they're initial, which would come forward initially with the development, and then following that, in the tier 2, as we go through the development, there'd also be substantial green spaces provided, which would support section 41 habitats for biodiversity action areas. And they would produce things like orchards, hedgerows, ponds, lowland meadows, and so forth. So that's the mitigation. And in the future there'll be even more possibilities of improving that through SUDS work and so forth. And that's all set out in the joint delivery statement.
Yeah, thank you. As far as consultation responses, etc., from Natural England in particular, have any concerns been raised in terms of on-site impacts of the development on nature conservation interest?
I believe there were initially, and I think that has been through the process of the consultation that has now been ratified.
Is that in relation to the core strategy review, or
that's in relation to? With regard to the application, I'm not sure offhand. I believe there are some KCC have raised some issues with the application itself, particularly on wintering birds and ensuring that they have a quiet area where they can actually roost, because obviously at the moment they're in fields and maybe have to look outside the application area to see whether there are any suitable areas there.
Okay. And in terms of the policy safeguards, I suppose, if you put it like that. You refer to policy SS7.
Yeah.
In terms of obviously we're talking about a strategic plan and a site allocation and effect, but in terms of dealing with detailed matters that would arise through a particular proposal and ensuring that adequate safeguards are there, what particular aspects of the policy would you point to, or policies in terms of the adopted development plan as well?
Yeah, if I dealt with the SS7,
Yeah.
particularly Part B, 1, 2, 3, it's also talking about playing fields at 4, and publicly accessible, high quality open spaces in 5. So, and they also got SUDs. So it's all basically Part B of Part 1 of SS7. We also have policies in the recently adopted Places and Policies Local Plan.
Yeah.
So we've got basically all those would probably, you've got NE1, enhancing and managing the natural environment, access to the environment. So you've got the green infrastructure there. You've got the biodiversity NE2 policy. And there's it's a sustainable urban drainage systems as well, which is in the climate change CC3. Green infrastructure is also in the core strategy. Just try and find that policy, sorry. CSD4, green infrastructure and natural networks, open spaces and recreation. So there are a number of policies there which would ensure the natural environment is taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Toffs? So I can't hear you, Mr. Toffs. No, I still can't hear you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Apologies for that.
Okay.
Yeah, you were asking about the statement of common ground with Natural England. That was submitted to the examination library, and the main issues that Natural England were raising really were with the question of net biodiversity gain, with the Environment Bill currently going through Parliament, and the likelihood of a requirement for net biodiversity gain being introduced by legislation. So we put forward some proposed wording changes to the core strategy review policy on green infrastructure, I think it was, to take account of Natural England's comments, and they seem satisfied by those proposed changes, if you're minded to accept them.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Honey. Okay, I can't hear you. I think you're muted, Mr. Honey.
Sorry.
That's okay.
One of those mornings.
One of those.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to add to the comprehensive detail that Mr. Whittington provided there in terms of understanding the background to the council's approach to biodiversity for the site in terms of what the ACOM report recommended. Just to highlight that biodiversity was considered at the, I guess, medium strategic scale level that the report formed an assessment of. We looked at the triple SI impact risk zones crossing the site. We also took into account the geodiversity importance of Otterpool Quarry, as Mr. Whittington mentioned. And I'd also particularly draw your attention to page 73 of the Phase 2 report, where we've recommended that the integrated green infrastructure strategy for the new garden town should set out principles uniting the approach to all new strategic open space, including increasing accessibility and enhancing biodiversity, also removal of non-native planting, which was also mentioned yesterday. And just as a final point as well, it's recognised that there's some important ancient woodland habitat within the site. And again, it's recommended in our report that that's taken into account in subsequent master planning, including including the provision of appropriate buffer zones between it and new development. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, if we could, okay, Mr. Owen, yep.
Hi, yes, Jeremy Owen, Director of Planning, LUC. I just wanted to bring to your attention, sir, the table in the Sustainability Appraisal Report, table 8.5, page 110, continuing, which sets out the various policies.
Sorry, just give me a moment, sorry.
Sure. It's document EB 0240, the Sustainability Appraisal Report.
Yep.
Table 8.5 provides, which is on page 110, continuing to subsequent pages, that lists policies within both the core strategy review and in the Places and Policies local plan that deals with mitigation issues in relation to each of the key SA objective themes where negative effects were identified.
Yep.
Be a helpful reference point for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, good. If we can move on then to any issues relating to potential off-site effects. We'll come on specifically to deal with the Stod Marsh and the nutrient enrichment issue in a moment, but in terms of other potential impacts, we touched on this on the opening day in relation to habitats regulations assessment and potential impacts on internationally designated sites. So I'm confident we've covered that really as much as we need to. But just, I suppose, a quick recap in terms of the potential impacts on designated sites out with the site. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, essentially, the HRA assessed a number of designated international sites. Dungeness, around Dungeness area, Wye, Lyddon, Folkestone and Etching Hill Escarpment, Blean Complex, Dover, Kingsdown Cliffs, Parkgate Down. And I mean, in summary, the HRA identified that 2 of those could have, would need a screening assessment. They were the Folkestone to Etching Hill Escarpment, SAC, and the Dungeness SAC and Dungeness Romney Marsh and Rye Bay SPA Ramsar. With regard to the first one, the Etching Hill Escarpment, that the screening assessment came to the conclusion that no adverse effect on air pollution, and no adverse effect through recreation would be had from the development. This is mainly due to, I mean, there was an air quality modelling for the air quality, and the provision of open spaces would mitigate, within the development, would mitigate the need for dog walking up on the SAC. With regard to the Dungeness SAC and the SPA Ramsar, if as long as the council continued with the sustainable recreation management strategy, there would be no adverse effect on recreation. Local needs would be met through the open spaces again. Other recreation, which is more specific to the Dungeness area, for example, windsurfing and so forth, would be managed through the SARMS work.
Okay.
Thank you.
And in terms of any locally or nationally designated sites in closer proximity to the new garden settlement, are there any issues there?
There's no specific issues there. I mean, with the surrounding environment, again, it's mainly agricultural and woodland. And there are a number of local parks. There's a local wildlife site at Portlim, and also there's a couple of woods, the Harringebrooks Woods and Folks Woods, in the immediate vicinity around, not adjacent to the site boundary, but within that area. And we've identified that in the policy for improvements as well.
But no kind of direct impacts have been identified for off-site designations?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Owen.
Hi, yes, thank you. LEC were responsible for the habitats regulations assessment as well as the sustainability appraisal, and I concur with the summary that Mr. Whittington on behalf of the council gave. Just wanted one slight correction, and that was Mr. Whittington mentioned that two of the sites proceeded to screening. Actually, the screening assessment identified 2 sites that required appropriate assessment. Just to make sure, it's a terminology issue.
Yes, yeah.
Just make sure that that's recorded correctly.
Yeah. As I said, we went through that on the opening day, so we've got that information. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Okay. If we can move on then specifically to the Stodmarsh site. Again, we touched on this in the earlier session, and we've been provided with quite an array of recent documentation and work that's been done on that particular matter. So we're comfortable we have the information there. But perhaps, particularly for the benefit of those people who weren't at that first session, just a brief summary of, I suppose, first of all, what the issue is in relation to the Stodmarsh designated site and the potential impacts of the new garden settlement on that. And then if that can be followed up with an explanation of, I suppose, a brief overview of what work has been undertaken recently and what the outcome of that is, and particularly focusing on what the intended mitigation measures would be. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir, and good morning. The background is set out in one of the appendices to the signed Statement of Common Ground, as well as the Statement of Common Ground itself. So effectively, the excessive nutrient levels, particularly nitrogen and phosphorus, can negatively impact on the Stodmarsh Special Area of Conservation, Special Protection Area and Ramsar site. The Stodmarsh site is also designated as a SSSI and a National Nature Reserve. Information presented by Natural England has recently emerged relating to existing water quality impacts, particularly eutrophication on the designated sites, which have been caused by high nutrient levels, including nitrogen and in particular phosphorus. Natural England, in presenting this information, believe that the latter, phosphorus, originates mainly from the permitted wastewater discharges into the River Stour, and a detailed water industry national environment programme, abbreviated to WINEP, investigation is currently underway by Southern Water, which will report its findings in 2022. Existing Sellinge wastewater treatment works, which is the wastewater treatment works most proximate to the proposed garden settlement, that Otterpool Park could potentially use, is also included within the WINEP investigation. Natural England advised the council in May 2020 that the water quality issues should be addressed through an updated habitats regulation assessment as part of the core strategy review. And this should include all proposed site allocations to come forward in the core strategy review to include Otterpool Park, which may be served by the existing Sellindge wastewater treatment works or otherwise a new wastewater treatment works within the Stour catchment that could impact Stod Marsh. The work should include the calculation of the nutrient budget for all affected core strategy review allocations with respect to nitrogen and phosphorus, with all mitigation options outlined, along with the fundamental precautionary principle that each scheme must achieve nutrient neutrality in order to provide certainty of avoiding adverse effect on the integrity of the designated sites. So effectively, what we've done since then is that through roundtable meetings and further work, the methodology and its scope for the update that was required for appropriate assessment habitat regulations assessment, that technical work has been undertaken by technical specialists, and it's been the subject of technical review and check by Natural England, and that ultimately led to the signing of a statement of common ground on the 3rd of December, I believe, and all of the associated information is set out in documents EB 13.95, which were submitted to the examination library on the 7th of December. If I read through the chronology that is set out within the statement of common ground that charts progress made, I won't do chapter and verse, but it's just to say that the bottom end of the bulleted list really sets out where the final progress was made to reach that position of agreement. And under paragraph 2.9 of the signed statement of common ground, Natural England have advised that the calculations and mitigation proposals supporting documents provided above, that's the bulleted list, are likely to meet the HRA test for water quality at the plan level. And so that's an important distinction to make. We do propose an amendment to policy CSD5, which is presented under one of the appendices.
Yep.
So that is that's really a summary of the work done since we were first advised back in May 2020.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, I appreciate the overview there and the up-to-date situation as far as the statement of common ground is concerned, but in terms of the practicalities of mitigation, if you could just explain that. You talked, you just mentioned there in terms of options as far as wastewater treatment facilities are concerned. In terms of the mitigation for the nutrient enrichment, it seems from my reading of it, there are a number of options in terms of mitigation, which range from works associated with water treatment itself, or alternatively on-site solutions in terms of wetlands, etc., or perhaps a combination of the two. So perhaps you could just take us briefly through the options as far as mitigation measures are concerned.
Yes, certainly. I would ask though that if there are any points of technical clarification, that consultants that have supported the promoter would assist on any associated points.
Yeah, certainly.
So within the policy of within the core strategy review, wastewater, there are various options that are presented in terms of how wastewater could be dealt with, which preceded the Natural England position. So things have emerged since. So originally the idea was that wastewater could be treated on site through an on-site wastewater treatment works, or otherwise moved off-site to Sellindge, which would have to be subject to upgrade works at a certain time. There would be headroom under that approach, or otherwise to West Hythe wastewater treatment works. So they were the three original options. The nutrient neutrality issue narrowed down the deliverable solution to the on-site solution only, with a combination of wetland area as part of an overall mitigation strategy. And there is sufficient land within the allocation boundary to provide that wetland area, and the the technology itself, the wastewater treatment works, that could work on a modular basis. So it could be subject to phased expansion. So it wouldn't have to be effectively cater for the full allocation at the point when it was first implemented. It could be subject to ongoing modular increase in its capacity.
Okay, just so I fully understand that. So given the more the later issues that were raised and further analysis, so in effect we're down to a single option as far as dealing with wastewater and in particular the nutrient issue. So an on-site wastewater treatment works plus some wetland provision.
That is correct if you take the reading of Natural England's position at the current time. However, it's important also to bear in mind that the WINEP study, which is currently underway and due to report in 2022, it's conceivable that could find and conclude that there could otherwise be upgrades to Sellinge wastewater treatment works, which could in time resolve the nutrient neutrality position off-site. So we're introducing a position here through nutrient neutrality on site that resolves the issue. However, in the fullness of time, other options could come forward to include an investment by the regulator at Sellinge. I think the limitation here is that Southern Water were due to make upgrades to Sellinge wastewater treatment works in any event by 2024. We've now just commenced 2021. They haven't undertaken those upgrades at this time. They are still to be undertaken. And whilst we have a technical solution that deals with growth otter pool, this has become a broader issue for other neighbouring authorities. And so there's immense pressure on the likes of Southern Water to seek a solution, and it could come forward relatively quickly at Sellinge wastewater treatment works, for example. And in a way, the industry is hamstrung by spending review periods. So the current spending review period for upgrades is currently running, but any commitment to the next round of spend is subject to 5-year cycles. So we've had to kind of box clever, if you like. So there is a technical solution for Otterpool that deals with all of its planned growth, including beyond the plan period. But just to reiterate that this is a moving situation, and so in 2, 3, 4 years' time, it could look very different. But we have a deliverable solution that deals with the problem as it is presented here and now.
Okay, just a couple of follow-ups on that then. In terms of the policy framework, to what extent does the submitted core strategy review provide for that kind of solution to be put in place, and to what extent might there need to be modifications to the policies we have in front of us?
Yeah, if I 1 second, if I could just visit policy CSD5 and its associated revised wording.
So I was thinking more in respect of the policies relating to the new garden settlement itself and the requirements that those policies set out.
So there will be a need to refer to on-site management within the policy, and that's something which I'll see to.
Okay.
The question is which of the policies it should go into.
Yeah.
So
perhaps we need an extra policy, Mr. Shadorovian.
No, please, no more policies. I'll think on it actually, but the likelihood is it's going to go into SS7.
Yeah. I suppose, yeah, just following on from that, is it I appreciate what you said, Mr. Hammond, about the potential pending the further study that's going on, that potentially at some point in the near future even there may be an alternative solution in terms of other wastewater treatment works. But in terms of adopting a core strategy review which has this proposal in it, and indeed presumably in terms of determining a planning application, the council will need to be clear as to what the solution is or has to be at that point.
Yeah, so the policy can be updated and reworded on a contingent basis. So in the absence of any alternative scheme or improvement to the treatment works, that there will be a requirement to ensure that an alternative scheme in the way described to you will be implemented and up and running before first occupation of the development.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Just find out, I can see others, including my colleague, want to come in. Just one further point before I bring others in. In terms of, I think you made the point, Mr. Hammond, that you see that there is scope within the overall development to accommodate both the water treatment works, as you say, on a modular basis, which could be added to over time, but also provision of wetland areas. We're going to come on to look at viability, etc. later, but is in terms of the costs and delivery of that, for example, has that been factored in?
Yes, the original cost plan that was prepared by the promoter has been revisited in light of the Stodmarsh issues that have been presented, and also the technical solution that has been reached, and the revisit of that viability work shows that infrastructure would be deliverable and would not give rise to a corresponding viability concern.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a moment. And in terms of the master planning exercise and the indicative strategy diagram in the core strategy review itself, would the provision of such facilities have any impact, for example, in terms of the layout of development and the mix of uses?
Thanks. So I'm just finding the spatial diagram to which you're referring. Yep. Okay. I mean, in short, sir, it was always assumed that the wastewater treatment works would be positioned towards the far western corner of the site, and the need for a revision in light of the Stodmarsh issue has not changed the spatial positioning of the wastewater treatment works. And indeed, there was always the expectation that there would be an area of on-site wetland area to deal with wider issues of attenuation and flood management. It's just a case that part of that wetland area is being repurposed to also deal with the Stodmarsh nutrient neutrality point. If there's anything further to add to that, I would ask that Renuka Gunasekara, who has raised a hand, if he's got anything further to add, just to.
Okay, yeah, I'll just bring my colleague Mr. Milam in, and then we'll bring Mr. Gunasekara in afterwards. Mr. Milam.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. I just had a brief one. I've been listening to the discussion because actually I was going to potentially cover some of this in the session later on, so we've helpfully dealing with it now. But as I understand it, we've talked a bit about the preferred option being the wastewater treatment works on site plus wetland, but it's also my understanding that offsetting is also required. Is that, and that all three of those elements are required as a package in order to address the Stodmarsh issue? Is that correct?
So my reading of the nutrient neutrality position, and in particular nutrient budget, is that existing land management is part of that calculation, and of course Otterpool Park is currently subject to agricultural practices, and effectively that'll be taken out of, some of that will be taken out of use, and obviously within the garden settlement will come forward as new land uses. And so under the budget calculation, those factors in terms of land management and change in land use is part of the equation. So under some scenarios, there could actually be a surplus of nitrogen, because agriculture gives rise to effectively the locking up of these nutrients through agricultural practices. And so if you move to a different form of land use, then you've got the benefit of a surplus. I mean, really, Mr. Gunasekara no doubt could articulate the point better than I can as more of a layperson, but there would be no need for effectively off-site land use requirement. It's all contained within the allocation area, if that's where your question was leading, sir.
It was, yes. What I was trying to understand was there any need for any off-site offsetting, or is it all effectively dealt with through the change in the land budget and the change in land uses as well?
No, my clear reading of the situation is it's all dealt with on site.
Thank you. That's helpful. And my second question was talking about the sort of modular nature of the preferred approach for the wastewater treatment works. Is what effect will that have on the timing of housing delivery?
Well, I can start, sir, from effectively first commencement and occupation. If there's a requirement to have the garden settlement wash its own face, if you like, then there'd have to be a connection to the on-site facility from first occupation. Mr. Gunasekara could speak more competently about the any phased increase in the capacity of that wastewater treatment works, but so I would adjourn his technical expertise there. But the modular system is an approach that's been endorsed across large-scale strategic sites countrywide, and so it's not unfamiliar to the industry, or indeed to the regulator.
I mean, I understand the point around scalability. I think my concern is what will that do to short-term delivery? And obviously, we've got further sessions where we're going to explore your delivery rates in quite a lot more detail, but obviously putting in a significant piece of kit, even in a modular format in terms of wastewater treatment works before a single house can be occupied, is obviously quite a significant undertaking, is it not?
I'm sure, sir. If I mean, there is, in anything that is modular and scalable, there are efficiencies to be made through the critical mass. So I'm sure the promoter would not want to undertake numerous phases of expansion of a modular system. What I was trying to say was that in terms of cash flow and drawdown from early phase, it's not necessary to deliver the entire wastewater treatment works at full capacity from day one. It's possible to profile its size to suit a suitable number of units. So a phased approach, but also with a sensible approach in terms of not then seeking to hamper the forward delivery of units. Perhaps Mr. Gunasekara could provide some clarity to that effect.
Yeah, I think
probable phasing of the wastewater treatment works, just for clarification.
No, that's helpful. I'll ask him to respond. So I suppose where I'm going is that obviously in a lot of cases, because of the nature of that preferred option, and because if we took a position whereby the Sellindge treatment works wasn't upgraded, there isn't effectively an early opportunity to connect to another wastewater treatment works. It's all got to come through this modular preferred approach in theory.
Yes, if Sellindge wasn't able to be connected into because of ongoing nutrient neutrality issues, then there has to be a deliverable solution.
Okay,
on site.
Thank you, that's helpful. Perhaps Mr. Gunasekara is perhaps a good time to bring you in.
Hi, good morning, sir. Yeah, you can hear me okay?
I can see and hear you okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will try to answer some of the questions raised before. In terms of the first point, probably Mr. Milan raised, the need for the offsite mitigations. I will sort of step back a little bit on that one, because I think that's the reason, we sort of, before we arriving at the preferred solution, like Mr. Hammond said, we looked at all the options we had, including sending to the Sellinge treatment works on site and sending off to the West Hythe. So the conclusion from that analysis was that if we were to send to Sellinge, that will mean also the need to have offsite mitigation, as well as the issue we have at the moment with we can't discharge unless we have a lot of extra wetlands, which will probably need in going offsite. So that is a critical, one of the factors, which we have to factor in to sort of determine on, the preferred solution is the on-site solution, because, the on-site solution can provide, a high degree of treatment for the effluent, which then reduces the need for having that, the sort of large amount of wetlands. Because of the ability to provide more modern technology, on site, so which then sort of allowed us to come up with a solution that we can mitigate the surpluses we had on nitrogen and phosphorus with purely with the on-site solution, which will have about 25 hectares of wetland we need to provide, as well as going alongside that is some woodland planting. We have some advanced planting with some structural planting. So some of those, the planting which would qualify as woodland planting as per the Natural England guidance. So we factored in both that woodland, the benefits we get for nutrient removal, as well as the wetlands we're going to provide, and we are confident that with that approach, we can provide the nutrient neutrality requirement Natural England is asking for. I would also highlight that our design assumptions are very precautionary at the moment, and as part of our green infrastructure strategy, not only wetlands, we have about 60 to 70 hectares of sustainable drainage, which will also remove some of the nutrients which we haven't fully factored in this analysis. So it is a quite robust assessment which we are confident we can deliver and achieve nutrient neutrality. So that's why I would suspect that Natural England is confident we can achieve this, because of the approach we took for the design for the initial assessment. Moving on to the modular construction. At the moment, the intention is the wastewater treatment work will be undertaken in 3 large phases. Initially, the phase, they would roughly provide sort of 1/3 of the housing need, will be provided by each phase, roughly speaking. Yeah, so 3 equal chunks. So the phase 1 will comfortably provide the sort of the need we need for the phase 1 of the outer poly development. So, and then as we have more houses connected in, we will build the phase 2 of the treatment plant to go alongside the phase 1 plant, and that will be come online before the houses being online. So it is a modular fashion we can extend that the construction. I'm happy to answer any more questions you have. Hopefully that will provide an initial clarity on what we're trying to achieve.
I think that's probably as far as we need to take it for the moment. I think we probably will have some further exploration of the wider sort of early infrastructure as part of the discussion on housing delivery in due course. So I don't want to sort of step on toes in that regard. So
sorry, if I can just point out one more thing. Like you mentioned at the beginning, there could be, following the WINEP study, it could be a possibility that, it may conclude, potentially, the existing treatment plants may not be contributing to the stigmata issue. That is one possible conclusion, or it could be, it might determine there is an impact and it may need some mitigation to offset that. So whatever the case, it could be a possibility that, by the time our latter phases of the Autopool Park comes online, we may have a solution, that if you want to send some, flows into the challenge, it may be a possibility that, we could also, factor that in, so, whatever the policy we sort of write in the cost strategy review would need to factor that in, I suppose. So it gives us a flexibility, should we need to send flows, the offsite for the latter phases, so we have the ability, if that proves to be the best solution.
Thank you. I was going to hand back to my colleague, but I saw Mr. Vernon's hand go up. So, Mr. Vernon, was it something in response to some of my questions you just wanted to address before I hand back to my colleague?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, sir. It was a broader point linked to both lines of inquiry. Just to state for the record, from the promoter perspective, these on-site works have been considered fully and don't have a spatial impact on the ability of the allocation to be delivered. And in respect of the delivery trajectory, as you mentioned, we'll come on to, it doesn't also have an impact on that, as others have alluded to. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. Without further ado, I'll hand back to my colleague. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, that's been very helpful. Reference has been made to the suggested modification to policy CSD 5, so we'll come back to that in the later session, which picks up that policy and modifications to it. I think just one thing again, just to kind of flag up for something for the council to think about and perhaps put something to us. In terms of the policies which specifically relate to the New Gardens settlement, it does seem to me that it would be sensible to be clearer about what the proposed solution is. I note the potential for some alternatives to come forward in due course, but as things stand at the moment, there seems to be one clear route towards a mitigation strategy, which it seems to me would be sensible to factor that into the policy wording, perhaps with some caveat that would allow for the situation to be reviewed in the light of additional work that may take place.
Yeah, I'll see to that, sir.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
likely to go into SS8, actually.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, before we move on to pick up issues in relation to heritage assets, are there any further points anyone wishes to make in terms of the natural environment or biodiversity? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on then to heritage assets. Again, if I could just ask the council to start, just really to explain first of all, what heritage assets, either on site or nearby, may be affected by the proposed development, including their settings, obviously, and how it's intended that they'll be dealt with and mitigated where necessary. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. The evidence sort of starts out with the growth options study phase 2 report. And that identifies a number of heritage assets within within the area, chiefly among those being Western Hanger Castle, but other listed buildings and sites within the broad area. This has informed the kind of landscape-led approach that we've tried to put into the policies and the indicative strategy at figure 4.5 of the plan, and also the wording of the policies themselves. In addition to the growth options work, we identified the need to do further work on the historic environment, and we commissioned consultants LUC to undertake a historic environment assessment, and that is at document EB 2.30. And the objectives of that study were to identify heritage assets with the potential to be affected by the proposed land allocation, and to understand their significance, and to understand the effects. The results of the recommendations of that study were then translated into the policies of the core strategy review, particularly some of the wording around conserving and enhancing local heritage assets. That study also identified the need for a heritage strategy to be produced as part of any planning application, and that be informed by a conservation management plan in relation to Western Hanger Castle, Manor and Barns. And also that a historic environment clerk of works be appointed to oversee proper implementation of the heritage strategy, and that be included within the policy, which we have done. In addition to that, it's perhaps also worth saying that the promoter side is also undertaking further works, and that is set out in the joint delivery statement on page 33 and 34. But the promoter has since the original plan application was prepared, the promoter has bought Western Hanger Castle, so that can now be included within the scheme, and a proper consideration given to it through that. Historic England raised some issues at Regulation 18 stage of the consultation on the core strategy review, that they were stressing the need for reinstatement of southern access to Western Hanger Castle, and the need for that to be reflected on the indicative strategy. And we made those changes going into the Regulation 19 plan. So that's a brief overview, and perhaps I should also say that for the more detailed matters, there are policies in the Places and Policies local plan regarding heritage, and particularly archaeology, and policy HE2 deals with archaeology.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Honey.
Thank you, sir. Just to add to what Mr. Tofts has said, the ACOM report, both stage 1 and stage 2, but particularly stage 2, when looking at the site in detail, did consider heritage, not just constraints in terms of settings of listed assets and scheduled ancient monuments, but also opportunities, including the opportunity to open up historic vistas to Western Hanger Castle, which had been lost with the development of the race course. And that certainly informed the council's approach. It also informed, as you'll be aware, that we discussed the figure 51 map yesterday, which kind of gives the summary of our conclusions in terms of land that's considered appropriate for development and land that should be retained as open space. And heritage considerations in particular informed approach to open space with the kind of central park area to the south of the A20, informed by the setting of heritage assets at Otterpool Manor and Upper Otterpool, to maintain their historic connection to the landscape from which they derive their significance. So just wanted to add that detail there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, any points from other participants in relation to heritage assets? No. Mr. Vernon?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just a quick point to note that clearly that there, as set out in the joint delivery statement, there are a lot of heritage assets as we see them that have informed the master planning and the site capacity considerations, and they are treated very much as assets in the emerging proposals and will be well and fully considered moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good. Okay, that's it as far as my questions in terms of heritage are concerned. So we can move on then to further on the agenda, moving on to other infrastructure needs. And again, I'll hand over to my colleague, Mr. Milam, to pick up that.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Yes, I wanted to start off sort of by working through the bullet points in terms of item G. So kicking off sort of some questions from the council in terms of education provision. I've sort of looked through the evidence, and we've sort of got sort of two lots of information presented. We've got the work that's set out in the ACOM growth options study report, and then there appears to be an update in the joint delivery statement. I'm guessing just due to the dates of publication that the more up-to-date information is that contained in the joint delivery statement. Is that right? I don't know who's Mr. Hammond, you?
That would be correct, sir. The joint delivery statement was prepared in combination between the LPA and the Otterpool Park promoter in 2020, and so obviously it is more recent and current than the earlier ACOM work.
Okay. What I wanted to sort of understand really was both pieces of evidence have been commissioned looking at effectively the full development of the new garden settlement. But as we've discussed in previous sessions, what I want to understand is what's the relationship between the education requirements for what's in the plan period, for the developments in the plan period, versus what's required for the full development of the garden settlement, and is that set out anywhere?
Sir, thank you. We're able to articulate the global figure for primary provision, which relates to the full allocation. I appreciate your question around the phasing and what that means in terms of the breakdown of primary schools over the delivery period for the new garden settlement. We haven't it's not articulated clearly within the core strategy review itself, but there is a clear understanding of what the requirement amounts to, and so we can present that evidence to you, and it could be there is an opportunity for it to be appropriately incorporated, I feel, subject to your guidance, sir.
Thank you. You've probably sort of hit the nub of where my next set of questions was going, Mr. Hammond. So I think it is important, and I'm pleased. I'm sure you will have had the information somewhere, but I think it is important to just try and get that picture of what is going to be required during the plan period versus totality, and obviously that needs to cover all of the various elements of the education requirements, ranging from nurseries, primary, secondary, sixth form, special educational needs, etc. So if I could leave that as an action for information to be provided, because I think where I was going to go with some of my next questions I don't know whether you've got some of this to hand, is what I'm trying to get a picture of as to what should, when, in terms of the number of dwellings, are the first primary schools and things going to be required? What are the first, the plan talks a lot about sort of early phases, but we haven't got a phasing plan in the document, and therefore it's quite difficult to understand whereabouts in the evolution of the scheme these key infrastructure requirements are going to need to come forward. I appreciate that education can be somewhat of a moving feast and will often depend on housing mix, capacity in the existing local schools or whatever it may be. But I think that there does need to be a greater level of clarity coming through in the document as to what's likely to happen here.
I think, if I may, I think SS6, we've been discussing this, and I think SS6 can be strengthened in that sense. It might also be appropriate, once we've discussed it, to introduce something in the explanatory text about the timing of provision with respect to the number of houses, just to give an indication to the reader of the policy what the general expectation is, because inevitably, come the making of the application, the exact requirements will need to be discussed with the county council.
And just to, sorry, sir, just to add there, in terms of confidence on delivery, the infrastructure delivery plan, which is document reference EB05 spot 10, that sets out the expectation of the county council in placing its statutory duty to ensure sufficient primary and secondary school places are available. That sets out the timeline and the expectation. So KCC, they are expecting that there would be the first primary school delivered within as close to first occupation as possible, and the trajectory would say that first occupations are likely to take place partway through a calendar year, with the opening of the first primary school by the September of that first period of build out. And the expectation is that there would be 4 new 2FE primary schools by 2031, with a total of potentially 7 or 8 primary schools. However, there needs to be flexibility, because KCC have signed up to the idea of a monitor and manage approach, because until they know what the pupil product ratio will be each phase, they won't know the finer grain of detail in terms of primary school need and provision. But the 106 can respond to that by making land available through safeguarding and the timely release of contributions to bring forward primary schools ahead of when they're actually required based on the build-out trajectory. So there are safeguards and mechanisms that are set out in the IDP, and also will then translate into the Section 106 in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. That is helpful. I mean, I think I was sort of going to ask about this sort of approach to sort of safeguarding land for educational uses. And I suppose my next question is there sufficient policy basis in the submitted plan, to ultimately support that, but also to provide clarity as to how that mechanism might work? And I appreciate the points on flexibility, because, as I've said before, education can be a somewhat movable feast, but does the plan adequately deal with the circumstances that you've just described? Because if you're looking again at some of these policies in terms of strengthening, I think, again, that might be an area where you might want to.
Yeah, I think looking at SS6(4) C, there is a need to strengthen that. There's no doubt about that, in order to make the policy more effective.
Yes, I think that would be helpful. So I think we put that as a marker down to have another look at that.
Another marker.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Yes.
That's all right. That's why I'm here.
Not necessarily new policy though, to carry on the running thing.
I mean, so I don't wish to talk rule of thumb in the broader sense, but as a rule of thumb, a 1-2 FE primary school broadly correlates to 1,200 dwellings. And so if you factor up those numbers, you're looking at across 10,000 units, you are looking in the region of circa 8 primary schools, notwithstanding the fact that a 2 FE primary school could be provided as a 3 FE to flex that provision. So that's the ballpark. The first phase of development will be circa 2,400 units. No surprise that we're looking at two FE primary schools to deliver that education provision. So the numbers are well understood, but take the point, as Mr. Shadaravian has articulated, that yes, some strengthening of the policy could help to firm up that position.
Thank you. And obviously that's sort of useful in terms of primary provision. In terms of secondary provision, particularly sort of in early phases, what are the sort of what are the proposals in that regard?
Bear with me, please, sir, as I scroll down my my prepared. Yes, thank you, sir. As set out in the IDP again, capacity for secondary school provision currently exists in both Folkestone and Hythe and also Ashford district. There is a relationship in terms of cross-boundary movement of pupils between Folkestone and Hythe district and into Ashford. That's commonplace. KCC, that's part of the statement of common ground between Folkestone and Hythe and Kent County Council. So KCC within the IDP gave us their forecasting expectations for secondary school, and it's effectively saying that year 7 provision could peak in 2022, 2023, so before building activity on Otterpool Park, so before delivery. However, that presents itself as a bulge, and then the profiling shows that there would be a degree of capacity that could serve the pupil requirement for a period of years. And so KCC's modelling suggests that Otterpool Park may generate up to 13 forms of entry of secondary school demand. However, Kent County Council is a selective education authority with grammar school provision. And so that 13 forms of entry combines both your classic comprehensive provision as well as a proportion of selective entry. And so overall, the demand requires that land will be safeguarded for secondary school provision, and the expectation is that this will be done, the safeguarding will happen within the first phase, with delivery to follow somewhere between, I'd ask Arcadis to qualify this, but the infrastructure information that I've seen is that the land will need to be safeguarded within the first 2,000 to 3,000 houses, with a contribution to follow suit. I'd ask that perhaps Quad could qualify the point so that we have clarity on that.
That's fair enough. I can see Mr. Vernon's hand, so now probably be a good time to bring you in, Mr. Vernon.
Yes, thank you, sir. We will get the detail on the land safeguarding in particular in respect of what Mr. Hammond's just raised. I was just going to make a general point in respect of the engagement and also the general point of safeguarding. We've been engaging with the LPA and Kent County Council for a long period of time with a view to refining the education strategy so that the delivery of education meets needs and avoids requirements to unnecessarily put pressure on existing schools in the local area. That is fundamentally at the core of the education strategy for Otterpool Park. the county council and ourselves are obviously very keen to retain the focus on monitor and manage and keep the delivery of education alive to the needs at the time. And it was just to make the point that there is sufficient land safeguarded within the current version of the master plan to deliver the school provision as being discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. That's helpful. Yes, I mean, I think probably I think we've probably covered the main issues that I wanted to raise, and obviously it's going to be important to see that note in terms of the breakdown of what's required in plan versus totality of what's the red line might or might not allow for, and obviously we talked about consideration of modifications to SS6. So from my perspective, I think I probably picked up most of what I wanted to. And I suspect my colleague Mr. Ward will come back to costs for education infrastructure. My question is more around timing, so I think we've probably answered that to the extent we can this morning. I can see a hand up from Julie Davies. Ms. Davies, if you want to come in at this moment.
Thank you. It's Julie Davis from CPRE Kent. I'm here with a couple of colleagues as well. I just wanted to confirm that I'd heard correctly that in the early stages that children might be bused into other schools, and how sustainable that was, and bearing in mind that Otterpool Park is as self-sufficient and to be held up as ultimately a truly sustainable community. And probably as well, just drawing on the inspector's earlier point, I'm finding it quite confusing as to the role that the infrastructure delivery plan is playing in relation to the joint delivery agreement. I can't remember the exact title, I'm sorry. But the infrastructure delivery plan quite clearly says in the executive summary that it's a document that sets out what's required, when's it required, and how it's going to be funded. And like the inspector, I'm finding that really hard to follow through, and probably that's going to be an issue as we go through each of the particular sections of the infrastructure you've got listed to discuss. And it just makes it very difficult, and it reads very much as an aspiration that, yes, we realise that children will need to be schooled, and I would say probably the KCC situation with detailing what we want for schools is probably the most precise document that there is in terms of the context of the wider infrastructure requirements as well. So it just reads, it's quite a difficult document to get to grips with, because it doesn't actually seem to be telling us anything. And I obviously will be looking forward to hearing more about what the council and their consultants have to say about that. And one particular thing, before I just close quickly, is that trying to find out, it says as well, paragraph 1.5 of the infrastructure delivery plan, that it's and I can't quite get whether it's a delivery plan for all the development across the district, or whether it's specifically for the new garden settlement. And it seems to be quite confusing as to whether it's a district-wide document, or is the IDP just for the new garden settlement? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond, did you just want to respond to what you've heard?
Yes, thank you, sir. The IDP itself was prepared jointly with infrastructure providers, largely within the calendar year 2018. And so in terms of the relationship between the joint delivery statement and the IDP obviously predates the work that has been done since, and there has been a lot of partnership working done between the period 2018 and where we are today, 2021, to refine the detail. And it's also important to remember that the IDP itself is a living document, and its content and coverage will change over time. In terms of the coverage of the IDP, it relates to growth as set out in the core strategy review. So it not only relates to the garden settlement, but also to additional growth at Sellinge. So under section 4, which is headed infrastructure requirements for residual growth at Sellinge, that section of the document sets out the infrastructure needs for Sellinge, because effectively we're dealing with Otterpool Park as the strategic allocation with other growth in Sellinge. And so as the author of that document, my intention there was to allow it to read more succinctly by separating out the garden settlement from further growth at Sellinge. There's also it's also important to note that planning policy guidance and the framework itself sets out that highlights the significance of infrastructure delivery, but where the delivery of infrastructure takes place across a lengthy plan period and potentially beyond, the fuller detail of the latter stages of that delivery will not be, cannot necessarily be capable of being fully identified at the outset. And so there is the ability for further information to come forward in the form of infrastructure funding statement updates, for example, which the council prepares annually. We prepared our first one in 2020, and as we roll forward through to one hopes a consent for Otterpool, the section 106 aligned to that consent will be duly reflected in the infrastructure delivery statement, infrastructure funding statement going forward. So it's never going to capture the nth degree of detail from the start. There's obviously Otterpool Park will deliver over a number of decades, and so the IDP is there as a reference document, but it won't give the fuller detail on every precise infrastructure requirement from the beginning. And as we said already, that education is under a monitor and manage framework, and so things can flex. But if you were to look at other infrastructure, for example, potable water supply within the IDP, there is a clear expectation set out in terms of when there's a need for upgrade, for example. So take the point, further refinement, but the converse of that is that it's a living document and will be updated as and when new information becomes factual. So as set out in the section 106, it allows things to be firmed up.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. I did note Ms. Davies did make a point around the what was going to happen in terms of particularly secondary school children early in the development. I noticed we did sort of cover that in terms of your earlier response was that the school catchment areas that are already in existence would allow for existing secondary pupils to attend in Folkestone and in Hythe, but also in Ashford, and that's due to the way the existing catchment areas are drawn up, and that's normal practice. But that situation would change over time as secondary provision was delivered in the latter stages of the new garden settlement.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of sustainability, there is the expectation that the first primary school will be open very early on. In terms of secondary provision, the catchment areas are much larger, but then again, there are opportunities for sustainable modes of travel to and from those secondary schools in the early stages as required. So it's something that will be catered for appropriately. In terms of the timing of the secondary school on site, I believe that there will be active delivery of the secondary school within the trajectory 2,000 to 3,000 homes, and so that is there will be early activity to begin constructing that secondary school, given the lead-in time for delivery and construction. So it's certainly on the timeline of delivery.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. I've got Miss Carmody Morgan.
Yes, thank you, sir. I just wanted to add to the secondary school point. For operational reasons, secondary schools would tend to be delivered in blocks of no smaller than 4 FE. So in the early years, it typically does make better sense for the financial sustainability of schools for off-site solutions to be found in the early years of a development before there are sufficient children living on site to require a school of their own. But a strategy will be delivered and developed in partnership with KCC and local schools, will definitely include consideration of school travel, as Mr. Hammond says. On-site solutions may be preferable in certain circumstances, and they'll also be considered at the appropriate time, and that will be agreed through the section 106 associated with the application. And just to add to James Hammond's point, yes, we consider as well that the first secondary school phase of 4FE would likely be triggered around 2,000 to 3,000 homes. But again, that's subject to monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horner next.
I note my colleague Ms. Davies got a hand up. I hope I don't tread on her toes here, but I just wanted to echo her point about the vagueness of the infrastructure delivery plan. My experience of bringing on large projects is that you need a firm plan at the beginning, even though you know it's going to change as time goes on. And I don't think that the delivery plan as it's been presented at the moment provides enough certainty that the whole project is going to be viable. Yes, it's got to be flexible, but it shouldn't be vague as to, at this point in time, with our best estimates, who is going to pay for this and who is going to provide it and when is it going to be provided.
Thank you, Mr. Horner. Yes, well, as you know, the council do have some homework for me in that regard. So rest assured that the examination will need a lot more information on that, and obviously the council is committed to providing that.
Just to go back on that point, sir. So I think it would be unsatisfactory to read the infrastructure delivery plan in isolation, given the other breadth of information that has come forward since. And the content of the education section of the IDP, taking that as one example, that was written in combination with officers of Kent County Council. So as the author of that document, I couldn't go beyond the expectations of the County Council as the education authority. And so I think it duly sets out a framework for delivery, notwithstanding the fact that there is a requirement for further information to come forward as and when it is made available.
Thank you, Stan. I take the point, but obviously you've got a clear picture in terms of the information that I'm seeking at the moment as part of this examination. So I won't labour that point any further. Ms. Davies.
Thank you very much. And if I could just close on one last point. Of course, we're looking at a self-sufficient community, self-sustaining community, a garden community, a new settlement, and schools really are at the heart of that. From the very simple thing, parent drop-off, building communities, building connections, which go through then all layers of our life. When we meet the children have grown up and are then becoming parents on their own. So I hear what you say about the delivery, but just underlining really that the heart of school will be at the heart of any future community here.
Thank you. I think we've probably covered all the matters in relation to education. I'm also mindful that it is nearing sort of 11 o'clock, and I'm sure we've been going since 9:30. So it seems now like a good opportunity to have a short adjournment before we move on to healthcare. We've got a lot to cover this morning, so I think if we can come back at 11:15, and then we'll pick up healthcare and the remaining points from there on in. Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's now 11:15 and the hearing session is resumed. Hopefully everyone's still with us. Splendid. I can see a lot of cameras coming on. So we're just moving on to healthcare. And obviously the plan includes a requirement for a new health centre early in the proposed new garden settlement. What I'd like is just a very brief summary of the evidence and requirements for the health centre. Is Mr. Hammond leading on this session?
Yes, thank you, sir. On the subject of health, the joint vision is for the new settlement to include state-of-the-art medical centre that provides a one-stop shop for outpatients, including a cluster of GPs and a wide range of diagnostic services. This text is as set out in the joint delivery statement. Early phase provision may be on site in new facilities or part of an extension to existing local facilities, with the most appropriate strategy to be decided by the applicant, LPA, the CCG and other local stakeholders working in combination. So the applicant will be required to submit for approval a healthcare facility strategy to be produced in consultation with NHS England and the CCG, comprising the proposed location, timing, outline, specification and delivery of any temporary GP facility, the proposed location of health facility within the first phase, and the proposed sizes of the facilities. In terms of the mechanism for securing this, it's through the section 106 to include those details on phasing. It's anticipated that the first premises will also provide some space for community use, thereby supporting the sustainability of that building for the first phases.
Thank you. That's helpful. Again, just sort of going back to my sort of previous points around sort of early phases. What does that mean in practice?
Yes, so I'll just moving through my evidence.
Okay.
I think ultimately, so it means that there would be that provision of early delivery of health facilities on site as part of the first phase, as part of a cluster of general town centre activities. If I would ask Arcadis or Quad if they're able to expand upon those points more generally, if the inspector would welcome clarity.
Yes, I mean, what I was going to sort of say was that I had a sort of accompanying question in terms of, is the plan sufficiently clear as to where the proposed health centre would be sited? And I sort of noted these sort of various things in figure 4.5, but SS6 4B sort of talks about an accessible location close to community sort of services, but you've also talked around that being delivered as part of sort of early town centre. And really, I just wanted to get to the bottom of what that might be. And if anyone else wants to come in at this point.
So the policy under SS6 criteria 4B, it obviously outlines that health centres shall be provided in the early phases of development. And as you say, so it says that the centre should be located on an accessible site close to other community services. It's logical to my mind that it would come forward as part of the main town centre, that acting as a kind of hub location. The expectation of floor space for that town centre phase is that community facilities would comprise in the order of 6,000 square metres of space. And so a building of that size or a building of part of that component size would be suitable for a health facility to serve those early occupiers.
Okay, no, that's helpful, because I sort of my question was this. I was wondering whether these was going to be directed to sort of neighbourhood or local service centres across the development. But if you're saying the intention is to provide that more as part of the town centre use.
I think there could be the ability for outlying surgeries as well, in combination with a main centre at the heart of the development in the town centre. I think the strategy could endorse a degree of flexibility to that regard. But it's also important to have that expectation that the town centre will act as the main location for the health provision.
Thank you. Ms Davies, I can see your hand.
I'm just going to keep my camera off for the moment. I've got people at home and they're just in the background, if you can bear with me.
Fine.
I understand that you say there's the option for the provision in the town centre, and then the joint delivery statement talks about extending existing facilities locally. So they're going to be existing facilities off-site because Otterpool doesn't exist at the moment. So then we're going to have a situation where patterns are going to be developed that once you've got hold of your GP, because we all know how difficult it is to find a GP and a dentist, that people will be forced, early residents will be forced to travel off-site to provide those facilities, and then that will be part of their locked-in behaviour, that they will have got, a rapport with the healthcare provider, and that concerns me. And then additionally, I'm not entirely sure how these facilities are being funded, and are they dependent on the sale of properties that are already held by the healthcare providers, the clinical commissioning group, or is there another mechanism for funding them, and is that going to be a delay as well? So it's just really that point I've come back to before, how exactly, what patterns of travel to and from are going to be established, and when exactly they're going to be delivered, and if they, this sort of looseness of the early phase of development, does that mean a time frame within X months of the commencement of development, or does it relate to the occupational completion of developments, or is it as in a percentage of the overall scheme of development? So we've talked yesterday about potentially having 10,000 properties here, and if it's going to be a percentage of the overall development as an early phase, that could be a delay of quite some significant time. So it's just underlying that point, having precision so that the local community can be assured of what they're actually going to be able to get access to, and the access needs to be as right from the beginning of the development. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Mr. Vernon next.
Yes, thank you, sir. Just a couple of points to pick up on Miss Davies' thoughts there. So the need to be precise is understood, but we have to balance that with being flexible. And as we've referred to in reference to education, we are working alongside and with the CCGs. We remain in consultation with the CCGs to accurately define what the best early years, and in fact what the best sort of delivery across the whole project looks like for those CCGs. That process of refinement continues. There is scope and commitment to provide health provision, and the focus, as Mr. Hammond says, is very much within the town centre, and there is scope for satellite provision, sort of a local, more convenience type nature to complement that. So I understand the wish to want to be precise, but we also have to bear in mind that this needs to be flexible in order for it to be deliverable. But if I can offer some assurance that there is full commitment to providing whatever healthcare provision is best suited to the CCGs at the point of delivery. And absolutely, we understand the need to avoid establishing unsustainable patterns of transport and travel from the word go. But again, that's another balancing act where we need to understand what is actually sustainable and what is financially viable for the CCGs and other providers, not just in respect of healthcare, but there is the ambition and the intent to provide GP provision from the outset.
2,440.
We understand. Thank you, James. We understand the concern, and a fair degree of consultation has taken place in the past 3 or 4 years to understand that concern and the need, and obviously the wish to avoid placing undue pressure on existing services. We understand that that problem is acute in some senses, but that we are obviously again trying to balance that point of providing services that are sustainable and viable to the providers. So the suggestion that Mr. Hammond made around potentially providing GP provision within other buildings within that accessible location, and I think the inference is the town centre, is absolutely right. And at the point when that state-of-the-art medical facility becomes viable at the scale that is required, which is to be determined in consultation with the CCGs, then that becomes a more formal provision which can support a larger population.
Thank you. Mr. Horner.
Yes, I'd just like to raise a general point which starts here really and goes through all of these issues which we're going to be discussing later this morning, and it's to do with the population assumed for the development. Earlier on in the piece we were looking at the EB 0715, the retail leisure needs assessment, which seems to it has several scenarios with different levels of numbers of people per dwelling, 2.1 and 2.8. Seems like a relatively small change, but it's 20%. And I was struggling to find how that possibility that households might increase to 2.8 per dwelling had been taken into account in calculating the overall infrastructure requirements. Will be especially important once we get to water, and we've already discussed wastewater, of course, but it's obviously going to have an impact on health and leisure facilities as well.
Thank you. Did the council want to? Mr.
I could provide some clarification if you like, sir.
Yes, I saw a hand from Keith Perry. I don't know if it was opportune to bring Mr. Perry in before you come in, Mr. Hammond. I don't know if that's helpful.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, I was actually sort of responding back to some of the previous points. I just wanted to make it clear I've been advising the promoter on financial viability from the outset on this project, and a lot of the discussion talking about uncertainty. I just want to make everybody comfortable. All of these items have been allowed for in financial terms, be they 106 or infrastructure items. And actually, as the promoter, totally aligned with the local population, wanting these facilities in early because it's part of the placemaking vision for the development. And we know future residents moving from Folkestone to this area will expect to see those. So there's thinking that we're unaligned here is probably the wrong impression. Just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond, I saw Mr. Eden. Actually, it's probably better to bring Mr. Eden in and then Mr. Hammond if you respond to everything that you've then heard. Mr. Eden.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. A lot of what's being talked about this morning is really going back to what are the driving principles for the new town, which is, and as it was presented, which was infrastructure first, and particularly with health, there are enormous pressures in all of the villages locally, and there's a great deal of out travelling to find facilities at all. And rather oddly, Sellinge is part of the Ashford clinical group rather than a Folkestone group, which makes life a bit more sort of interesting, perhaps administratively. It seems to me that there doesn't seem to be much sort of context of the new town assuming that it goes ahead and the place it has in providing support to its surroundings. So it becomes a centre beyond itself. And I haven't heard any sort of descriptions of that bit, but what I'm hearing is until it's big enough in itself, then it's going to apply pressure outside. It ought to be the other way around, because if it's happening, then it is happening. And that's the longer term plan. And I realise that much of this is chicken and egg. Of course it is. They are all in that sort of category. But I think that that's a perspective which needs to be had. It's not, Otterport in this context is not a thing in itself. It has a much broader input, and certainly our local councillors talk very happily about examples of facilities that they've visited in Canterbury and other places, sort of quite sophisticated healthcare facilities and provisions. It's a remodeling. It's a new form of healthcare, which doesn't seem to be reflected in what I'm hearing today. You know, I think the numbers within Otterpool itself are not the only element of it. It's how the system itself works, and that's moving into areas which the council, which ought to be saying what it wants, it should be to a degree prescribing what the requirement is, not all these sort of expectations and sort of rather weak words. It should be much more specific about it as an ambition. That's my view, and I think certainly healthcare is a major issue locally. People, as it is nationally, I suspect, but certainly locally, it's a very big, very serious issue. It needs to be looked at in a much broader context. Thank you.
I see, Mr. Verne, did you have an additional new point? Because I'd like to bring Mr. Hammond back in a moment. So
it's linked to the comments made by Mr. Eden, and it's to pick up from the promoter perspective that it is absolutely the case that we are not intending to place pressure. The settlement will not place undue pressure. And I return to this point around engagement. We've engaged with the South Kent Coast, Ashford and Canterbury CCGs with that aim in mind, and they will inform the content of the Section 106 agreement that relates to the planning application at point of delivery. It will come back to the point around monitor and manage, but it is absolutely not the case that the settlement is coming forward in isolation from the surrounding villages. Indeed, it's the intent that there's a degree of support provided by the settlement in due course to support those villages and those services which Mr. Eden highlights are perhaps not there currently. We clearly don't want to establish unsustainable patterns of transport to far and beyond, but there is the position and the potential for the settlement to provide some support to those existing villages and to knit with those communities as in the course of doing that.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond, if you just want to sort of finish in terms of response on what you've heard on healthcare before we move on.
Yes, thank you, sir. So in terms of reference to numbers on household composition, 2.1, 2.8, yes, there are a variety of references. 2.1 is the average occupancy per household within the North Downs character area. And that's typified by effectively towards the lower end of household occupancy. So without wanting to stereotype, maybe couples that occupy a house where family members might have moved out. This is more popular within the North Downs settlement. 2.28 is the district average at the moment based on its current profile. It is an ageing district. And then 2.8 is reflective of the garden settlement, which is based on KCC's population modelling, bringing into play examples that they can apply from other areas of the county, predominantly Kings Hill, but also an area of Ashford, a modern urban extension known as Park Farm, I believe, was also factored into that as an example. But Kings Hill was the predominant case. Looking at infrastructure provision and how that relates to household occupancy, well, the providers run their own numbers. So taking water as an example, Affinity Water just apply a standard assumption of 400 litres per household per day, which if you break that down to even the worst case at 2.8, it over provides because just to make clear on this point, they provide a household assumption of 400 and a per person assumption of 126 litres. So if you divide the 400 by 126, their assumption is that each household will contain over 3 persons, which is obviously more than what it overestimates versus a population modelling forecast. Other utility providers such as UKPN on electricity, they will run their own numbers in terms of supply. So there's lots of different variations on what the forecasting is, but just to give confidence that it applies a worst case, more than worst case scenario versus more realistic occupancy modelling. In terms of the CCG, it's important also to recognise that the model in which the CCG are now delivering has fundamentally changed in the last couple of years. In writing the 2019 IDP, we started to understand what the new model of care provision would be through, as articulated through the strategic plan documents that were being prepared by the CCG at the time. And it's also relevant to understand that a number of CCGs have been combined, and so the CCG now is Kent and Medway CCG. So it's drawn together a lot of otherwise not disparate but separate CCGs within the county. So the whole model has changed, and the focus is now on hubs with possible supporting satellite provision. And it's articulated in section 6 of the IDP to give an idea of the future vision under that primary care hub model. And so had we been looking to define what the primary health provision would have looked like 2 years ago, we'd have been getting it vastly wrong, because the CCG have since changed their approach. So the flexibility needs to be built in so that we've got that opportunity to flex in accordance with the primary care delivery model as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Mr. Guinness-Sakari, was it a point on healthcare you wanted to make?
No, sir. Just the point with regard to the occupancy rates, but related to the water matters. But I can just not mention this at all. If you wish to, not related to the.
Perhaps we'll come back to that in the appropriate section. So I was going to move on, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. So I want to move on now to talk about sport, play and open space, and sort of noting that the IDP sets out in table 12.3 the requirement in terms of pitches for outdoor sports. I suppose my question to this is sort of not dissimilar to where we were going with education, in terms of, is that setting out what's required for the totality of what could be developed within the red line of the new garden settlement, rather than what's needed up to what's in the plan period. Is that right?
So I'll just quickly remind myself of the content of table 12.3. My intention was to speak about sport provision more generally, making reference to the sports pitch facility study and playing pitch strategy that was undertaken by consultants as part of the evidence-based provision. My understanding is that it does relate to the overall growth requirement, but if I could take that away and come back to you with a position of clarity, that would be welcomed.
Yes, please, because again, I think what I'm trying to understand is I think what's required during plan period to support the 5925 dwellings that are currently proposed, versus what's that further position to take into account full development of the garden settlement in due course.
Yes.
If you want to confer with your colleagues,
I mean, I would make reference to policies C3 and C4, open space and play space, within the adopted places and policies local plan as well,
come to
as a policy hook. But certainly we can otherwise provide you with confirmation.
Yes,
given your question is in relation specifically to sports pitches.
It is, yeah, because again, what I'm trying to understand is what's required in plan period, and I think a further note on that would be very helpful. And are there any? I suppose I didn't have a tremendous number of questions in terms of the sort of outdoor sports side of things, but is there any change in standards in terms of what's being proposed in terms of the new garden settlement in terms of outdoor sports, etc.? or essentially are you going to be relying on existing embedded standards from the PPLP, and then those are multiplied up to give you the relevant amounts of open space at particular quantums of new housing development?
Well, when you say standards, I believe that the garden settlement vastly exceeds what would be the minimum open space requirement, given that it's a landscape-led community. And also the arrangement of those open spaces allows for 3 destination parks. So Otterpool Park itself will not only serve its immediate resident population, but there will be a degree of provision for the broader district area. At the moment, it's really Brock Hill as an open area space, and then the coastal park as a more general play area space. They're the sort of destination areas across the district on open space and play space. And so Otterpool Park provides that ability, be it through the park that is adjacent to Western Hanger Castle, or otherwise the more water open park type environment as well. It gives those character parks as well that could attract in a destination type use.
Yes, I mean that is helpful. I mean, obviously, I suppose what I'm trying to understand is the balance between, you talked about it being sort of landscape led. Some of that's going to be informal, some of that's going to be structural planting, some of that will have multiple uses, but equally there'll be the requirement for the more formal sort of pitch provision. So again, I'm trying to sort of unpick all of that information to sort of get to an understanding of really what's going to be put forward on the site.
Okay, I mean, that's broad figures. Effectively, the GI, Green Infrastructure, articulates in the order of 310 hectares of green infrastructure space, of which that comprises approximately 30 hectares of sports pitches, including secondary school pitches. So there is an expectation that school pitch provision will be subject to a multi-user type approach. So during the typical school day, it would be for the convenience and use of schools, for example, as one example. But it could serve a more community type function in the evening. So you're getting that multi-utility of use, as well as obviously more dedicated pitch provision that is open to other sports, be it football, cricket, rugby, etc. And then general amenity parks and gardens comprise approximately 50 hectares of space. Equipped play areas, approximately 6 hectares of space. And then allotment and community orchards, approximately 10 hectares. So it really is a rich tapestry of GI that will lend itself to strong sports pitch provision. And so the existing community will be well catered for in that regard. And then in terms of the quality of the pitch, obviously 3G is now the preferred surface finish for pitches, because they can accommodate much greater amount of use because of ongoing management needs. And so 3G pitch provision is an important component of that overall strategy.
Thank you. I had a brief follow-up question. You talked about sort of shared use of secondary school pitches, but obviously if the secondary school is ultimately set up as a new academy and they have their own particular policies in terms of dual use, how will that be secured, or is that something that the county council would insist of when new schools are planned? Because obviously there could be different requirements. And
thank you, sir. At the moment, I would label it as an opportunity rather than an expectation. So when the discussion on secondary school provision is subject to more detailed planning application conversations, then things around ongoing security and access to wider community use of school pitches, that will become a key feature. And if secure access can be designed in, then I imagine that opportunity will be taken. If it's felt by the education authority that it cannot be designed in, then I think Kent would walk the conversation down a different route and say this site might not be appropriate for multi-use, but another site might be. So it's just exploring those opportunities really as and when that discussion takes place.
Mhm.
It's but the actual pitch provision will be a stated number, and then in many respects the others are kind of an additional benefit.
I suppose my sort of follow-on question is the plan clear enough on what those expectations are in terms of probably policy SS7?
I mean, as read, sir, it's articulated under point 4, which is playing fields and sports provision, play areas, informal open spaces. It's effectively as informed by the council's playing pitch and sports facility strategies. That would articulate, to my mind, a minimum expectation of provision to meet the population needs. If that were to be exceeded, then it provides an opportunity for betterment. And for example, there could be a concentration of sport activities, couldn't there, in terms of providing a more regional type approach, but that's not articulated in the policy. And I don't feel it needs to be. It's one to be explored.
Sorry, so it's in point 4 of SS7.
Point 4 of SS7 under item 1, a landscape-led approach. So the evidence is drawn from those.
Yeah.
Yes, the evidence is drawn from those strategy documents, and that would be the minimum requirement for the population.
I think again, it sort of comes back to, but without that sort of clarity in terms of what the requirements are for the overall quantum in the plan period, I'm not sure I can form any sort of any particular views at this moment in time. And I think that's perhaps something I'm going to have to take away and have a think about. But perhaps I'll just ask you to just reflect on the discussion as part of your wider reflections on some of the policy, and we'll come back to that one possibly separately. In terms of maybe on to sort of indoor sports, I just wanted to sort of touch briefly on that. I mean, obviously, there'll be some types of indoor sports which could be integrated within community buildings within the proposed new garden settlement. But how will sort of things like requirements for additional swimming lanes and things be provided? Is the expectation that they're going to be contributions to off-site facilities elsewhere, or what's the situation there?
The sports pitch and playing facility strategy identified that there'll be a need for an additional 1.25 sports halls by 2037, and obviously one would not provide a quarter of a sports hall. So the provision itself includes the sports hall as part of a leisure centre provision within Ospel Park. So there is an expectation that there will be a leisure centre provided, and it's my understanding that in terms of swimming pool provision, there could be again the opportunity for Ospel Park to bring forward swimming pool lane provision to deal with the current deficit. So within the playing pitch strategy, sports facility strategy, under section 6, spot 1.8, spot 2, key strategic actions, it points towards a current deficit equivalent to 1 25-metre 4-lane pool, and a shortfall equivalent for 2037, which suggests that Ospel Park would include provision of a sports hall, including a swimming facilities at Ospel Park by 2037. So, and there's a resource costing within that table that can obviously be articulated within the viability work as well. It's also my expectation that some of these leisure uses would come forward in the first phase of development, but I would welcome clarification from the promoter side on that point.
So that's something that Mr. Werner can assist with.
Yes, thank you, sir. I understand that that is the intention. I must admit, I'm not across the detail of the leisure provision per se, but I can take that away and come back on that point. Apologies.
No, that's fair. As I said, well, I think there's a need to have a think about sort of the level of specificity in terms of SS7 in this regard. So I've probably explored as much as I intended to at the moment.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
No, Mr. Chair, even you.
I've been following the discussion, and I can anticipate where you're heading on this in terms of specificity. So these are matters which I'm going to address with the council's team in relation to the provision of all the facilities we've been discussing this morning.
Thank you. In that case, did anyone else have anything on sports play and open space before I move on? No? Okay. I wanted to turn now to retail and town centre uses, but insofar as you've obviously had quite a bit of discussion already with my colleague on those overall principles and the evidence base, etc. And with the best will in the world, that you may preempt where I might be about to go with some of my questioning, but what I'm trying to understand is that SS7 has overall sort of gross figures in terms of town centre uses that are likely to come forward across the overall period to 2037. What I'd like to understand a little bit more about is that obviously that will be based on a retail assessment that has various sort of projections in it, and I'd like to understand a bit more about what might be required in the short and medium term to support any early population that may be generated in the new garden settlement. I don't know who wants to come in at this
Yes,
point.
thank you, sir. Cognizant of the fact that the referenced figures in SS7-2 Part B will be subject to modification as previously outlined during sessions for previous matters. So the figures that are currently articulated under that policy criteria are subject to revision and change. I would say that within the first phase, there's an expectation that the first phase, in terms of timeline of delivery, fits quite neatly with the profiling that was done by Lichfields to 2032. So Lichfields under scenario 4, which is a high growth scenario, anticipated there will be a requirement by 2032 of 10,676 square meters of retail floor space. If we translate the figures from our expectation on phase 1, the figures to be delivered by 2030 for mixed retail and related uses sit at 9,900. So those are broadly in conjunction with one another in terms of what the town centre would bring forward in relation to retail in relation to retail use.
But and those figures were for both sort of convenience comparison and other sort of food and beverages. Was that everything?
That's correct. The full suite under new revised class E. Sorry.
And in terms of the projections that sort of sit behind some of those figures, forgive me, you may well have explored this with my colleague. So and if you have, then that's understandable. But obviously, the further into the future some retail study projections go, they're obviously based on Experian data, various other sources of information, studies. Perhaps as they get further into the future, they become slightly less accurate. Perhaps accurate is not the best word, but perhaps they become slightly less clear. So again, I'm just trying to understand over time. I'm presuming the council will keep its retail evidence up to date. Further retail studies and things will be produced. But does the policy reflect what might happen in the future in terms of changing retail evidence. Because what you've given me is sort of a range of figures to 2032. We've got something in the policy that talks about 2037, but we've got nothing in there that talks about the first 5 years. And then we've perhaps got some uncertainty as to what happens in the latter end of the scheme. So how would that sort of be addressed?
Yes, thank you, sir. The expectation in terms of the phase delivery of retail is as projected by Lichfields under table 3.7. So they break it down into 5-year delivery chunks. And so we need to exert a degree of caution, because those 5-yearly projections will provide global figures, but what one can't do is potentially affect the ability of the town centre to come forward at the right time and the right variety of uses, so as to create that critical mass of attractiveness. So there will be, in the revised policy wording, the ability for a retail impact assessment subject to the individual size of any one retail unit. And from memory, it's the applied cap is 500 square meters. So there is that check and balance safeguarding, but we could cross-articulate the Lichfields 5-yearly projections, but it would have to allow some flexibility, such that if the actual delivery at Otterpool undercut or over exceeded those figures by a value, what we can't do is kind of hinder the right kind of use coming forward at the right time, if that makes sense.
I understand that point. Yes, I think some of my concerns, and you may have explored this already, so forgive me, was whether there was the potential that without some, I think the unit size point is quite an important one, that whether by leaving global figures in, there was a potential that a very large single unit could come in and absorb that capacity in the short term, and therefore create some challenges in terms of what you're seeking to deliver over the long term, but also could impact on retailing in other places elsewhere. I think you're on mute, Mr. Hammond.
It doesn't allow me to unmute until I've heeded the warning bar. No, take the point that if we were to introduce those 5-yearly projections, then that table would have a suitably worded caveat to say that within that there is the requirement for the impact assessment in reference to the 500 square meter figure. So we wouldn't just present the raw, the raw data in that table. It would be suitably tempered with reference to floor space of any individual unit.
Thank you. Yes, I think that's, as I say, you already identified the need for other main modifications in this regard. So I think I'd perhaps add my concerns there to your consideration in terms of a package of modifications to deal with retail and town centre uses at the moment. I also just wanted to talk a little bit briefly. SS7 Part B also talked about an impact assessment, a requirement for an impact assessment to ensure there's no adverse impacts on vitality and viability of other centres. But I didn't see a specific floor space threshold for that. Is that the 500 you've just described, or is that intended to be something else, or was it intended to be left?
Yeah, we do through the proposed modification to that policy, we do introduce the wording for a threshold.
Thank you. No, that's useful.
So if I could add, also in the Places and Policies local plan, there is a policy which sets out that threshold for 500 metres squared. Policy RL8 of the local plan, which we adopted recently.
That's helpful, thank you. That's probably what I wanted to say. I've got Mr. Horner next.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure if this is something which can actually be addressed in the core strategy, but I'm just curious as to how the town centre will develop. Looking at the promoters' phase 1 plans implies that the entire town centre, as envisaged, or the nub of it, the commercial hub of it, will be totally built out within the first 5 years. If the retail space, which I read is mainly, these buildings are intended to be street level commercial with accommodation above, if that retail space is to be phased in, then what are those buildings going to be looking like over the first 0 to 5 and 5 to 10 years? Are we going to be faced with a streetscape of boarded up commercial premises ready to be let, or is there a plan that can make it vibrant at every stage of its life?
Thank you, Mr. Horner. I'll bring Mr. Vernon in next before I perhaps ask the council to respond.
Thank you, sir. My point just relates to the town centre, and I think what the policy seeks to achieve in establishing a critical mass for the town centre in terms of retail floor space. I do take issue with perhaps the wording of this, and this is perhaps we can come to something we can come to in the session where we talk through the detailed wording in respect to the impact assessment. It does specify that it requires no detrimental impacts on any other centres, and whilst that's the ambition of every retail proposal, that's simply unrealistic. I feel the retail catchments aren't closed by any stretch of the imagination. I'm certainly not suggesting that there will be anything of any scale to cause any significant issues to the centres listed. But realistically, and in order for this policy to be deliverable, I think it needs to have closer regard to the tests as set out within the MPPF, i.e. that of significant adverse impacts being the tipping point for unacceptability.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Perry next.
Yes, thank you, sir. I was just responding to Mr. Horner's question related to the promoter. I wouldn't disagree that obviously that is a challenge in current environment to get that activation in the local town centre, which is why, of course, we'll come back to it later, we're very focused on that initial moved critical mass of number of units to support local services. But we've also, from a viability perspective, always assumed that for the right uses, clearly we can be very flexible on, we're not assuming substantial financial rents. There'll be substantial rent-free periods bluntly allowed for in that viability to encourage the right uses at the right stage.
Thank you. And I presume if I bring Hammond back in, the council might give consideration to things like meanwhile uses, potentially as the built form of the town centre evolves, even if the final intended end user hasn't yet reached its critical mass.
Yes, thank you. So you took the word out of my mouth there. I was going to say clear opportunities for meanwhile uses. We spoke earlier about the potential for temporary occupation by, say, for example, health services, whether it would be in a purpose-built facility to begin with, or whether it could be in a town centre use. It could be repurposed later on, or similarly other community uses, to really get a sense of, as others have said, activation of that area, concentration of critical mass, etc. So yeah, meanwhile uses are a key part of that early phase, bringing some vitality to the street scene.
And is there a sort of existing policy in the PPLP or something that deals with meanwhile uses, or is that something that
I don't think
kind of reference?
I don't think we reference it in that specific way, sir. But obviously, the development industry at large will take a view as to they wouldn't build a space with the intention of leaving it vacant for any significant period. And so, as Mr. Parry has articulated that there will be other opportunities to stimulate occupation of those spaces.
Okay. Final point for Mr. Horner on retail before I move on.
So I just come back. I mean, Mr. Perry didn't actually address my point. Mr. Hammond did, but I'd like to suggest that if a developer is building a building which is 4 or 5 stories high and has only got one level of it for retail and the rest is available to sell as residential property, then he's likely to get on with it anyway, even though the ground floor might be, as I say, potentially boarded up for a few years. So I think it is something that does need to be brought to the attention of the developer in some way to discourage or to encourage his meanwhile uses.
Thank you. I've got Mr. Haining next.
Yes. Sorry, I don't know if I can get my video up with regards to this. Oh, there I am. Yeah, I don't know if it's with regards to retail, but it's also my comment is with regards to existing retail, and the development supporting existing retail in the surrounding communities, and particularly Sellinge. Sellinge has got the co-op. I think in February it's got planning for it to be extended. Sellinge is shown on the in the plan as being a hub community, but clearly, selling the Otterpool development, it's got its own retail, but it's about supporting each other. What I'm conscious about is the fact that Sellinge is very much cut off due to there's a natural boundary between Sellinge or parts of Sellinge and the co-op and the Otterpool development, and that is the M20 and the rail link. The only entry and exit posts for either foot, cycle or walking is Barrow Hill and Grove Bridge. The thing that notes me is with regards to supporting is with regards to for people from Otterpool to be able to actually come down and use our facilities, which supports our village. Actually, the infrastructure, I don't see anything because of the boundaries of the Otterpool development, which go around Sellinge and Barrow Hill and the A20. There doesn't seem to be anything to support either foot or cycle path along the A20 to be able to get people to commute between Sellinge and Otterpool and Sellinge in a environmentally and safe manner. And what I would ask is, I know we're talking about retail here, but retail is supported by the movement of people and being able to access it. And what I would ask is to ensure that, as they have done with the Taylor Wimpey development in phase 1, as they've done at the moment, they have on that part of the A20 leading up to the co-op, they've got what I call a good cycle path and a good footpath. But throughout all of these proposals, I don't actually see that same continuity existing from the co-op into these new proposed developments. I, for one, would not want my children, or even myself, to be honest, to cycle up Barrow Hill, bearing in mind it's such a key gateway for traffic. And I would ask certainly if yourselves and Mr. Shazravian QC would be sort of kind enough to sort of look into that, if at all possible. I know it comes under transport, but it's also an element with regards to fluidity to support existing and new potential retail.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. I understand the position, and I'm clear on it. And I think we are sort of going to return to a number of these issues in terms of movement connectivity as part of the discussion on transport. But thank you for raising the point.
Thank you.
So, did anyone have any other points on retail? Because I'd like to move on to other sort of community uses. So, if there's nothing else further from the council. No. Okay. I briefly wanted to just ask a quick question in terms of you've got the requirements for sort of police, fire and ambulance that are sort of set out in the ACOM study on page, I think it's 3-108. I just wanted to understand if there are any proposals to accommodate any blue light services within the proposed new settlement.
I'd have to take that away, sir, and come back to provide clarification.
Yeah, I'm happy for you to take it away. I mean, because as I said, I didn't see any reference to it in the plan, and obviously a lot of these services use a sort of hub and spoke model, and in some cases their activities are guided as much by response times as they are effectively immediate growth from adjoining sort of population. So I was just curious as to whether there was any proposals, and indeed whether they were referenced in the plan. So if you want to take that away, and
it's your point one of encouragement that the garden settlement should provide for those blue light services.
It was a question whether there was a need for such had been identified, and if there was there a reference to it in the plan. It was nothing more behind the question than that. But take the point away. It's not a we perhaps don't need to occupy any more time unless Mr. Sheridan's got a point. He looked like he was reaching.
I understand what you're saying. We need to investigate whether or not a need arises, whether or not the services would require any such provision within the development. So we'll take that away and look at it.
Thank you. Okay, I wanted to then sort of move on to we've dealt with wastewater in quite a bit of detail. I really just wanted to talk a bit about water supply, and just to sort of unpack a little bit in terms of the evidence around water supply, particularly in terms of evidence base obviously looks at responses from Affinity Water and their water resource management plan, and that's identified that it's covered both the growth that's identified in the PPLP and this current submitted core strategy review. I was just interested to know whether paragraph 7.13 of the IDP indicated that there was a small surplus of water resource, and I just wanted to understand what that was based on, and whether it's a sort of year-round average, particular points in the year. And then flowing from that, I just wanted to understand sort of whether there's any implications in terms of water supply, water transfer, and any other critical, essential or desirable sort of infrastructure in terms of water supply rather than wastewater.
Yes, thank you, sir. On potable water, the incumbent water utility provider for the area is Affinity Water. A new potable water supply will be required to serve the new development. In terms of the headroom capacity, which is capacity within the existing network, Affinity Water have indicated there is capacity for 1,500 units, and that is based on their applied usage values of 400 litres per household per day, or 126 litres per person per day, which I made reference to earlier. And of course, against that headroom, if it were to turn out that Otterpool Park's usage on a per capita basis were lower than those figures that have been applied. For example, Southern Water have got a target 100, which is for every household occupier to have a usage value of 100 litres per person per day going forward, and that is down to driving efficiencies in terms of the network connections, into lowering the amount of lost potable water through things like leakages, etc., as well as technological advances. So there's some flex in the capacity network at the moment, which is why there is a headroom figure of 1,500. The remaining development will require an upgrade to the sizing of the existing off-site and on-site mains to ensure sufficient water pressure is achieved and maintained between the Paddlesworth Reservoir and the development. Affinity Water has confirmed that a dedicated 560mm diameter water main would be required between Otterpool Park and Paddlesworth Reservoir over a length of approximately 11 kilometres. The water main itself will follow the same alignment as the existing water main that already will serve the first 1,500 units. And so one imagines that the application of things like easement areas will allow for suitable access into that part of the network to provide the upgrade. So in terms of the indicative implementation programme, it's anticipated that between 4 and 5 years of build out would be required to connect the upgrade utility, and that is profiled against the housing trajectory. So the promoter is in detailed conversation with Affinity Water already to begin that process of begin talking through that process of upgrade. And of course, there's a signed statement of common ground with Affinity Water to say that on the supply side, the needs of the core strategy review in terms of growth can be met on a supply position by Affinity Water.
Thank you. And just for clarity, the upgrades, there was a larger pipe south of the M20 and HS1 which allows for 3,500 dwellings. Is that the the name of the
1,500 units would be served by
1,500, and then there was a larger pipe was required beyond that, which was south of the M20 and HS1, which allowed for up to 3,500 dwellings by 2031.
No, the remaining development would be served by that upgrade of the utility. So the balance of development. So 1,500 can be built with no upgrade to the main infrastructure, but beyond 1,500 there will need to be that upgrade.
Okay, so I read that there was then a further pipe north of the M20 HS1 which would allow for the 6,000 dwellings by 2036. So has that position
perhaps
shifted, or am I?
Perhaps Arcadis could confirm on that in terms of utility. I'd welcome that clarification if I may.
Yes, certainly. Yes, coming in on that.
Hi, probably I can clarify if that's okay with you, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like Mr. Hammond said, the Affinity Water has confirmed, the first 1,500 homes can be supplied with the existing network without any major upgrades. But beyond that, we need this a dedicated new rising main, of 560mm diameter pipe coming from Paddlesworth Reservoir to the site. But I've been in contact with Affinity Water very recently, and they also confirmed that not only the Paddlesworth Reservoir that they have to supply the Otterpool project, since we had our early dialogue with Affinity Water, what they've done is they've undertaken some further transfer schemes, and they've brought online another storage facility to work in harmony with the Paddlesworth. So it does provide more resilience for the sort of when you're looking at the entire Otterpool project. We have ability to get the water from not just from the Paddlesworth storage area, another storage area connected to the site, which they can transfer water in between. So that provides that additional resilience we need when in the time of climate change or long drought periods to address some of the concerns being expressed by certain parties. Yeah. So yeah, I just want to make that point. So In terms of the supply side, the Affinity Water has also confirmed they have enough water within their supply zone. What they have is an issue with getting the water to our site. Yeah, so that is what we need this new rising main.
Thank you. Got Mr. Horner next.
Yes, I just wonder if I could understand the maths here. The 1,500 is talked about as 1,500 homes in Otterpool Park itself. Are we saying that this new rising main will not supply any other properties? I mean, if other developments are brought on perhaps faster than than they're planned to, does that affect this 1,500 threshold? Sorry if that's not clear, but it seems to me that the supply from Paddlesworth is going to supply not just Otterpool Park, but other developments, notably Sellinge next door. So is that 1,500 absolute in terms of the number of homes in Otterpool Park itself?
Thank you. Garrett, if you want to make your points, and then I'll ask the council's team to respond.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you and indeed see you.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Yeah, looking at the water cycle study in the core strategy review, chapter 5 on the water resources, from paragraph 5.11 to 5.2.5, it states over and over again how water stressed we are in this region. And yet we are faced with around 6,000 homes in the local plan and about 10,000 or 8 to 10,000 in a new town. 10,000 houses, I believe, will be the last straw in terms of water supply to homes in this district. Now, from what I've read, Affinity Water state that they can provide water via the existing infrastructure to the first 1,500 houses to Otterpool, with a review of PCC or per capita consumption to then assess the infrastructure needs of the proposed further 8,500 houses. Now, from what I've read, Paddlesworth Reservoir has recently been upgraded to 13 megalitres. This reservoir serves Barrow Hill and appears to be the preferred option to supply Otterpool Park. It's true that installing a water main can serve a new town. That is possible, but that's only half the story. In turn, now the supply mains onto the reservoir or into the reservoir has to be upgraded to cope with the flow out of an extra 6 megalitres a day. That's based on 600 litres per day per household, as confirmed by Affinity Water, allowing for leakage. Now, if the groundwater levels are low, this may not be possible. Buying in water from Southern Water and Southeast Water is an option, but that's only if it's available, and that's a little over of about 2 megalitres a day, which would serve less than about 3,500 homes. And that's once again given the 600 litres per household. Now, given the backdrop of Affinity Water now supplying about 70,000 homes at present, the idea or the notion of there being headroom in the system is a precarious one. And given that housing projection figures and the fear of a prolonged drought could be with us in the future, as it was back in 95 to 98. I think this was called the tanker drought. And that saw a plan in place here of importing water from Scandinavia via barges and then buying in water from France and being pumped through the Eurotunnel fire hydrant system. It's, you know, absolutely crazy. But that's where we were then. So I was surprised not to have seen a detailed water cycle study produced purely for Otterpool Park, given that the site will be held up as an exemplar for future builds. And the mention has been made of Albion Water being the appointed new appointment of variation, and it's to supply Otterpool Park. And now there's been little information in the core strategy review, and now I'm wondering why that is. Will they be liaising with Affinity Water? How many houses will be supplied with water saving devices? Will a desalination plant be installed? These are questions that we really want answered. Will Otterpool be supplied to the detriment of other villages in the area like Lim or Sellinge or Westnahanger? But the bottom line is, and the fact is, if there is no water in the ground, no water will flow from the taps. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Mr. Sekera.
Yeah, thanks, sir. I think if I could sort of explain that that we've undertaken the an outline water cycle study. At the time we prepared the current planning application. But alongside that, what we've done is, you know, we've had very close dialogue with the Affinity Water as well as the Southern Water, and also the new appointment variation. We talked about Albion Water. So, you know, we had that close dialogue for producing the water cycle study, but we didn't stop there. You know, to date, we are undertaking monthly meetings with Southern Water, Affinity Water, and the sort of new providers. So, you know, that dialogue continuously happening. We didn't stop. What I would like to mention is, you know, also as statutory water companies, the Affinity Water need to produce an approved plan by the regulator. It is called Water Resources Management Plan. And since we did our water cycle study, that plan has been updated, and, you know, last year. So the Water Resources Management Plan is now officially published, and it clearly confirms that they've looked at all the projected population in our district, as well as all the supply zones connected to their Water Resources Zone 7, which we are currently in, which is called Dower Zone, Dower Community. And they say very clearly, you know, they've undertaken the climate change analysis as required by Ofwat, you know, based on the latest climate projections, and they've taken into board the experience, the population projections, which included not only the 8,500, you know, it included the entire 10,000 homes. So all that the population has been factored in the Affinity Water Resources Management Plan, and that confirms that they don't have water shortage in terms of the water resources. They have sufficient water in their supply zone to accommodate the proposed garden town. And I have written communication, received from Affinity Water in sort of December last year, which clearly confirms they have water. Not only that, they've recently undertaken some transfer schemes which will enable to better manage Pedalsworth, not just relying on Affinity Water, the Pedalsworth. They can bring the additional the sort of storage areas to supplement what they can serve from Pedalsworth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And just from my perspective, obviously there is the signed statement of common ground that confirms those positions, and I'm assuming that updated WRMP has ultimately what's fed into Affinity Water's position, and which obviously supported their view that they were able to supply adequate water to the combined growth in terms of the PPLP and what's included in this core strategy review. Is that right?
The other way around, sir. We provided Affinity with projections of all sites to come forward through allocation to include also the places and policies local plan, as well as the core strategy review. So they had the full suite of our projected growth, and through Experian, as Mr. Gunasekara has articulated, their projections roll forward to 2080. It's all set out in the Water Resources Management Plan dated April 2020. Probably key to that is table 25 of that plan. So for the Southeast region, which is given reference WRZ7, there are 7 schemes that are referenced under table 25, which are supply side developments for the Southeast region. And the requirement for those, the strengthening of that supply side network is required from various dates between now and 2080 to include the Lye Oak variation in 2021, which will supply 0.14 megalitres per day. The Tappington South licence variation expected in 2044, which will provide 0.7. I can provide this to you separately, sir. Broome Network Improvement 2066, providing 2.27 megalitres. Dover Constraint Removal 2022, providing 1.32. Barham Import Increase in 2057, providing 2 megalitres. Deal continuation after 2020, providing 0.0714, so quite a low figure. And then Barham continuation after 1920, providing 2 megalitres. So really, it's really to hit home that through on the supply side, Affinity have looked in great detail at forecasting projections. They know where reinforcement of their network is needed. They have to provide that within the Water Resources Management Plan under their duty, but they've done that, and it's really spelled out clearly in terms of how on the supply side they will meet the future requirement for potable water.
Thank you.
I mean, if I can add onto that, if I may, is that they don't have any shortfall in supply until 2045, and then although we need some limited schemes to continue the supply, the real supply deficit kicks in around 2045 based on their projections, and then that will then increase up to 4 megalitres per day when they reach 2080 time horizon. So that is why they need that additional extra schemes considered over and above the demand reductions, the demand management measures they are planning to undertake. So we have very small scale infrastructure upgrades they need to improve the supply. At the same time, they consider the demand management measures. They call twin track approach. So you don't rely on just the increase in the resources. We do metering, leakage reductions, behavioral changes, water efficiency measures. So that 2 things work together on top of the trend we have, based on the historic data, the population projection across the country, so the average occupancy rates also reduce. So they have in their water resources management plan, on page 31 of their document, they sets out the sort of company level, the design assumptions they use, which clearly shows how the occupancy rates, reduce, from 2020 to 2045, and how the per capita consumption reduces based on the measures they are bringing online.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think I've got everything I need in that. And just to say, yes, Mr. Hammond, if you could just put those figures down that you cited earlier into a short note, that would be helpful. So before I move on to other issues relating to infrastructure, just any final points from anyone on water supply before I move on?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barrett.
Oh yeah, yeah. With this new type of working that we have now, with people working from home and all the rest of it, has an allowance been made for extra water use at home? Because I know that this may be a temporary measure, but I feel that some people, some companies are quite happy for their employees to work from home now. Has there been any allowance made for that in the upcoming PCC figures from Affinity Water? I'm sure that in a year or two to come, we may see the figure from Affinity Water of 152 litres a day at the moment actually increase.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Horner, and I'll get a final response from the council before we need to move on.
And there was something else there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yes, Mr. Barrett, carry on.
Okay. I haven't seen any allowance made for industrial or commercial use of water consumption in the area. Is that a thing that should be considered?
Thank you. I'll get the council to respond to those points. Mr. Horner, if I can move to you now. Mr. Barrett, if you wouldn't mind just muting, just muting your microphone for me, because I've got a bit of background noise there. Brilliant, thank you. Mr. Horner.
Yes, I don't want to repeat what we put in our Regulation 19 submission.
Jolly good.
Unduly. But just to summarise, there will come a point when there just is not enough water in the southeast of England, and an organisation called Water Resources Southeast is aware of this, and they did a study a couple of years ago which demonstrated that it was foreseeable that water supplies from the ground would have to be supplemented by desalination, and this is not sustainable in our view. That answer clearly wasn't good enough. They've gone back since in the last year. They've started again and looking at the whole situation again. It's almost like they're shuffling the deck chairs on the deck of the Titanic. There just isn't enough water to go around, and we ask as an organisation, at what point do we say that this development is unsustainable?
Thank you. I don't know if Mr. Guinness-Sakara, are you going to finally summarise for the council on water before we move on, or is there any?
Yeah.
Make the points brief if you could.
Okay. Yeah, I will. In terms of the post-COVID impact of people working from home, yes, the water companies have realized that there has been sort of per capita consumption increase per property level, but one should not forget that it is a redistribution of what would otherwise happen. It could be per property level, that increase could be higher, but if they went to work, that people still need to consume that water. So it is a rebalance of the available water, the water we need to use somehow. Yeah. So the challenge would be, is the network is capable of sort of accommodating such variation. And water companies are acutely aware of this, and they are looking into this specific thing, and they have all the water companies have signed up to achieve carbon neutrality as well, by 2030. So they responded, so even to sort of address those challenges, bringing forward the government, the greener initiatives, bring those forward. So they are working on those challenges, and I would imagine that would reflect in the future water resources management plans, as we yet to see. So the important point to make here is, as a statutory water company, they have a duty to supply under the Water Resources Act. And so one should not forget that. And there is a different regime outside the planning, the land use planning system, just to make sure that. So there is that ability. In terms of the desalination plant and the water resources Southeast project, yes, there is collaboration, amongst the water companies to make sure that they have an agreed partnership approach, and they can intertransfer the water supply, limited water we have, to best use them. So if you don't need much water in certain supply area, they can bring water from other areas. So that is good practice. But where we are, the Southeast supplies zone of the affinity water, they are not at the moment connected very much into the other sort of rest of the water companies, other than the Southeast water and the Southern water. We have two small existing bulk transfers. So the current plan relies on maintaining those small supplies, and by we reach around 2040-45 times, that supply will increase a little bit. But none of those has identified the need to undertake desalination plants within the affinity water area. If I can clarify that.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on now. So on the agenda, there was a final bullet point under point G in relation to other issues relating to infrastructure. And I just wanted to fairly briefly cover electricity infrastructure, if I can. Now, I've sort of looked through the evidence and identified that there has been a need for a new primary substation to support the new settlement. But also the paragraph 728 of the IDP talks about transformer replacement and the relevant primary substation to serve the new garden settlement. And is that the Smith reinforcement proposal that would serve the new garden settlement? Just for my information, I don't know, is that Mr. Hammond? Are you leading from the council on this?
Yes, thank you. I prepared the IDP, and obviously, as previously described, it was prepared in 2018. So some of the assumptions that are set out in the IDP might have since been superseded and updated through more recent work done by the site promoter. But the IDP set out in paragraph 7.28 does talk about reinforcement of the network, which includes upgrades to the Stamford switchgear, although that will take place between the period of April 2015 to March 2023. So that, I believe, is unaffected by OTIPL. Reinforcement of the network at Smeeth, and then also Romney Warren reinforcement. Off the top of my head, so I can't clarify which reinforcement relates to the specific provision of electrical supply for OTIPL. Serve to say that because of the decarbonisation of the grid, that OTIPL Park will be wholly supplied through electricity. I don't believe it's going to be served by gas, so there is obviously that focus on electrical supply. Maybe if I could ask for someone from Arcadis to confirm precisely where the reinforcement to the network will take place, that would be helpful.
What I just before Mr. Davis from Arcadis responds, and perhaps he might be better to direct some of my questions to. I think what I'm trying to understand as well is that what's the sort of status of sort of applications to connect for Otterpool being sort of investigated? I'm obviously mindful that operators such as UKPN aren't able to forward fund what they call speculative proposals, but that can also extend to things that most planning professionals aren't in fact that speculative. So what I'm trying to understand is what the status of that situation is, and is there any risk that there may be other competing proposals in the grid in the vicinity that could absorb any potential spare capacity, and thereby is there any need for strategic reinforcement elsewhere that perhaps we need to understand? Mr. Davies?
Thank you, sir. The discussions to date have been with UKPN and have really covered the requirements for Otterpool Park solely. The feedback is that enabling infrastructure is needed for the development beyond 1,500 units. So the trigger point is 1,500. Up to that point, there's sufficient infrastructure in place. The requirements are really for a primary substation on site. That substation has got space allowance within the master plan, and the feedback from UKPN was such that a further off-site reliance was not currently part of the requirements, and neither were there comments that there was a procedural process for capturing capacity either.
That's helpful, thank you. And I'm assuming we'll come on to the sort of viability, but the sort of costs of capturing the on-site sort of primary substation have been factored into the overall requirements for scheme viability.
Yes, they have. The budget costs have been obtained and absorbed into the overall cost plan of the development.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. I didn't have anything particularly further on electricity. I think that's covered the main points that I wanted to raise. So unless anyone's got any other points on electricity infrastructure or anyone wanted to come back, I'm mindful of time as well, and whether so if nobody's got any further comments, perhaps Mr. Ward would like to indicate whether he wants to start part H of the agenda now, or whether he wants to consider taking a slightly earlier break and then starting in earnest on point H after lunch.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it would be sensible, given we're kind of moving onto a different topic, it would be sensible to break and then come back to it after lunch. So just in the interest of making progress, 10 to 1 now, perhaps a shorter than usual lunch break and an earlier afternoon start. So I would suggest, and I'll take views on this, if we break now and perhaps resume at 1:30, does that create any particular problems for people?
So I need to go back to my hotel. Okay. So if I could have until 1:45, that would help me.
Well, that's fine. We can make it. Yeah, if that's okay. Do you, when you say that, you're in potentially being kicked out?
No, just I've left a document there which I need.
Okay, fair enough. Is that give you enough time? I mean, we can stick with 2:00 if necessary.
No, 1:45 is fine. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll Does that create any problems for anyone else if we start, Mr. Bowen?
Just to add one point, sir, I know that transport will be discussed at a date to be agreed, but I just wanted to put a marker down that many of the issues that have been raised by your good selves as inspectors and other parties this morning apply equally to transport in terms of getting the necessary and appropriate clarity with regards to what is needed, where it's needed, when it's needed, and how it's going to be provided. And over and above that, it will be the interplay between all of those various infrastructure needs to ensure that the entire package is deliverable. And I know we'll be talking about viability and delivery this afternoon, but it's that interplay between all the matters. So I just wanted to put that marker down now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. So we'll break now, and if we can resume 1:45, so we'll be moving then on to issues relating to viability and delivery. So thank you. Resume 1:45. Thanks. Good afternoon, it's 1:45. Can I just check, Caroline, that you can see and hear me okay?
Yes, good afternoon,
Yeah.
Inspector. Yes, I can do both. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll resume the session at this point. As I said before lunch, we're going to move on now to item 2H on the agenda, viability and delivery. Dealing with viability, first of all, just wanted to ask the council to provide, I suppose, an overview of the evidence base as far as viability is concerned for the New Garden settlement. So perhaps we can just kick off with that particular point, really, just to I suppose set out what the evidence base is, in fact, for in terms of viability. Not sure who from the council will kick off with this.
Yes, that'll be myself, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
The District Council originally commissioned chartered surveyors, BPS chartered surveyors, to undertake a viability exercise to review those policies in the core strategy review local plan, which relate to Otterpool Park proposal. More latterly, the District Council has instructed Gerald Eve LLP to undertake a review of further viability evidence submitted to support the proposed allocation of land known as Otterpool Park for a new garden settlement in the emerging core strategy. The emerging local plan has an allocated development of a garden settlement to be jointly undertaken at Otterpool Park for approximately 10,000 residential units with commercial and ancillary uses and in conjunction with associated infrastructure. The evidence provided by Gerald Eve only considers the delivery of 8,500 of those homes as part of the site allocation, and it is anticipated that the remaining 1,500 units and other proposed uses will be delivered by remaining landowners and developers in the area. But as an overall headline, the viability work has shown that the scheme that has been modelled as a solution to provide the garden assessment is viable. Obviously, over time, it's shown that it is capable of being delivered at this moment and is what is required of the plan. And the fact there is a live planning application out for consultation shows there are alternative ways of delivery, and that the plan should enable a certain amount of flexibility to consider this in terms of the overall delivery implementation. We do have consultants in support of the council, sir. That's James Brierley, who is a partner of Gerald Eve, and then also other consultants working on behalf of the promoter. So if you have any specific queries on viability, it might be that I call upon their expertise.
Okay, certainly, thank you. So just to get things off on the right footing, is it fair to say that the council's position as far as the assessment of viability, the discussion that's going to follow now, is it fair to say that that should really be based mainly on the later work from Gerald Eve, i.e. the June 2020 study?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, okay. And clearly that was in part at least a review of previous work, but it draws its own conclusions and undertakes its own appraisals in that sense. So it can be considered to be the most up-to-date assessment from your point of view.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We'll proceed on that basis then. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I take it if perhaps Mr. Brearley can take the lead on answering some of these questions, and if Mr. Hammond wants to come in also. But just in terms of the report itself, as I said, I'm referring to the June 2020 report from yourselves. Just wanted, I suppose, if we could start with you, I suppose, summarising what the findings of that appraisal are in terms of the viability, and just explain how that's been worked through, I suppose, in brief terms. I've got some more specific questions to pick up in terms of various assumptions and parts of the appraisal, but perhaps you could start, Mr. Brearley, just with an overview of taking us through the figures, as it were, in terms of the overall viability appraisal. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, no problem at all. I think it's let's start off with the concept then. We have a significantly large development that is going to be delivered over a reasonable period of time. So we have followed the usual programme of assessing rules that are set out in the MPPF and MPG in looking at that, and therefore we're really looking at this against to consider viability in regards to a target rate of return. What would be an appropriate benchmark, if you like, for this scheme to be viable? And we've done that by having regard to all the information that's been provided by the applicant for their own scheme, but also had a look at the information that's out there in terms of values and costs and associations, and also looked at other similar sized developments of, sort of garden villages that have been proposed in other locations to ensure that the assumptions that have been proposed are consistent with those, and then looked at the timescales and distribution of costs over the lifetime of that development itself. What we've also done is we've looked at it as a master developer producing, if you like, a sort of serviced piece of land, which then plots will be disposed of within that to developers. And we've done viability of individual plots, and then we've aggregated them in as a sort of transactional value to the master developer, which offsets their costs of investing into the major infrastructure in Section 106. So if you like, the individual plots are almost viable or are viable, but almost unaffected by the infrastructure, if you like, because that burden is reliant upon the master developer who's delivering it. And it is the value of those plots which is funding that. Of course, like with any development, it takes some time for the investment of the master developer in the major development infrastructure elements to be recovered through the income stream that is being received from selling off the various parcels of land. And so they're looking at it in a slightly different way that we'd normally look at a small development, a plot development, which would be sort of on a GDV approach as set out in the MPPF or MPG. They will need to look at something which is a bit broader and a bit longer in term. So we've used an IRR rate to consider that, which allows for us to consider the time value of money given the size of the scheme. So we're looking at this from a master developer approach. We're looking at it from the basis of a benchmark to ensure that that master developer is receiving enough income to overcome the costs associated with delivering it over time. So we've broken it down into multi-phases, and we've distributed the income and cost of those phases in accordance with the information that's been provided by the applicant in regard to their own application. We've clarified those values and costs both through G&T, who are also on the call here, and also looked at values elsewhere. So we've basically looked at what the applicant is proposing to do, double checked that their costs are acceptable, and then modelled it to see if it's reasonable, and then compared that to other major developments and seeing whether or not it's basically in the same ballpark, whether it's significantly more or significantly less in different parts of the appraisal. And our general outcome of that was that we're looking for a target range of an IRR of around about 10 to 12% on a current day basis. And what I mean by current day basis is we have disregarded growth, inflation in our modelling. In reality, you would expect that there would be changes in costs in terms of inflation, and you would expect there'd be changes in value as a result of growth. We have allowed a little bit of growth in some of the models after 10 years to reflect the fact that now you've created an environment which is quite nice to live rather than just simply inflation of values over time. So we've excluded that. So that gives us that range. And when we've tested the model and the values and costs associated with the information that we've clarified individually, we've come to the conclusion that the overall model is within that range. It's at the lower end of that range, but that's not unexpected, if you like, at this stage. But it's within inside that target rate of return. So the conclusion would be that for an investor going in, a master developer going in and building this, whether it was the applicant proposed or a generic master developer, there would be an appropriate return over the lifetime of the development for them to invest in and deliver the scheme, even though it would result in the early phases of the master developer elements, the infrastructure, being quite a significant investment. And it would be recognised that that would be recovered over time.
Okay. So I'm looking at the moment at in your report, table 14 on page 65, if you have that available.
Just get that to myself.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that sets out an appraisal summary, and I suppose brings it together in terms of those conclusions that you've just referred to. But
yes,
perhaps you could just take me through the various elements of that appraisal summary and just explain how that's all worked out. Yeah.
Okay. Well, as I said, the first line at the top there, called total revenue plot developer, that is the value of land that is received from selling off the plots when you've put in the infrastructure. So it's, as I say, it's a little bit different to what you'd expect when you see a normal residential developer, where you see the individual house values and then they're the value element, and then you have the cost. This is the master developer, so he's assuming that the developer himself will do that value, and then he'll pay him some land value effectively that will come into his model. We have modeled that so that valuation is reflective of sales values, of build costs, of doing the individual units, but it's aggregated into a value per plot, which we then invest. So that's showing that we estimate that it's around about, well, 692 million, but it's, you know, it's a little bit less than the developer is proposing, but we consider that that's what the market evidence is presenting. And the differences there could be in terms of expectation in plot values. It could be expectation of where values will go, you know, have they allowed for slightly different values as plots grow in time, or it could be simply just the rate per square foot that you're applying to any particular unit type.
Just on that front, when you talk about plots, I understand from the report that you've calculated, or whoever did, the plots are equated to 75 units each. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the way we broke it up. So we applied that basis. So we worked on the assumption of a sort of a generic lump of land, if you like, in terms of residential values. And yes, those reflected 75 residential units per plot. And then we multiplied up how many plots you would have in each phase. So there are various phases, and those phases are then comparable to the amount of infrastructure that's required for a phase, say 1,000 units and so forth.
Yeah. So that figure of 692 million is the revenue that the master developer would receive from the sale of those individual plots combined.
Yes, if he sold the land at values of today. Of course, that might well be a lot larger as time goes on and values and costs change. But yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Perhaps just then, if you can go through the costs elements of that appraisal table.
Yes. So again, the costs here are related to the cost of infrastructure, not the cost of building houses, because that's reflected already in the value of the land we've already just described at the top there. So this is to the additional infrastructure cost that the master developer is going to spend to enable him to provide service plots of land for house builders to buy and build their houses upon. And you can see there that we've assessed, this is G&T have assessed this, and again, here they can ask any questions if you've got any specifics. But we're basically within a similar ballpark. I know 10 million sounds a lot, but in the percentage terms, it's actually not a great difference. And they've analysed the costs, the items that they've identified for cost, and then they've assumed what they think the appropriate cost would be for those items. Then we have the next section is the section 106. So this is items which are effectively could be provided as in kind or as a cash sum. And this is broken back to effectively somewhere between £15,000 and £18,000 per plot or per unit. Sorry, I shouldn't use the word plot because we'll get confused, per unit. And that breaks back to that sort of amount of money. So in the scheme, not only have you got £200 million worth of roads and facilities and utilities and so forth, you've also got £127,000 million, which is going to be providing the education and so forth. And when you look at that, it's been broken down to, as I say, a rate per unit. So for each phase, before you start the phase, you're going to be paying, in section 106 terms, a cash equivalent of however many units you're doing, you're going to have an amount of cash before they start. So if you've got to build a school, for example, as long as that phase has 400 units, you'd be able to build the school before it started because you'd have enough money from the Section 106. If you're going to do it a bit lower, then what would happen is that the county would obviously have to assume that they were forward funding that school with the understanding that the Section 106 would be refunding them over the time.
Okay, so under that element, the Section 106 costs, that cost has been attributed to the master developer rather than the individual.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And what that does is it takes away the burden, if you like, of the Section 106 contributions. Other than affordable housing, obviously they would have to be provided by the developer, but it allows the developer on the individual plots to provide a policy compliant allowance of affordable housing. And then that burden is then taken away from the developer and put to the master developer, which allows him to spread the burden over the lifetime of the development, which is why it enables things to come forward. If you try to burden it on the initial plots, of course, that would have a negative effect on their viability.
Okay, thank you.
We've also got risk in here. So this is not an actual sum of money that's being spent. This is a risk profile at this stage to allow for the development to come forward. So there's £27 million worth of risk. Obviously, we've got half the risk in there that's been presented by the applicant, but actually that is rather that they put an optimus bias on. We removed that optimus bias for the items, and then we've done sensitivity where we put the optimus bias back in. So it's just a way of presenting it, but it's to do with risk. It's not real. It's not real cost. It's just how you assess the risk and make sure that you've, if costs go up, if something on the water treatment plant needs more money, that sort of thing. Whether there's enough cash in the contingency to cope with those sort of items. As we heard earlier, I think that the applicant considers that the allowance they have in risk enables them to absorb some of those changes in costs that we've been discussing this morning.
Okay.
Without overly affecting the viability. So unrecovered costs are effectively the land, all the work that's being done at the moment to bring this thing forward. So the master developers obviously already invested a significant amount of money, and therefore they would expect to be able to return that over the lifetime of the development. So then there's the overheads of managing that project and so forth, marketing as in selling off the individual plots and getting developers to buy them, paying agents for the opportunity, and then we've allowed for financing costs on the whole. And the financing costs are probably a bit lower than you'd expect on a small development, but this is a long-term development. You can see what you're investing in. It's infrastructure rather than houses. So the level of interest we thought was fine for this type of development.
Okay.
So that gave us a total cost of 589 million. And then what we've then done is we've looked at land value. Now this is our effective benchmark value. The applicant proposed 95 million. We looked at this. We looked at it both from a terms of what's the existing use value, which is agricultural. We looked at what would be an appropriate premium to reflect a reasonable landowner to dispose of that. And we found that that was in the range of an appropriate premium. I can go to other parts if you want to know what the breakdown of that is. Now, the interesting thing here is you can see some returns. Now, I've been talking about IRRs, which I think on this level of development is the appropriate way to look at it. But you can see that the other proxies that can be looked at are return on value, return on cost, and both of those sit comfortably within the MPG expectation for plans. So again, whilst I think IRR is the appropriate way to do it, they're fine in terms of any other way you want to measure it.
Okay.
So that's how we've broken it down. So as long as those returns are, achieving a certain level that you think is appropriate, then it allows the investors to invest and carry on developing.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, just a few questions in terms of the, I suppose, the assumptions and the inputs to all of those calculations, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So just, well, I suppose a more generic question to start with. You said at the start really that you'd taken the work that had been done already, and you'd taken the information that had been provided as part of the application. As far as I suppose detailed information from the applicant, there are various references to that. There isn't any replication of that detailed information in your report. Is it to be found elsewhere, or are we talking about information which has been treated on a confidential level by and large?
I think some of it is in. Let me just check, because the information you're talking about is effectively the cost plan. Now, there's an element of cost plan information that we've been provided. This is, of course, a plan stage and not a planning application stage. So there is an argument that the level of detail that you'd expect is less. And what we need to do is we need to check the item and the associated cost for that item, and check that that's in a reasonable ballpark figure, if you like, rather than the absolute figure of a particular item. And have all the specifications, all the drawings and so forth. I mean, if you did that at this stage, which could be done, I suppose, the applicant would have to be in a significantly further along the process to make sure that they had all that information. But also then you would have to spend, and the council would have to spend, a significant amount of money and time reviewing it down to the absolute details. So for the local plan stage, you usually look at the cost of something, a junction or whatever it is, and we then apply given the cost by Arcadis in this instance, we give them to G&T. They look at those costs for those items. They look at what they think, what that specification is. Does that marry up? And then they have conversation with Arcadis to make sure that they're okay with that. But it is generally at a higher level. I'm just trying to see if we provided the cost plan as part of our evidence, or if we didn't insert it. But we do have. I think it was Appendix 2 and it was redacted. Yeah, so we don't have it. It's not been presented in an open format, but we do have it. And the reason for that is that because of the detail of information is regarded as confidential for the application stage, and that they've obviously got to go through rather a lot of competitive dialogue with people to try and drive those prices down. If they put it in this environment, then they know what the price they're going to get from everybody. But what we can be confident of is that G&T have looked at the costs associated and are satisfied, in the most part. Obviously, you see there is some difference, that those costs are in the appropriate amount.
But that detailed information from the cost plan is something that you've seen and you've taken into account.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's a question. If I think the public putting it into the public domain is a bit of a problematic issue with those sort of things at this stage. But I'm sure if it was felt that anyone wanted to, yourself, sir, or anyone else wanted to see it on the reviewing stage, we could make that available, I'm sure. But I'm satisfied that the information that we received, which was the cost plan, we've looked at that. It is high level. It's not down, as I say, down to the granularity you'll get on a planning application, but it gave us enough understanding. We'd always love more, of course, but it gave us enough understanding to be able to say, okay, yes, that's that type of infrastructure usually costs that, and they're in the right ballpark in this instance.
Yeah. I mean, you'll appreciate it's certainly very unusual if something of that nature was for us to see it without it being in the public domain. So
I understand that, sir.
Yeah, but from what you say, you've fully taken that detailed information into account.
We have, and as I say, G&T have looked at that in detail. It's not just me as a viability expert looking at it for the modelling purposes. We've actually broken it down and gone down into the individual items, which is why we have a different figure to them rather than taking theirs as face value.
Yeah, that's helpful, thank you. Okay, I suppose just running through some of the inputs and assumptions, and just to ask some questions on that. As was said at the start, the appraisal is based on a scheme of 8,500
it is
units. In terms of the core strategy review and the allocation and the expected number of dwellings within the plan period, it's less than that.
6,097, I think.
So I suppose just to clarify first of all, that there isn't an appraisal based on that figure 6,000. This is the appraisal we have, which is based on 8,500.
That is correct. What I can explain is that we have looked at what the viability looked like at the point through the development at 6,000, okay. And it is, you have to imagine that the investor here is looking to recover their money and has got a proposal of 8,500. What is the position? When do they achieve 6,000 houses? And what is the position on viability at that point in time, given that you are going to be putting in infrastructure early days and expecting it to be recovered? And also there's an element of that infrastructure is for 8,500 units, not 6,000 units, if you see what I mean. Mm-hmm. But what we discovered by looking at that was that the scheme is viable. It is making a profit to the investor at the point of 6,000 houses. But it's more like about 7% in IRR, so it's below the target rate at that point in time. But it shows that by 6,000 they are making a reasonable. It's about £35 million profit, to give you an idea. It is still quite a lot of money, but they're not quite there in terms of the green light you would want in terms of looking at it as an investor. You'd say, well, I'd want an appropriate round of return for the amount of money I'm investing at this stage. And you say, well, I think 8,500, well, we worked it out, 8,500 houses is about the right amount of housing you need for that return. But by investing in that return, it enables you to deliver 6,000 houses in the plan period.
So is there a point between the 6,000 and the 8,500 which tips it into what you know, as you say, at 6,000 there would be a profit there, but you wouldn't think that was a sufficient percentage in IRR terms? Is it the case that it effectively requires the whole 8,500 to be truly viable in that sense, or is there a point somewhere between the two?
It's quite a difficult question to unravel, actually, although it seems quite a simple one, because the amount of infrastructure and when you're investing into that infrastructure is inherently affects how much return you need to make. Now, it's quite possible that with inflation and growth over the lifetime of 10 years or so, I think we're talking up to about 2037, so 15 years, that you may well have enough inflation in values that actually you have got an appropriate return at that point in time to cover that. But also you may not. So you have to have that flexibility to know that you can still, you give the green light for the investor. And once he started, he's not going to be able to stop, if you like. He needs to keep going because he's going to invest quite a lot of money for quite a long-term return. It is possible you could reconfigure it and you could maybe compress it slightly, but I think you would potentially lose pieces of infrastructure, if you like. There are, of course, some infrastructure which are related to the amount of houses you have, like Section 106, education, playing fields, open space. All those sort of things do have a relationship with how big a scheme is. So if you shrink it, those numbers go down. But there are other things that cost the same amount of money, whether you build 6,000 or 8,000 houses, and therefore to enable the thing to be more viable, you need more houses to allow that kind of infrastructure to come forward. So my view is, I think you probably, as an investor, you would want the comfort that you could deliver 8,500 houses to enable you to trigger that 6,000 within the plan period. If you got to the plan period, end of the plan period at 6,000, and the market was such that it had been positive and you're in a good place, then arguably you might say, well, we don't need to continue to achieve the returns. We've achieved them. But at the same time, you might get to that point where you say, well, actually the market's looking a bit worse and we do need to continue. We won't make the profit we were expecting to make, but we need that to at least recover as much profit as we can. So I think actually 8,500 is about the right place to be on the assumptions we've looked at today. For the scheme to be viable in long term. But as I say, what that does is it enables the master developer to have the comfort and confidence to invest in the scheme, which means he will be able to deliver the 6,000 in the time frame.
Yeah. So it's clearly envisages a long-term situation here, that given that the plan period runs up to 2036, 37, and estimated completions of about 6,000, it's beyond that period when it truly starts to become a genuinely viable scheme in investment terms.
In return, you need that length of time and that sort of income stream. But as I say, if the income stream increases because of growth in that time, then the length of time and the amount of houses can compress. But we just don't know that at this stage. Based on current day values and costs, you need that sort of size to ensure that you can deliver the infrastructure and houses in the plan period.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the timescales and rate of development, am I right in saying that the appraisal works on an average of 300 units being completed a year?
It's approximately that, yes,
yeah.
sir.
Yeah. Okay.
And what that does is it doesn't assume you have a single developer. It assumes that you're going to have several developers. Some, on a size of this scale, a site of this scale, you can easily have those developers in separate locations, or you could have some next to it. It might be better to have some bit of competition next to each other, but it can accommodate 3 or 4, maybe 2 to 4 developments going on at any one time, and not overly impact each other's in terms of values. So you can max out at that sort of value, and if those developers or those parcels are between 75 and 100 units, depending on how much affordable housing you have in those plots, then that's relatively consistent with what we're seeing on that scale elsewhere. And it's just because you've got 3 or 4 of these on such a large area that it adds to the 300. It's not as 300 from one outlet.
No. And can you just explain where the figure of, excuse me, the 300 came from as a basis for the assessment?
Well, it's partly experience of sites of this size and scale. As I say, we'd usually anticipate to see plots between 75 and 100 units per outlet, and then we would look at how big the site was and how much land area it was taking up, how you could disaggregate these things, and we come to a conclusion that somewhere between 3 to 4 outlets would not be unachievable in this location. And that's how we came to it. That was consistent, of course, with how the applicant has approached it as well, and is consistent with a number of other large-scale developments across the country. So we felt comfortable, both on our own experience, the applicant's proposals, and evidence from other local plans, that sort of level for this size of scale of development was achievable.
Okay. I'm going to come back to delivery rates in due course, but the council's trajectory, which we'll discuss in a while, the annual rate of completion gets to, well, it certainly gets above 400 and peaks above 500 for several years. What's the implications of that in terms of the realism of it in terms of viability?
Well, I think it's quite possible. The thing here is we're starting off with a sort of a field, if you like, and we're going to start with, you've got to imagine that you're going to have a number of dwellings that are going on. Outlets, and as you start to create a sense of community and the infrastructure elements and the schools and so forth come online, then you're going to have the opportunity to increase the amount of developers that can build out and not compete with each other at the same amount of time. So it is possible to ramp up. There's also an implication of whether you're looking at houses or flats. I mean, this will predominantly be houses, but there could be stages where there are more flats, which again would allow you to increase the speed at which you could sell and build. So 300 is the average, but we would imagine that it would be lower at the start, and it could be in the middle. It could be higher, like a bit like a bell curve, and then tapering off at the end as you start to run out of opportunities and don't want to compete with each other.
Okay, certainly something we'll come back to in due course. Thank you for that. The next point, I noticed there's a couple of participants want to come in, but I just wanted to go through a few questions and then I'll bring you in afterwards. But the placemaking premium, which is referred to, and again, as I understand it, you've taken an assumption there of 15% from year 10 onwards. So in effect, the premium to sales values arriving from a new place being created, as it were.
Exactly, yeah.
So added value.
Yeah.
Can you just explain the basis for that and any evidence to support that proposition?
Yes, I can. I mean, the simplest thing is, I think you've already got it in your head, is if you're sitting there looking out and it's all fields and there's not a lot going on and the infrastructure's coming and the school will be here soon and so forth, then you don't have the opportunity to enhance your value. But once you have started to deliver, new parks, new houses, new schools and so forth, then there becomes an attractive element to living here beyond simply just the values that are seen elsewhere on smaller plots. So that's a consistent element that we're seeing on larger developments that are coming forward. As they become established, they gain a placemaking element of value that you don't get on small ones, because they are more consistent with the market. So it's sort of economies of scale in that sense, and an opportunity for someone coming to live there. In terms of where do we get that evidence from, there are a number of studies that have been done recently where they've looked at different elements of impact on infrastructure. For example, near railway stations, they found that values are somewhere about 10 to 20% higher within walking distance or within a short distance of railway stations than they are further afield. So as you get, there are certain elements of infrastructure that become available to a property owner. It enhances their opportunity to buy things. We know that with schools. We know when there's a high, a good value school, we find that property prices are higher. And it's basically the same thing. It's basically you just take that, and that sort of theory, and you look at it in terms of what's being opportuned here, and we think that wouldn't be an unreasonable approach. In terms of percentage, we are seeing it on other studies I've seen from, I've seen CBRE. I also know that the RCS have produced a document which came out in 2016 on placemaking and value, and the RCS one based it on 5 cases that they assessed, and they came up between 5 and 10% inflation on value based on the placemaking element. So my experience recently, I've seen things between about 10 and 20%. So I'm happy that a 15% premium after 10 years, and I have to say 10 years is a bit arbitrary. I'm guessing that after 10 years, you've established a certain amount of the development. It's about halfway through it. It should be a good place to assess that. But that's how we've done it. So we're in accordance with how, studies that have been done by the RCS and other leading analysis elements, and we think that isn't an unreasonable place to go, and it is consistent, I've seen, with other major developments in terms of plan making as well.
But the estimates of sales values, that's you provided some information in the report, that's based on your best assessments of what are comparable sales values.
They're based on comparable values for those property types, if you like, in and around Folkestone. So they're based on values that you get for an outlet of 100 units in Folkestone at this time, in the authority or surrounding area. So the values we've based off comparable evidence, and we've based those also having a look at what the applicant is saying, which is probably why we're a bit lower than them, because we've looked at other evidence that's out there at this moment in time, and there could have been a difference in point in time when they assess that evidence. We've taken that evidence, we've applied that, and then we said, okay, we assume that to that base, that position on value that you would receive now, if you were building a 100-unit scheme anywhere in the authority, you would expect to see an enhancement for placemaking on these by around 10 years. And we've applied that. What we haven't applied through any of this, as I say, is the growth that you might get anyway through a lifetime of the development. Of being circa 20 years, you imagine the values of the properties that are sold in year 1 will not be the same value as the properties in year 20, but we haven't accounted for that, because at this moment in time, adding inflation in, whilst it might be a reality, it's very hard to predict. As you can imagine, I don't think any of us thought we'd be sitting here doing this, a few months ago, let alone, or even a few days ago, maybe. So it's hard to assess that, but we recognise that it does happen. But if we were guaranteeing upon an inflation, then it'd be a simple argument. Well, what if that inflation doesn't happen? So we exclude that for the purposes of the exercise. But in the knowledge that sensitivity and scenario testing could suggest that the scheme could generate a lot more value over the lifetime, and therefore make it more viable and allow things to happen more quickly.
Okay. To what extent is the appraisal sensitive to that 15% placemaking premium? So I suppose at one extreme, it could be argued that you should take that off because you've assessed sales values at face value. So would the removal of that placemaking premium have a significant effect in terms of overall viability?
Well, it would have an effect. I have to say that the values that were proposed by the applicant are higher than where we are. So we have already been relatively conservative in the way we've looked at the comparable evidence and starting points. Yes, it may do. I think it wouldn't be a fair assessment of what's the likelihood of the scheme if we did take that off. I think we would be extremely pessimistic in terms of anticipating what the values are if we did it that way. It would have an element of effect. Would it drive it below an appropriate return? It probably would take it to the limits of that, certainly. But as I say, because of the length of time of this scheme, if that were the case, I'm sure everyone would start wanting to talk about growth modelling and looking at that on a sort of comparable basis. What does that position against the best position, and what is the most likely outcome between those 2 points? And what we've tried to do is do one that's sort of what we think is a realistic position rather than a pessimistic position, if you see what I mean.
Okay, thank you. Just hopefully a quick answer to this question, but the question of the appraisal and what it's taken into account, as I read it, it suggests at least that the scheme is being appraised as being policy compliant across a whole range of issues. So, for example, affordable housing delivery at 22%, other kind of policy requirements. So that's the basis of the appraisal. It's a policy compliant scheme.
Absolutely, it's for a plan period plan approach, so we have to ensure that the scheme can deliver the policies it's presented with it, and we're not here to divert using paragraph 57 of the MPPF to say that the viability needs to be addressed because we can't meet the policies. No, this is based on policies, and as I say, the affordable housing one's an interesting one because it's a plot approach. Those landowners buying the land are not being burdened by the infrastructure costs. So they're not being affected in the same way as they would be if they were just doing everything themselves. And they're not also being burdened by the sales, the Section 106, because you're going to be paid that by the master developer, which means that they're relatively stable in terms of what their land prices are. And actually they're probably slightly enhanced because they don't have to deal with those issues. So yes, they will be quite capable of being policy compliant on an individual basis on the impact of the infrastructure and so forth has been carried by the master developer. If you wanted to deliver 6,000 houses, and that be the end of it, then I can only see a couple of ways you can do that. You either reduce the amount of infrastructure associated with the scheme, assume values are slightly higher, or reduce the amount of affordable housing that's delivered in the scheme, and then it becomes less policy compliant. So, but the way it's been modelled is in accordance with the policies that are being presented.
Okay, thank you. In terms of infrastructure costs, again, I'm for simplicity's sake referring to table 14 in the report. Excuse me. So the figure of 217.5 million total infrastructure costs in brackets base build. Can you just confirm what that actually entails? What infrastructure are we talking about here?
Well, the types of infrastructure we're talking about there will be the roads, any kind of highway transport elements of the majored roads, and I don't mean the sort of little roads that you have between houses. I'm talking about the junction works, the main spine roads going through a site, setting it all up that you could come in and build your houses. It will include utility works. It will include the stuff that you've been talking about actually this morning in real terms. I mean, I could almost go to that list and drive it off. See if I can do that. So the Section 106, education, healthcare, sport facility, open space, all of those things are in the Section 106. But for example, water supply, highways, networks, junctions, all that element is in the 200. So it will include all the pipes to the site so that they're ready to go. It'll include, it's as if you came along a service piece of road and you wanted to plug into it. It would have your cable, you would have your sewers, your water, your electricity, your power, and access. So it's all those elements really that enable the site to come forward.
Is there somewhere that figure of 217.5 million broken down and different elements of infrastructure costed?
It should be, yes. Let's see if I can find something quickly to help you out with that. I mean, maybe Arcadis could help us on this one, because we do have. I'm just whizzing through my report to see if I can find a table with it in. I'm assuming due to the question, you don't think the table is there.
It may be that I couldn't find it, but it may well be there. So,
yeah, we definitely have a breakdown of it all. Whether it was part of the cost plan that's been not put into the public domain, I'm not sure. I'm just looking. I don't think it is in there, to be honest, but I have got it. Let me open that up. Yeah, I think we appendicized it as part of the cost, but then, right. So, yes, I have it to hand. Okay. So we have breakdown. So enabling works, which are things like trees, hedges, site work, earthworks, contamination, that sort of thing, is about 2.7 million of that. Section 278 works, highway works, so that's junctions to M20, Barrow Hill, Oftable Lane, Stone Street, and various junctions. That's about 19 million pounds. Oh, actually, that's the total, about 17 million pounds. Highway works on site, so strategic streets, as I was saying, primary roads, bridges, and so forth. That's another 70 million pounds. On-site pedestrian works and cycle routes, that's about 3.8 million pounds. Strategic surface water drainage, streets, primary roads, and so forth, that's another 16 million pounds. Foul drainage, the same thing, another 25, and then utilities, telecoms, gas, water, electricity, so forth, is about 30 million pounds. Ecological mitigation works is about 4.6 million. And then green infrastructure, so that's public open space in each phase, sports pitches, play provision, so forth. That's another 40 million pounds. Just add that up, make sure I'm not told you the wrong number. No, that's 40 million pounds. Geotechnics, not a huge amount of money. And then the site prelims, financial costs, public relations, planning, site investigations, engineering works, design, ecology fees, supervision, project management, costs management, all those sort of things. They themselves come to a total, if you add all those up, including fees for local authority for Section 106. And sorry, I mean fees for paying things like Section 38 and 278 inspection fees and commuted sums is another 20 million. And then there's an element of risk as well, but we've excluded that from the numbers. So that's how it's broken down. As I say, I think it was in that appendix that's not been included.
Is there a particular reason why it wasn't included in that appendix?
Just on a commercial basis, we were suggested not to. Well, we were asked not to include it on that basis, so it hasn't been done so. But again, the council can have a conversation with Arcadis, and it can come to a conclusion that it could be put in the public domain. Then that would be no problem. I
suppose, given that you've just run through the figures.
Well, I haven't broken them down. I've given you the headlines and the heading. We certainly, I'm sure, with Arcadis agreement, we could put headings, those headings and those numbers to give you a bit more of a breakdown than simply the 260 odd million pounds at the bottom of the page, which I appreciate is a lot of money. And what does that allow us to do?
Yeah, 217.
217, 471. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, certainly it would be useful to have that provided. I mean, even if it is on a kind of composite basis rather than going into unnecessary detail, but certainly a reasonable breakdown of what elements of infrastructure that does include would be helpful.
That's fine. I'm sure we can provide that to you. We'll just get sign off and sort that out. What was I going to mention on that? I think what I should highlight is that those costs, as I say, have been reviewed by G&T on an individual line item. So not just the title of section 278 works, but looking, individual items of grading to works and roads and so forth. And then all of those costs, as well as having a total aggregate of 217 spread between the phases. So we know when certain elements of those are brought forward. I know off the top of my head, for example, it's about £70 million that's brought forward in the first two phases, which takes you to about 2028, 2030. So, there's a significant amount of infrastructure that's going in the first couple of phases to deliver the scheme.
Okay. A couple of specific elements of infrastructure, if you like. The discussion we had earlier today in relation to the water treatment works on site and any additional mitigation in relation to the nutrient enrichment, that's been factored in. I see from the appraisal summary there's a category additional water treatment facility that the figure has been redacted, but I'm assuming it's been included in the total element. Just to clarify that, first of all, that particular issue has been factored in.
Yes, it has been factored into the final version that was presented. I think it's fair to say that when we started this process, was some time ago, completed it in June, but there's been an evolution as time has gone on, and even listening today, it sounds like there's going to be a slight evolution on some of those figures going forward. So what we did is we added to our base position those sort of costs. So yes, the water treatment costs were included in our assessment that you've got in front of you.
Okay. And as far as highway infrastructure is concerned, I see Mr. Bowen has his hand up. I'll bring him in a moment, but just to clarify, that infrastructure cost that's been factored in does include works identified to the strategic road network, including, for example, junction 11 of the motorway. I suppose that's the first question. Secondly, if it has been included, which I'm hoping it has, but what's the basis of the cost assumptions on that being factored in?
Okay, the answer is that the June version doesn't have those costs in. It has an element of cost in that's assigned for that junction, but those costs have since been increased quite significantly. In real terms. I'm sure we would love all to receive the kind of cash that's been spent on these items, but as a percentage of the total cost of the scheme, they're still relatively low, and therefore they have a relatively minor impact on the viability as a whole. But we have tested that, and we are confident it does reduce the IRR that's presented to you, but it doesn't take it below the 10% threshold that we consider to be an appropriate viable position. The numbers we've tested, I'm going to say, even if it's confidential to an element, it's somewhere between 17 and 20 odd million pounds is what we've tested for the additionality of that junction. And whilst, as I say, that is a significant amount of money that in anyone's bank account would look lovely, but it is in the scale of costs associated with this scheme, it is something that the scheme can absorb and still keep within that IRR range. It isn't a cost that the Arcadis included within their cost plan, but it is something that potentially, given the amount of risk contingency that's associated with the scheme, it may well not even add to the overall cost in real terms. It may just be that this is the type of thing that risk contingency is there for to provide.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate others have been waiting, but I just wanted to bring Mr. Bowen in from Highways England on that particular matter, just to get your perspective on it.
Thank you, sir. Yes, you asked precisely the questions I wanted to. but it's also to put down a marker that obviously as part of Section F transport issues, we will be looking at evidence, funding, delivery and timing of themselves. Now, obviously, I welcome the fact that Mr. Brearley has added in some additional sums for Junction 11, but we are still discussing whether there needs to be mitigation and what form it might take for Junction 12, 13 and A20, A260. Some of those works are likely to be definitely required, but are relatively minor. What we haven't bottomed out is whether any more substantial works that might have a larger price tag might be required. That's the work that's currently being carried out. So I welcome Mr. Brearley's confidence that SRN mitigation can be accommodated without affecting overall viability, but we wait and see in terms of what the modelling demonstrates is required, the preliminary designs, and then obviously the pricing of them that we'll need to agree ourselves.
I should point out, sir, that the costs I've indicated there are costs that have been proposed to us. They haven't been reviewed, and what we have found generally is that the costs that have been provided to us include a larger amount of contingency or a greater sum than we have generally concluded is appropriate. So there may still be some flex in those numbers. I don't know, obviously I've indicated it might go one way, but it could go the other way, of course. But it does look like that. To say that it does affect the master developer. He is making less money, if you like, in real terms, because he's adding those costs in, but it's not taking it below a benchmark where an investor would go, I'm not investing in this project. It's a decimal point on their IRR.
Okay. So just to clarify, you said that you have taken into account, I think, the figure between 17 and 20 million additional. So
we've tested it, yeah, as a sensitivity.
Yeah, but that's not set out in any documentation that we.
No,
have.
because that came in post our submission of our documents for this inquiry. But again, I suspect as part of the suite of elements that we need to respond to you with, it could be part of that.
Yeah, and from what Mr. Bones just said there, that there are obviously still discussions ongoing about other infrastructure works which would have costs perhaps of a relatively more limited nature, but still additional costs. So I suppose that the logical sequence of events would be to have a clear picture about what the costs are likely to be, and
absolutely
then to rerun the appraisals. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, of course. I mean, I think just listening for the last couple of days that there are variations that have been discussed that could be presented in the viability form to give you confidence that it remains viable under those circumstances. Okay. So yes, I totally agree with you. Wait until you've bottomed out through your discussions all of those items, and then we can test those and see what the impact will be.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. You'll be pleased to know, Mr. Brearley.
No, I'm quite all right. It's fine. I hope I'm answering them appropriately for you.
Yeah, thank you.
We do, just to point out, G&T did produce a report on the costs, which may be the solution to more detail. I can take it offline with the council, and that might be the solution document to provide to you. It might give you the appropriate amount of detail without being confidential, if you see what I mean.
Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, just I suppose a question in terms of the relationship or the role of the master developer and how costs are absorbed. So from what you've explained, clearly there's a function there for the master developer to absorb some of the costs that might otherwise be placed upon the individual plot developers, and as you say, that hopefully one of the outcomes of that is to help facilitate the whole process. But just in terms of the costs, in terms of, I suppose it comes back to the issue of land values, etc. But just if you can just explain how the costs that I suppose have already been expended and will be expended by the master developer, how are they factored in? Is there an element at all of costs being written off, for example, in terms of land purchase, upfront land purchase costs?
Well, that's where it becomes tricky between looking at an application and the joint venture or the approach that the council are dealing with, and a sort of an approach that is consistent with MPG and MPPF. We have to allow a reasonable amount of money to the landowner in a modelling, and it also gives us a position to determine whether or not that is a viable option. And that's what we've done. So we followed it as, you know, sort of the appropriate way of dealing with it and generic approaches. Is there a position where effectively the council can either invest in the scheme themselves or offset that through not expecting a revenue back to themselves in the land? I know they're already investing a reasonable amount of money into this, you know, at the front end of the scheme to support this going forwards in any event. Yes, I mean, they could do that, but at the same time, I don't know how that factors out in the public purse. If they've spent 95, you know, if we're saying 95, they may have spent more than 95 million, if you see what I mean in real terms. This is what we're saying the benchmark should be. It's plenty of times where in viability that the land value used in viability is significantly less than the purchase price. So it's quite possible that they could say write it off, but it could also be a position where they've spent, you know, let's say 95 million pounds worth of public purse, and that has to be recoverable. So it rather depends, I suppose.
Okay. Final question, and then I'll bring others in. In terms of, and it may not be one for you to answer, Mr. Brearley, but I'll put it to you first of all. In terms of the viability and the financial balance, I suppose, to what extent, if any, has there been any external funding, and has that been factored in? So in terms of any funding from public subsidy in a general sense, as it were.
That
I can take on that question, sir.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't think there is, but I'll let James do it.
Okay. Yeah, so in terms of early funding, the LLP, so the Otterpool Park LLP, which is part of the council, has secured a drawdown facility of £100 million, commencing in November 2019, for 5 years to assist in funding early infrastructure. So it's associated with the first phase of development. So there's obviously £100 million to draw down, and of that, a significant proportion can go towards upfront infrastructure costs. And just out of a curiosity, really, under the public borrowing, prudential borrowing, one would assume that the rate of borrowing through that facility would be less than the 4.25 finance cost that is entered into table 14. So in a way, there is a beneficial position to report there, albeit it might only be a decimal point. But I just wanted to clarify that there is that borrowing facility that the council can call upon, but also one would assume it's at a more beneficial rate than what the markets would lend at.
Okay. And so far, or indeed in the near future, is there any prospect of funding? So, for example, from Homes England, etc., to facilitate the development?
I would have to revert to the promoter side. Homes England do own a proportion of the land, 16%, so they are a party that are at the table and actively engaged with. But it would be remiss of me to give any information in terms of forward funding opportunities that might otherwise not be factually correct. So I'd have to revert to the promoter side on that one.
Okay. And if anyone can shed light on that. No. Not sure who's available.
I think. Sorry, yeah, I've got my hand up. If that's okay, yeah. To answer that one, I was going to cover a couple of others, but if I just specific that one, I mean, I think the key point in some ways is Thanks, James. That very good summary is the project is viable and doesn't rely on any public sector funding requirement for it. Remember, as part of a garden village, that does still open up potentially funding sources, but it's not dependent on those public monies. I suppose would be my comment on that. The facility that James referred to is exactly what we've been helping the promoter model to ensure that it is fully sufficient to fund that first phase of 2,000 units and would be returned at the end of that 2,000 units indeed, so that it could be recycled if need be. So that's how the funding would actually work through the phasing.
Okay, thank you.
And there's also the point of cross-fertilisation in terms of early infrastructure means place premium. So confidence in the £100 million drawdown also drives forward confidence in the place premium.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll bring others in, and thank you for your patience. Mr. Eden, first of all.
Thank you. I only really wanted to ask how much allowance or what assumptions have been made within the viability for achieving carbon neutral commitments by 2050, given that it would be, this is a long-term project, everyone keeps saying so, and it would be really nice not to start by building things which will require a complete refit within 30 years. So it's really a case of how much is included in that. The council has declared a climate emergency. Government is moving in that direction. It shouldn't be ignored. That's the question. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brearley, in terms of your response that the appraisal's been carried out on a policy compliant basis, does that cover that particular point, or is that something additional?
I think we could add a little bit more to that. I mean, what we've done is we've based it on current policy, but also government guidance, if you like, in terms of its what you have to do. So that includes building regulations and so forth. So it is reflective of today's policies, both at a local level and also government level. If they change and they increase the requirements, then obviously that would have an impact. But you would hope that would be offset with other things. Quite often these costs switch out. You take one thing out and you put another thing in. So it's not a case of just additional costs. It can be additional costs, but it's not always. So I think that's all I'd have to add on that.
Thank you.
I would add so that in the round, obviously, Mr. Brierley has spoken about things such as modern methods of construction under building regulations, and also decarbonisation of the grid in moving to electric supply for energy consumption. So those factors do build into the whole carbon neutral picture.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Horner.
Yes, thank you, sir. A couple of points. First one is concerning the 10% internal rate of return. And I'm just wondering whether it might be appropriate for a commercial organisation, fully commercial organisation, private investors. But in the context of a master developer that is a wholly owned subsidiary of a local council, I'm just wondering whether that is really appropriate, and also in the context of whether or not a reduced overall number of houses is viable. And I can understand that one will want to see some sort of profit there, just as a kind of hidden contingency, but I just wonder whether that 10% is appropriate. Second point is I have to bat on about affordable housing, I'm afraid. As an organisation, we're of the view there isn't really a housing shortage. There's only an affordable housing shortage. As such, we've discussed the move from the old 30% to 22% overall figure throughout the planned period. But what we haven't discussed is the phasing of that. And it would be our view that the number of houses, which is implied by that 22%, needs to be delivered in every year in the planned period, which would mean that the percentage in the early years, because of the now proposed stepped approach, would have to be higher than it is in the later years. I recognise that projects which have already gone through planning, we've talked about the Folkestone seafront, for instance, have already had that percentage agreed. But in this context, it seems to us that the council, as the master developer, has the opportunity to bring on more affordable housing in the early years, particularly in the view of the fact that the town centre is up front, and one would suspect that smaller units which might fall into that affordable housing bracket would be fairly well represented there. As Mr. Bryce correctly pointed out, if you sell off a piece of land to a developer with an upfront affordable housing requirement and other requirements, then he can price that land accordingly. So I just wonder what scope there is for bringing on, front loading, if you like, the affordable housing provision, and whether that would, obviously, individual house builders are going to be able to sort out their own viability issues because they'll be able to price that in, but would it actually affect the viability in those early years significantly for the master developer if that front loading was brought on?
Okay, perhaps I can just ask Mr. Brearley or the council directly to respond to both of those points. First of all, the question of, if I've interpreted that right, Mr. Horner, that because the master developer is essentially the council, as it were, I suppose you're questioning why there's a necessity for that to be looking to make a profit in that sense, or certainly at that level, because as a public organisation, you would think they have different priorities, perhaps. Yes. But is that what you meant by that?
Yes, and I understand the funding is going to be by loans rather than by bringing in other investors. That's the plan at the moment. So there's no people waiting in the wings and expecting to see commercial rates of return.
Okay, Mr. Brearley, does that affect your, I suppose, appraisal and your conclusions from it in terms of what's a reasonable rate of return, given the particular nature of the master developer in this case?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure the master developer is the council. I think they are a partner to it, and therefore the master developer is going to expect their return for their investment into the project. And whether they're sharing any of that with the council, I'm not aware that they are. So I'm not sure that I think the council are not making a profit from this. I think that's probably a starting point to reference as a sort of a reality. When you do viability, though, you have to allow for another developer. You have to do it in the context that it could be anyone that brings this forward. And we have to make sure that, and you have to be confident, sir, that the scheme can be deliverable, if you like, and it doesn't rely upon a set of circumstances which may be less than usual in delivering such a scheme. For example, if we relied upon the council to deliver it at a very low rate of return or none at all, and then the council discovered they didn't have the funding or ability to do that, and we were left with something that couldn't come forward or was half built, if you like. So they have to have the confidence that we're using assumptions that work in another developer world, which is what we've done. So we think that works. I also think in reality, it is the appropriate level of return, because in reality, it will not be the council that are investing and paying and building the roads and so forth. They may be a party to that because they're a landowner and facilitating that coming forward, but they won't be physically doing that. And therefore, that person who's doing it will have to make an appropriate profit to be interested. But that said, if the council were to to do it themselves, then there is an argument to say that there's an opportunity there for the scheme to be more viable or deliver the 6,000 more easily. And I think that the flexibility there is an important point. We've already identified the scheme doesn't require any funding to be delivered as it stands, because that's a good way to look at it. But if it could achieve funding through other sources, that would be to its benefit, and then it would be able to either deliver a faster, a different mix, or in a different way. So that's a positive. The second question, which is, could you deliver more affordable housing early? It would affect the master developer in the sense of appropriate return, because their value that they're receiving is from the land sales. So if you increase the amount of affordable housing, you decrease the value that land is worth to some extent, and so it would impact the amount of money that's available to invest in infrastructure. And given that the scheme's been quite clever in the fact it's using a master developer to spread the cost of that infrastructure over a long period of time rather than enhance it down onto an individual developer at the beginning, that would it would mean that you're putting additional burden, if you increase the affordable housing, onto those initial bits because of the greater amount of infrastructure to be viable. So it would affect them. Whether or not there are other circumstances where it might be appropriate to increase the level of affordable housing, it would be beyond policy, of course, which would be an interesting position. But there could be scenarios where actually having the guaranteed income at a lower value from affordable housing is a better place to be than having the risk profile associated with private houses. But I'm not sure we're in that environment at this moment in time. I don't know if James wants to add anything to that.
No, nothing more, thank you.
If I may, sir,
yeah.
Maybe I've not understood the situation, but I thought that Otterbull Park LLP is a wholly owned subsidiary of the council, effectively. And if they are to make a profit, what is going to become of that money? Because we, the electorate, have been led to believe that would be somehow of benefit to us.
Perhaps, Mr. Hammond, just to clarify, I was going to come on to the kind of governance and management arrangements, etc., and the roles of different parties. But just a quick response to that point. The council's involvement in terms of the overall development, as Mr. Horn has just pointed out, the council's set up a wholly owned LLP. Is, in terms of when we're talking about the master developer, is that what we're talking about, or is there something else?
I believe that, as Mr. Brierley alluded to, that under the master developer, the method of delivery allows the council to enter into a joint venture with one or more parties, effectively house builders, to deliver out those parcels in turn.
Yes, but is the limited liability partnership the master developer? Is it the same thing?
I'd have to take advice on that. I don't profess to be an expert in terms of the viability position and also the method of delivery. It's probably best asked of the promoter or a participant on behalf of the LLP. I wouldn't want to misadvise you, sir.
Okay.
If everyone's happy to answer that one while it's fresh.
Yeah.
That is, the LLC is set up as an arm's length management company, which will be the master developer that we're talking about here. So that role of funding infrastructure through the facility we talked about earlier and receiving land sale receipts. So to Graham, Ms. Horner's question, what it then chooses to do with its profits will of course be its distribution policy and how quickly they may recycle those back to its ultimate shareholder, i.e. the council. But it is a standalone legal entity, so that it can enter into contracts for the provision of services, as Mr. Brierley was describing.
Sorry, you said LLC?
Limited liability, yes.
Yeah.
It's a limited liability partnership, sorry.
Sorry, LLP, yeah. So just to be clear on this, the limited liability partnership is wholly owned by the council.
Yeah.
And when we're referring to the master developer, that's the same That's the same thing.
Yes, today that's one and the same thing. As we're all talking about, this could be over a 40-year period. Well, there's nothing to stop the master developer being a third party at a later point in time, potentially as well. So I think, again, you set these things up with commercial flexibility and reality in mind as well, that it's got to, back to Mr. Briley's point, and that's why you're looking at the returns and what they could be. So it's a valuable asset, in fact, that could be sold if that's the right strategy, but none of that's sort of on the table at the moment. This is about promoting through the first key stages.
Okay.
That's right. So if I may just come in here. In a sense, the identity of the developer is not relevant to the task in hand. What is relevant is to know what the inputs are, whether or not there is going to be funding from external sources, including the council, and you're aware of that as well. The ability of the master developer to recycle profits is something which no doubt will bear upon issues of the rate of delivery of houses. In the round, the identity of the developer is not strictly relevant here. And of course, one has to distinguish, as it were, between the council as local planning authority in promoting this plan and the council as landowner, which is distinct and entirely separate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Haining, next.
Hello, thank you very much. It's a question regarding viability and infrastructure, particularly, which I think is key to this entire project, really. From the inception of this, the A20 along the whole stretch in Kent, I'm only aware of it actually going down to single lane, controlled by traffic lights in one area, which is Grove Bridge at Barrow Hill. I'm very conscious that Barrow Hill A20 is got a line in red around 3 sides on the Otterpool development, not taking into, so it's not taking sort of responsibility of that bit. But the importance of this area is that even under existing traffic, especially when there's issues on the motorway, because of that pinch point at Grove Bridge, traffic will actually go back sometimes all the way to junction 11 and Ashford, which is throughout what Otterpool Park is. We've always addressed this, the parish council, ourselves, we can't come out of our junctions. Everyone has always accepted that that is a problem, put to lightly. When asked what, bearing in mind that any traffic from this proposed site, if they were not going to use junction 11 or were not able to use junction 11, if they were going to go to London or Ashford, would have to go underneath that bridge, that one-way system. Throughout this, I've been told that there's no funding for a proposed potential sort of road that bypasses it, but also they've been silent with regards to any sort of other possibilities. Is there any funding in any of these plans, either for Otterpool Park, and I can't see anything on the CSD9 either, which will try to alleviate what I call the elephant in the room, which is this pinch point in this area? Is there anything infrastructural funding wise that has even been considered to avoid this bottleneck, which is a bottleneck now, and it certainly will be in the future?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haining. I do appreciate your concerns there. I think it's difficult to separate out the various issues involved here, but it sounds probably more like that's a matter we can deal with when we come back to the transport section of the agenda in due course. And it also may the information that we've discussed previously in terms of I suppose a clearer view about what the infrastructure elements are and what the costs are, which is going to be provided, that may also shed some light on that. So if you don't mind, I think if we can move on. But we'll definitely, that's an issue in terms of I suppose more relevance to the transport matter itself. But we'll come back to that.
If I may offer a little bit of comfort though, sir, and just say there is money in the infrastructure which has references to the A20 upgrading works and to Barrow Hill. So whether it's referencing directly the issues that Mr. Hennings has, I don't know, but there is money. It is recognised, and there is money in there to reflect those sort of items.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add to that, so without wanting to enter into a lengthy discussion now, because highways is another matter, as you say, there is a scheme of mitigation for Barrow Hill Bridge that has been agreed through the County Council, and so the cost assumption inputs obviously take account of that proposed mitigation, but it's something that is more appropriately discussed in that transport session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Barrett. Hi there.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. I note that Mr. Brearley has mentioned a figure of £30 million for utilities. Now, would that include the trunk main down from Paddlesworth Reservoir? I think it's a length of 11 kilometres, and it would be a 560 millimetre trunk main. Also, the reservoir would also have to have an upgraded pipework to it. So would that all come into that £30 million along with the power and all the rest of it? Thank you.
Mr. Brearley, I don't know if you can
Yeah, it's probably is a question that's beyond my capabilities. What I can tell you is that the costs associated with delivering the scheme and all the associated works required to facilitate this have been accounted for in the modelling, if you like. Whether or not the specification meets the requirements raised by Mr. Barrett, I'm unaware of that. It's not to say it's not there. I made that clear. It's just that you have a title which is water utilities is just a title. It doesn't. I can't on this summary. I can't go down to that level of detail.
Yeah, you're somewhat ambiguous, but I'm fearful that these costs may be met by the end user, because I am privy to an email FOA request where it mentions that Affinity Water advised the costs associated with water abstraction and high-level plant are likely to be costs that all Affinity Water customers would have to meet. So I'm fearful of that.
Okay.
Also, sir,
yep.
Would part of that £30 million be attributed towards the green water supply? If you know what that means.
I think we call it grey water. Is that what you mean?
We call it the green water.
Green water.
And this is a dual pipework system that Albion Water have mentioned in trying to reduce the PCC. So does that include the green water supply as well, sir?
Again, I can't answer any more detail than saying that there is an amount of money to deal with water issues, which is understood to be reflective of the things necessary for the scheme.
Okay. Well, it would be good to have a breakdown of all those costs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Wheaton from Quad.
Thank you. Just to introduce, I'm Chris Wheaton from Quad, advising Otterport LLP on housing issues. I just wanted to jump back and give some reassurance on the point Mr. Horner made on affordable housing. If you've seen it under our submission for Matter 8, so the statement from Otterport LLP, there's quite a detailed year-by-year delivery chart indicating the tenures of homes delivered each year. And there's probably two key things to take from that. One is that affordable housing is delivered throughout the scheme, so all parts of the scheme have affordable homes. And secondly, that I suppose in line with Mr. Horner's thoughts there, affordable housing is actually slightly front-loaded within that anyway. So if you look at the first 2 years of development, we actually have about 150 affordable homes coming forward and about 230 private homes. So we're actually well ahead of the 22% level early on, and that's primarily because we're delivering an early care facility early on. So I think just to make the point that certainly there will be a mixed community throughout, and affordable housing is planned as front-loaded rather than back-loaded, if anything.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I think from my point of view, that covers the specific issues relating to viability. It's probably a good time for a break, and then we'll move on to, I suppose, look more generally at delivery, etc. Unless there are any final points in terms of viability, we'll take a break. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll break then, and if we can resume at 3:30. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We can resume the hearing session at this point. Again, can I just check with Caroline that you can see and hear me okay? If Caroline's there. I'll check with others. Can you see and hear me okay, yeah?
Sorry, Inspector, couldn't get my mouse across the screen quickly enough. Yes, I am here. And yes, I can see and hear you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank
I'm
you.
going to go now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on then to look at the issues of delivery in particular. So the first question really, and we've perhaps touched on it just before, but just be worth clarifying again. In terms of the overall approach to delivery and the mechanisms and the I suppose the governance structures for that, if the council could just outline that. Particularly, I suppose, its relationship as far as the limited liability partnership is concerned, and any other partners involved in the delivery of the scheme. Not sure who's Mr. Hammond.
Yes, sir. 1 second, scroll through my notes. Well, obviously, I set out already in terms of the funding, the limited liability, the LLP has set up a borrowing facility for drawdown for the early delivery of infrastructure, which is well aligned with part 1 of policy SS9 in terms of which groups delivery of infrastructure with a focus on the need for self-sufficiency to avoid the placing of a burden on existing off-site infrastructure. And so the early implementation of critical infrastructure within the new garden settlement will help to establish a sense of community and equality of space. And then in terms of the timing and delivery and phasing, it's inherent in the decision-making process. So as part of the outline application for mixed-use scheme, the necessary requirements to support the proposed scale of growth are suitably defined in the relevant policies and also as agreed through conversations with utility providers. And then the required infrastructure and the timescale for implementation will be defined within the Section 106 agreement.
Okay, but in terms of the organisational structure that lies behind that.
Sir, if I could perhaps direct you to the joint delivery statement. There is more information on pages 41 and 42 of the structure and the purpose of the delivery vehicle as master developer.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Perhaps you could just briefly kind of explain that for us and take us through the basic structure there.
I can't give you the detail of the structure, but it does sort of set out the purpose of the delivery vehicle. So it's delivering major infrastructure and enabling works and doing work for the planning application and promoter of the plots, delivering open space and also as we talked about in earlier sessions, kind of issues around land ownership and long-term responsibility for the stewardship of land and community assets. And as we said in this morning's session, particularly heritage assets like Western Hanger Castle.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just trying to understand fully I suppose the structure that lies behind this, or the intended structure. So the council has set up and wholly funded the limited liability partnership. That is in effect the overarching body which is taking control of bringing the development forward. But I suppose in practical terms, so for example, the day-to-day progress of the proposal, is that being orchestrated through the LLP, for example?
Yes, so it will be orchestrated through the LLP. And what the council will do as landowner will be to enter into agreements on an ad hoc basis with various developers, house builders, for example, and other providers like registered providers, in terms of divvying up the site and bringing forward development parcels.
And
whilst maintaining overall control about the way in which it's developed and brought forward, and looking after the long-term management of the overall development.
Okay, and in terms of strategic infrastructure, as it were, what role will the LLP or the council have in that direct provision? The model of provision we've talked about is, as to summarise there, that there's a master developer, and then plots are in effect sold off to development interests. But as far as
it all depends upon the nature of the agreements reached with others, with third parties, whether or not the council wants to take responsibility for it through the LLP, or whether or not those responsibilities are shared, or the burden is placed upon a development partner in relation to any particular area. So there's ultimate flexibility here in terms of the way in which land ownership and developer relationships are eventually decided.
Yeah.
So in that sense, it shouldn't be looked at as anything other than a typical development project over a long period of time, with one master, with one owner, if you like, in control of the way in which the site is brought forward and developed along with partners on an ad hoc basis. Okay.
But for example, in terms of infrastructure, we've talked about the strategic road network, and so for a further example would be necessary improvements to Junction 11, and obviously there's substantial costs involved with that.
Yeah.
Where in the organisational structure will that sit in terms of the responsibility and the funding of such infrastructure?
Well, the funding will come either through development returns later on during the later development phases, or if there's a need to fund those things up front, then there is the fund available from the council, the 100 million fund, which will do that at the very beginning. Okay. In a sense, I would suggest that you needn't be too concerned about the identity of the owner, nor indeed the private mechanisms that might be used in order to bring the development forward, provided there is an appropriate and robust policy framework to ensure that once development does come forward, that the necessary infrastructure is provided on a timely basis. Mm. Clearly, you will want to understand as a separate issue the basis for the council's projected delivery rates from the site. And there might be a relationship there with the fact that the council is landowner and is therefore able to control the way in which development plots are partnered.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I take the point about the specific identity of the various parties not necessarily being the key issue here. But if we take I suppose the generic reference to the master developer, which at this point in time would appear to be essentially the limited liability partnership.
Yes. Yeah.
The viability appraisal that we've just been discussing breaks down certain costs. So for example, the strategic infrastructure costs would be borne by the master developer and not onto the individual development plots itself. So just, I suppose, as a matter of principle, that's whoever is that master developer will take on that role of funding, if necessary, funding up infrastructure. Yeah.
That's right, on the basis that profits will be rolled back in to the project. Yeah. So in terms of knowing or having the security of knowing that the project is viable, it's relevant to know that the master planner is in control and is able to remain in control of this through the life of the development. That's not to say, however, that as things pan out, that those contractual arrangements and ownership arrangements might change over time. And that's why it's important to ensure that the policy framework is robust.
Yeah.
So whoever the responsibility devolves upon in due course, they are aware of what is required to be done at any particular point in time in order to ensure the delivery of the scheme and also its sustainability.
Okay, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, sir. If only to help and elaborate a little bit more what Paul was saying. Yes, I think we don't want to confuse procurement perhaps with control. The master developer, i.e. the LLP, has control as master developer, responsibility to put in the primary infrastructures that we've all been talking about. When they sell a plot of land to a house builder, that agreement's clearly going to state, we promise that we will give you access to that site by way of this primary infrastructure by a certain contractual date. And those will be the obligations that the master developer is taking on, that it can deliver within that cost plan that we've looked at. And hence it's got a risk return on that. And then the handover is to the individual house builder, who obviously then procures their own building. But it's drawing the lines in the right place between primary and therefore better dealt with in a coordinated fashion across the site for control and quality purposes, and those bits that are best left to a house builder. And that comes out of the detail then of the plot strategies, if that helps.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. In terms of potential constraints to delivery, I think we've covered a number of issues in relation to funding and infrastructure, etc. But in terms of land ownership, just to clarify the situation there as far as the ownership of the whole, the entire New Gardens settlement site, perhaps somebody from the council, one of your colleagues can just respond to that particular point. To what extent is the land ownership secured?
My understanding is, these are my instructions, is that it is secure. The majority of the land is owned by the council, and I think, I'm not quite sure of the percentage, but the percentage owned by Homes England. I'm just making inquiries as to whether or not there are any other ownerships involved.
So I believe that of the 8,500, well, no, sorry, actually, think about the global figure, 86% of the land area of the 8,500 is under the control, be it ownership or under option, of the LLP, with the balance to be under the control of Homes England. So those figures relate to the 8,500. The remaining 1,500 is under the control of a single landowner bit, and that's the Aspinall Foundation.
And in terms of that, the ownership of land sufficient to accommodate 8,500, is it the case that then covers at least the plan period expectation and more, or is it spread over different parts?
No, that's correct, sir. So the 8,500 it tallies and coincides with delivery expected across the plan period to reach the 6,087 units as profiled in the trajectory.
So as far as the plan period is concerned, all of the land would be required to deliver. The figure of approximately 6,000 is already in the ownership of either the LLP or Homes England.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, just to point you in the direction of the joint delivery statement, where those percentages are set out at paragraph 1.1.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So I suppose to take it the one stage further, and I think probably this is where your thoughts are going, there's no need for a CPO strategy to assemble the site, which would place further uncertainty on the outcomes.
Yep. Yep. Okay, I think we've covered. I was going to raise the point about the relationship between housing and infrastructure and phasing, but I think we've on several points over the last couple of days we've probably covered that as much as we need to. Okay, so I think that takes us to some discussion about the housing trajectory and delivery rates, etc. So I'm referring to the council's hearing statement for matter 8, which relates to the supply and delivery of housing, and the appendices to that. Appendix 1 sets out an overview of delivery across the core strategy review, but at the top of that it helpfully sets out specifically the new garden settlement. So I'm taking that as to be the current position as far as the council and the site promoters are concerned in terms of the timescales and the anticipated rates of delivery. I suppose that's the first question, just to confirm that from the council's point of view.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I suppose if we take the time scales first of all, that trajectory anticipates completions, first completions in 2023/24. I suppose on that point, the basis for that and the reality of that, given where we are at the current point in time, is that a realistic expectation to see 121 dwellings completed in that year? And what's the basis of that?
Okay, if I take you through, say, the planning leading period, which leads to, say, the first completions in years 23-24. In order to achieve the minimum housing figures by the end of the plan period, is obviously going to be necessary for the garden settlement to deliver in a timely manner and at an accelerated and consistent rate. The housing delivery figures included in the trajectory have been shared with officers by the site promoter for the garden settlement, and these have been formed through various master planning and modelling exercises. In considering the housing trajectory for Otterpool, officers have had due regard to credible evidence that's been published on the topic of leading periods and accelerated delivery through publications like the Letwin Review, Litchfield's Start to Finish work, and Saville's What Next for House Building, as well as other pertinent case studies. The council believes that the housing strategy and the site and market conditions for accelerated delivery exist on the site, and which offers resilience to economic cycles and ensures a consistent rate of delivery. In terms of the first completions, the Litchfield Start to Finish work indicates that large sites, generally of over 2,000 dwellings, takes on average about 5 years from submission of the first planning application to delivery of first dwellings on site. Additionally, the research shows that if a scheme of more than 500 dwellings has outline permission, then the average to delivery is circa 3 years. The Otterpool planning application was validated in February 2019, so with the first completions expected in 23-24, which is a 5-year period. The council is aware that the site promoter for the garden settlement have been working up their proposals for some time, and that barriers to delivery and are ensuring that barriers to delivery are removed in order to achieve the timely completions. The application for Otterpool Park has been worked up alongside the core strategy review development to ensure that it is compliant. The outline planning application was validated in 2019, and which has been considered in tandem with the preparation of the core strategy review, which will allow for a quick determination if the core strategy review receives a positive steer from the inspectors. The evidence for both core strategy review and the outline planning application have been created in parallel, meaning that the approach to both the local plan and Otterpool will be consistent. The permission for Otterpool Park is proposed to be structured in a three-tier system. So tier 1 is the outline planning application, which was submitted was validated back in February 2019. That's followed by a tier 2, which is detailed master planning, preparation of design codes for each of the phase of development. And then finally, tier 3 deals with reserve matters applications for various parcels of land, as well as the discharge of conditions and signing off of Section 106 agreements. It's important to note that the tier 2 planning work has been progressed in parallel with the updated tier 1 planning application. And this strategy means that the reserve matters applications can be progressed immediately following consent of the outline permission, rather than commencing the tier 2 work, which means that significant time savings can be achieved to enable quicker deliveries on site. Evidence gathered as part of the Letwin review supports this in terms of the Trumpeton Meadows scheme at Cambridge. This highlights that the time taken to decide reserve matters permissions can be reduced through the use of design codes and master planning, and so that is the strategy that's been applied here with the garden settlement. Also, in a similar situation, the inspector that was overseeing the examination of the North Essex Authority strategic plan concluded that it was reasonable to assume that the advanced work on master planning and concept frameworks and design codes would result in a shortened planning period. It's also important to consider that in terms of the garden settlement, a lack of infrastructure can act as a barrier for delivery, and having this in place in terms of Otterpool Park sets it aside from other sites and would enable it to exceed the norms in terms of delivery rates. The garden settlements is to be phased to take advantage of its immediate road access, for example, to the A20, which gives opportunity for several plots to come on stream quickly. There's other sort of the site is also highly connected in terms of its proximity to Western Hanger Station also. And then finally, obviously, the council, as has been discussed, the council has a commitment to the drawdown facility of 100 million, which enables the phase 1 infrastructure to be delivered or front loaded to enable, say, completions to get on site quickly and deliver. So I think considering the literature review, examples of other plan making strategies and the planning application strategy that's being applied, I think it is reasonable that to assume that completions will start to be delivered in the year 23-24 of the plan period.
Okay. As far as the outline application is concerned, that was validated in, I think you said, February 2019. So
that's correct. Yes.
Yeah. And I appreciate I'm not asking you to make any commitment on behalf of the council as to what the decision will be.
Yes, no.
Don't get worried. But in terms of the information, I mean, is it the case that there is sufficient information there and sufficient consultation processes have been undertaken to enable the council to make a decision, and it's waiting for the core strategy review process to see its course? Or is it the case that there are still is there still significant work to be done or significant information to be provided to put the council in a position where it can make a decision?
Just bear with me one moment. Perhaps if I could pass over to the site promoter to maybe give an update on the planning application progress.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Mr. Vernon.
Yes, thank you, sir. So the application submitted in February, validated February 19, has been through a process of obviously fairly extensive consultation. We've been working towards a sort of restructure of the information provided to enable a bit more flexibility and thus deliverability of the proposals. That is following the tier system. The application as it was submitted in February 19 was a little more prescriptive. The application is, as I say, being restructured, and alongside that restructure there is testing of the tier 2 work relative to phase 1, which is coming forward with the intention that update will be submitted in the sort of summer autumn of this year, which should enable us to have a determination by the end of the year. So whilst on the face of it, it's been in the process of determination for a wee while. The information is largely the same, albeit the structure of the application is slightly changed, and that has enabled us to address quite a number of the concerns that were raised through the course of the consultation. And as Mr. Bailey highlights, that will then enable us to submit reserve matters, all being well, and Folkestone and Hythe approve the application, will enable us to submit reserve matters against that tier 1 and tier 2 structure or almost immediately upon grant of planning permission.
Okay, so just to recap on that, your expectation is that by the end of the year, presumably you mean the end of 2021 calendar year, is that? Yeah, so yes. You would hope that the outline application will be determined by that point. To what extent will there be Section 106 agreements related to the outline scheme, and has that been factored into the timescale?
Yes, it has. So the Section 106 discussions are progressing at pace alongside the discussions around the restructure of the application material. That will enable us to get to a point where at planning committee point we will have a fairly progressed Section 106 agreement with agreement from relative stakeholders such as the county council, which will enable us to get the application resolved and reserve matters submitted shortly thereafter.
So is the expectation that the Section 106 agreements will be all signed off at the same time or very quickly after the planning decision?
I would say that's the ambition, to get that resolved very, very quickly. I wouldn't say obviously immediately, but I'd say that the period post planning committee would be much reduced by virtue of the extensive discussions that have gone into the heads of terms and requirements that would be that would typically follow a planning committee. We have the ability at this stage to begin adding a lot of detail to the point where, as I say, when we get to a planning committee, that section 106 drafting will be well advanced.
Okay. And as far as the reserve matters are concerned, just to clarify, so that would be something that yourselves would be putting forward, the reserve matters applications, rather than individual developers, as it were.
That's my understanding, definitely, for the first phases of development, certainly for the first plots, should I say, and sort of the enabling works that are required. Thereafter, then it would fall under the sort of LLP banner of the sort of master developer role and how they see further phases being developed, and whether or not Quad are involved or others remains to be determined, I believe.
Okay, so that first, as you say, you hopefully would expect the reserve matters applications to be submitted, I'm assuming, fairly early in 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how many phases would those initial reserve matters applications cover? How many dwellings is it anticipated?
Forgive me, Sarah, I'm not that close to that part of the delivery. I may need to turn to others in terms of the number of outlets that are envisaged at that point. As you'll appreciate, we're looking at the planning lead-in and what is required to get reserve matters submitted. I may need to seek advice from colleagues on that point. And I see that a colleague has just put his hand up.
Okay, Mr. Wheaton.
Yes, so it probably is good to refer back to that same Otterpool statement under Matter 8, where we do have that sort of initial graph of completion. So you'll see from that we have 121 homes proposed in 2023-24.
Yeah.
And that they fall under 3 categories. So we've got shared ownership, we've got build to rent, so institutional market rent, and we've got market sale. So we envisage the shared ownership is sort of effectively one deliverer of that in terms of registered provider. The build to rent, which is 50 homes, is another kind of outlet for that, because that's kind of achieving critical mass in itself. And then we envisage the market sale element, which is the other 50 market homes, to be kind of 2 or 3 smaller developers. So I think we have the ability to do up to kind of 5 or 6 outlets in that period, but we probably only need 3 or 4 of those. So that would be the number of RMAs we need effectively.
Thank you. In terms of delivering then on that time scale, once reserve matters applications are submitted, what's the expectation in terms of determining those decisions on those? Or the hope, maybe not the expectation.
Yes, like you said, the reserve matters submissions, we're hoping to progress early dialogue alongside. As I mentioned, we're working up a lot of tier 2 information, which will deal with master plan and design codes, which should give a fair amount of certainty to, hopefully certainty, the outcome of reserve matters submissions. They are being relatively closely defined to assist with that lead-in period. As I understand, the reserve matters we're anticipating will be resolved very, very shortly. Forgive me, I'm just trying to get the trajectory, the sort of lead-in trajectory information in front of me. Bear with me, apologies. Yeah, so the reserve matter submissions are anticipated early 2022 to be resolved, I think, in a maximum period of 6 months.
Okay. Is that realistic, do you think?
As I say, in the context of the detail of the discussion that's informing the tier 2 works, there's a fair amount of I don't want to use the word certainty on the basis that that predetermines the outcome of a few further conversations, but the detail that's going into those conversations should give us some firm understanding, should I say, of what is going to be expected. But similarly, on the other side of the equation with the LPA, we've worked extensively with the local authority on progressing the planning application, and it's anticipated that the same officers at the LPA and at the county will be involved in resolving those reserve matters. So yes, I do believe that is realistic. It would be different in the event that we were progressing reserve matters against a sort of alien position and a local authority that we weren't already working closely with. But in the context that I've set out, I think it is realistic. Yes.
Okay.
I suppose the situation here is such that the traditional process, if one looks at it in terms of submission of outline application approval, submission of reserve matters approval, and then fed into that, developers not normally wanting to commit large sums of money to negotiating Section 106s until they've got a resolution to grant at least. The situation here is quite different. It is concertinaed, really. And if one looks at the anticipated completions for the 23-24, given the likely size of the of the first phase, a couple of thousand houses plus, we're talking about relatively or very modest numbers here, which we're anticipating in terms of completion for 23-24. Even if there was a small amount of slippage, it wouldn't affect the delivery for the first 5 years. As we see here, the figures are very low. So bearing in mind the particular circumstances that prevail here, we think, from the council's point of view, we think that this is entirely tenable.
Just as I understand it from what's been said, though, that the reserve matters applications will be put forwards by the in some form the master developer element of it. As far as house building companies being on board, as it were, and when they would take these permissions up and be able to implement them, is there any indication of timescales for that? I appreciate you can't perhaps give me any detail in terms of individual companies, but is there a general progress being made as far as house builder interest in taking up plots, for example?
I would need to take instructions on that, sir. But one anticipates that the timescales involved here allow plenty of opportunity for those discussions to take place. And moreover, it doesn't prevent the council as master developer from bringing forward these sites itself, if it wanted to contract out the building work itself.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Vernon.
But I'll take instructions on that, sir, nonetheless.
Okay, thank you.
Not this minute in time, though, because I think I might need to go to an external source. So forgive me.
No problem. Mr. Vernon.
Yes, thank you, sir. Just to speak to the point around house builder interest, the joint delivery statement contains or has appended letters of intent or interest from a range of different house builders and potential delivery partners that could facilitate those early delivery parcels that wouldn't be provided by the master developer, perhaps. They include sort of local house builders, national registered providers of affordable housing, as well as national volume house builders who are familiar with delivering developments of this nature and scale at at a reasonable pace. So we have some confidence, insofar as one can at this stage, that there is a good level of interest, and as I understand, discussions progress on the basis of as best they can at this stage, with some confidence around house builders being very keen to deliver alongside the LLP and to bring the development forward.
Okay, thank you. Good. If we can move on now. Sorry.
Sorry to butt in. Just to refer you to Appendix E of the joint viability statement, where there is some evidence of the soft market testing that has taken place.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, if we can move on then to the issue of the annual rate of delivery. Again, looking at the trajectory in the appendix to the council's Matter 8 statement. As we've discussed, the anticipated delivery starts with completions in 2023-24 and then builds up. I suppose the key question from our point of view is that the numbers involved on an annual basis become pretty high relative to experience elsewhere, getting peaking at well over 500 units per year on a reasonably consistent basis. So really just the rationale for expecting that level of annual completions to take place, and what's the basis for that?
I think the rationale behind that is sort of founded in the specific drivers and the circumstances and context of Otterpool that would enable that level of delivery to take place. Again, in terms of the council's consideration of the trajectory that came forward from the site promoter, we've gone to the credible literature that's in place at the moment for accelerated levels of delivery, and we've looked at the key factors that influence accelerated delivery, and then we've gone through those in turn to be able to apply those to Otterpool, which we feel would justify the high levels of delivery that are being profiled in the housing trajectory. So if we look at the strength of the housing market, the Letwin review looked at the evidence on the delivery of large sites in very high housing demand areas. And in doing that, they used a metric ratio of more than 7:1 between the medium house price and medium earnings. As outlined in the discussion we had on Matter 3 and the calculation of our housing requirements, the Folkestone Hythe district ratio was 9.2:1. Which would identify, say, a high housing demand within the district. Equally, through the SHMA and the standard method, these have identified a significant step change in the housing requirement within the district, jumping from 350 dwellings per annum in the current adopted core strategy to a total of 738 dwellings per annum in the core strategy review. The SHMA also identifies levels of need in relation to older persons housing as well as affordable housing. It's also, in terms of the housing market, it's also important to pick up the council's housing strategy, which sets out that levels of owner occupation within the district are lower than other areas within the county, and the council rented sector is considerably smaller than the national average. It also acknowledges that employment acknowledges that employment available within the district is relatively low paid, and the implications of the relatively low household incomes in the district is that many households obviously struggle to access the housing market. So there's opportunities within Otterpool sorry, bear with me, to deliver a broader spectrum of housing that meets the needs of various household incomes, as well as residents at different stages of life. And therefore the council suggests that with the diversity of housing mix and tenure, that there's scope to tap into housing markets that are not currently being met through the delivery of other sites which have a focus on market housing, which has the potential to increase delivery capacity and to impact on accelerated delivery. Then there's also consideration of the size of the site. Both Lichfields and Letwin make it clear that there's a correlation between the size of sites and the proportion of the site that is built out each year. The quantitative analysis of those reports suggests that the median annual average built out, though, on sites of over 3,000 was between 5.7 and 6.5%. So applying that to sort of the global figure of 10,000 within the Otterpool master plan would suggest that it's the settlement is capable of achieving build out rates on the overall medium of between 570 to 650 dwellings per annum. The ability of a large site to provide numerous sales outlets is also closely related as a fundamental explanation of the Letwin report. The larger the site, obviously, the more scope there is for diversification on townscape and landscape, on the townscape and landscape within it. In terms of the master plan for Otterpool, it shows that there are several different character areas within the development. You've got the town centre and knowledge quarter, the gateway enterprise sector, the riverside, hillside, woodland and lakeside character areas. They're all going to be supported by sort of their own design codes, which have varying levels of densities, architectural styles, palettes of materials, which therefore offer sort of opportunities for numerous sales outlets offering different products to the market. So given this, say the garden settlement has an opportunity to support multiple sales outlets, not only for market sales, but also for specialist providers, such as registered providers, delivering for older persons housing. Also, in terms of type and tenure, the delivery of Otterpool will be a fundamental driver. So the site promoters provided details within Otterpool for a diverse mix of housing in terms of type and tenure. I believe there's up to about 13 different types that will potentially be delivered, and the mix that has been designed enables high rates of delivery in several ways. Ensuring a diverse range of tenure allows a range of developers and funders to bring forward homes in parallel, whereas a more homogeneous housing mix would typically lead to market saturation. There's also consideration of local competition for new housing within the district. Work by Savills identified that where a development will build out faster, where they are supplying over 50% of new homes within a 2-mile radius of that development. The council's has undertaken a piece of work which looks at other site allocations within that 2-mile boundary of Otterpool, and profiled the completions of Otterpool against completions of those sites that fall within that that buffer area. And this shows that in the first 5 years of the development, Otterpool will account for approximately 50 to 60% of all completions within the area. Its main competition will be from the nearby Martello Lakes development, but that is due for completion under the proposed trajectory provided by that developer by year 27-28, and they're offering a less diverse product to the market. So it's considered that there's sufficient diversity within Otterpool to compete with that development, but beyond that, bar selling the allocations at Sellinge, Otterpool, it becomes the sole development within that buffer, and it accounts for between 90 and 95% of all completions within that area. I think that's as far as I'll go for now. But say that we feel that these drivers for accelerated delivery that have been identified by, say, various credible evidence are all applicable to Otterpool, and therefore justifies, say, the high rates of delivery that are being proposed.
Okay, thank you. You made reference to the Letwin review and the figure of 6.5% relating to that, and you've applied that to the figure of for the planning application of 10,000 homes and worked from that. But if we were to take the plan period and the trajectory which relates to the plan period, then some of those annual rates are way in excess of 6.5% of that 6,000 figure. So, for example, the trajectory peaks at 557 completions in 2031-32 out of a total of 6,097. That's a significant percentage in itself, isn't it?
True. If doing, say, if in terms of the plan period itself, that 6.5 figure would lead to say a figure of 422. But looking at the average of the annual completions, the average annual completions over the plan period, so they broadly correspond with that figure. I think the average yearly completions will be 435, say, but if you took the 6,500 and 6.5% of that, then the two figures are broadly in line with one another.
In terms of, I suppose, past experience, are there any? Well, I think I know the answer to this, but just to get you to confirm it, but there are no examples of residential developments in the district that have achieved anything on that scale as a consequence of there not being sites coming forward on that scale. But so it's not something that can be demonstrated as actually happens in the district itself.
No, it can't. But I think Otterpool is a unique case in that it's offering the opportunity for it's building a new town and a new community, and it's in the diversity of the housing mix that is going to be able to achieve the high rate of completions. Other sites that are building out within the district, they're obviously led by national house builders with sort of a focus on market housing and sort of a less diverse product offer, whereas Otterpool is offering something very different. It's honing on that some of those housing products that aren't necessarily or haven't been necessarily available within the district, like the buy to rent sector. That's a thing that enables sort of a step change in delivery over and above the market housing delivery. That's sort of the prevailing delivery that's been in the district in recent years.
So yeah, I mean that you've just put me on to the next point in terms of past completion rates. In itself, the New Garden settlement would need to see a substantial increase in relation to past delivery that's taken place across the district as a whole, notwithstanding the fact that it's only one admittedly a large element, but only one element of the overall supply. But so there would need to be a fairly significant step change in terms of the scale of delivery on a district-wide basis to accommodate that level.
Yes, I mean the housing requirement for the district obviously has seen a significant step change from obviously the current requirements. As previously said, the adopted housing requirement figure is 350, and through the housing delivery test, the council can demonstrate that we've been delivering in excess of that figure. I think we've got a housing test result of 127% for the last three years, and in essence, Otterpool will become the main focus or the sole focus eventually for all development within the district. As the other strategic allocations build out, then there's the expectation that those developers will move across and deliver the market housing elements within Otterpool, and then be sort of topped up and supported by the other housing products that will build upon that. So, and where there's sort of identified shortages within the district in terms of affordable housing, buy to rent, older persons housing.
Okay. Just turning back to the discussion we had in relation to viability and the viability appraisal, and the point I raised with Mr. Brearley. The viability appraisal takes an assumption, I suppose, or an input of 300 dwellings being delivered on an annual basis on average. Mr. Brearley explained that was based on the premise of in the order of 75 to 100 units per outlet, and there being 3 or 4 outlets at any one time. So to move from that to a figure in excess of 500 completions a year, that has significant effects in terms of the number of outlets, number of individual developers probably to be involved. Is that the realistic step from that? And I suppose coming in the other direction, given that the viability evidence points to that level of completions, is it realistic to look at a significantly higher level?
So my understanding, Mr. Briel, is forgive me for coming in without being invited.
That's okay. I was just about
I do it all the time, I know, but forgive me.
That's what you're here for.
So I understood Mr. Briley to be looking at this from a viability perspective, not in terms of the propensity or potential of the site to deliver more than the 300. And therefore he was looking at it from, he will confirm, I hope he might still be here, so he might well confirm that this was looking at
still
it
here.
Oh, right, okay, on a viability basis, and that it wasn't to be taken to mean that he thought that would be the maximum that might be achieved, about which I want to address you separately, if I may, sir, in due course.
Okay.
Perhaps he can confirm my understanding was correct.
I think that's probably a fair position. The way in which we looked at it, we modelled it, and we were able to achieve 6,000 within the plan period, based on, it's actually slightly, it's just over, it's a bit more than 300. But what we do understand is that sites like this do have different types of expectation and ability, particularly if you use different types of product, which enable you to do more things at the same time. Ours is generally based on a sort of generic approach of standard product. If you were able to do elderly care product, or a sort of a different type of social product, or just the wider range of products that seem to be going on nowadays in terms of residential, then there's an opportunity for that, because you're not competing against each other. So you could have 3 or 4 residential ones, standard residential, and you could have another 2 which are a more specialist care or specialist types of development. So it is possible to do that. It's about competition. And yes, we didn't look at it in a way of anticipating what was the maximum we could get out of. What we did was we assessed it in a way of ensuring that it was reasonable to achieve the levels of housing in that plan period. And I think the answer from that was we thought it was. It doesn't mean that there isn't an opportunity or a strategy which would, on a planning application, would allow you to deliver more.
But your assessments in terms of the sales values of residential property, and indeed the placemaking premium, to what extent were they influenced by the scale of annual completions? I suppose the point would be that if the site is delivering significantly more than 300 units a year, does that have some downward impact on sales values because there's more product available? And also, does it have a downward impact as far as the placemaking premium is concerned? Because the more, the more houses built, I suppose, the less of a premium they would be at. I suppose there's more available.
No, I think the premium is to do with what you can do when you're living there. So I don't think the premium would be affected in the same way as that, but I appreciate what you're saying, sir. I think in terms of house prices, if you built 5 developments, and there are plenty of places where 5 developments are being built at the same time, but if you build them in the same place, then they may well affect each other's valuation. However, this is a large site, and therefore you can have 2 outlets on one side of the site, 2 outlets on another side of the site. You can have north, east, and west going on at the same time, and they wouldn't directly influence each other in the same way. I granted there is a certain amount of housing in that location, but the amount of pent-up demand is not resulting in that showing a significant. It's when they're next door to each other and they're competing to sell a house on a daily basis. The other element of it is, of course, is developers are relatively wily about what product they bring forward. You go next door, and if they're bringing their 2-bedroom houses to the market, you bring your 3-bedroom houses to the market. So you are still able to avoid each other in that sense. And then in the final section of that is this specialist type. If you do, I'm going to use the BBC. I'm sure there are other types of care home providers, but a McCarthy and Stone style product that won't compete in the same way. So you could have that going on next door to a normal standard product. There would be, I suppose, there would be a couple of people that are over 60 who might buy the other product, but it would not affect its prices. So there are ways in which you can strategize and structure it. And with a site of this size, it does enable you to be a bit more flexible about how you do that. But we've simply done, what we think is an appropriate case for the viability rather than for a planning permission or a strategy going forwards.
the point you make about outlets not necessarily being close to each other, I suppose that all depends on the phasing of the whole development and the location of the different phases, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
And that's what I want to address, if I may,
yes,
at this moment in time, because I think it's very important. Let's start on the premise that we're talking about a massive step change for the district here in terms of delivery, and also something quite extraordinary actually nationally, which is a development proposed of this size, which is not merely a garden village, but a garden town. So we're up there with some of the biggest in the country. The delivery rates associated with the garden village, I'm promoting one now just north of the Thames, you know, we're looking at an average there of about 250 per annum for a proposal which is about just over a third of the size of this one. And we're looking there at a site which is probably a little bit more constrained, and requires access works. This is well located in relation to the strategic road network and also the local road network. So the opportunities actually to diversify the offer are actually huge. If we look at the trajectory, we can see in the first 5 years of delivery, that's 23 through to 28, that accounts for about 1,600 homes, which in the context of the first phase is probably about 2/3 to 3/4 of that first phase. And we know that the first phase is going to be centered in the town, as it were, to create the necessary infrastructure to enable then development to be more dispersed through the villages. So the very modest numbers proposed for 23 through to 26 actually, well, I would suggest are perfectly achievable having regard to the numbers which are identified nationally for developments of this size. When we actually get beyond that 5-year period and the numbers start rising significantly towards and up to year 36 to 37, we're talking there about a very diverse development strategy on a very, very large site where competition is not going to be direct, as it were, between sites. And of course, the master developer can choose how best to diversify and enable the development to come forward on a way which doesn't actually harm delivery. And it can do that not just geographically or spatially, but it can do so in terms of the offer which is being provided in those later years where the numbers are very much higher. So, for example, if you wouldn't need more than 4 volume house builders to be on the site overall to produce their annual averages of, say, 40 to 45 dwellings a year, and combine that with other offers like elderly care, registered providers, SME, etc., and all those other products that can be brought to bear, those figures are entirely reasonable. They're scaled up here slightly because of the sheer size of the site. And the fact that one can bring these products and these rates to bear because the site is so large. If we were talking about allocations within the area, albeit separate allocations, we would probably be looking at something very similar, but without the advantage of having the master developer being able to make the most of the potential the site has to offer. I was going to suggest, actually, sir, whilst we're on this, this is a lot with the greatest of respect. It's not directed at you personally, but this is a lot for one to take in a session like this. And I was wondering whether you might be helped if we produced a note on this within the next couple of days. And if you wish to come back on it in due course, we could always actually use one of the reserve days to answer any further questions you have. Just a thought, just a thought.
A note on what exactly? Sorry.
Well, on the kind of things we've been discussing, just to put it on paper. It's up to you entirely. I just
I wasn't necessarily thinking I needed a note. I think I've a combination of what's in the statements and the trajectory and what we've heard. I don't think unless yes, I mean I'm in favour of notes wherever possible, but this is. I think I'll bear that in mind, and if I'll give it some thought. But I think at the moment, I think I'm happy with the responses I'm getting and the information we've already got. So,
okay, well the offer's there, sir. I just wondered if you'd be helped, but I've said enough now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, good. I'll just bring others in then. Mr. Wheaton, first of all. Yeah.
Thank you. I was just going to offer to elaborate on a few things. One would be the evidence we use to inform the housing mix. The second would be just to go into a little bit more detail on exactly what tenures and types we're proposing. And the third would be, again, a little bit more detail on what types of partners we'll be delivering and how much they will be delivering. So I can elaborate on all or any of those if helpful.
Okay, yeah, I'm just conscious of time, so I think I understand the position. I think so. Unless you're desperate to pass that information on, I understand the position and I've got the statements, etc. So I think I'm happy to move on if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wheaton. I'm just a bit conscious of where we are in the time frame for today. Mr. Buckley.
Thanks, sir. Sorry, having trouble with buttons. Just a very main point, so we have raised before, and that is our concern about the competition between Otterpool Park and other major schemes in Kent, which are related to the High Speed 1 link, namely Ebbsfleet, which is up to 15,000 new homes on a large variety of sites across Dartford and Gresham boroughs, and also Ashford itself, and whether or not in looking at the potential to deliver housing at the level that is being proposed, whether those sorts of schemes have been taken into consideration in the challenge for their market. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Just perhaps a quick response from the council or those supporting the council today. In looking at that trajectory, to what extent of those schemes in the wider Kent area, particularly the HS1 corridor, been taken into account? Has that been factored in?
Yes, we don't really think they're competing in the same housing market. I think, as we try to set out in our statements, what we're aiming to achieve through Otterpool Park is through the new garden settlement is a very different character of place, and through the policies, the design policies and sustainability policies, we are trying to deliver a true garden town. So I don't think we are competing in the same kind of market as those other developments that the gentleman has mentioned.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Edham.
Thank you. I've been reflecting, I mean, everything this afternoon has been about timetable and so on. I'm just wondering where in the planning sequence, which is being very, the word concertinaed was used, and I think that's probably a pretty close word to use. where in that the opportunity comes for the information to be put out back out into the community, where that involvement is, because I understand a great deal of work has to go on in the background, and it's only achievable in that sort of format. But at some point, it has to be put back out, and I'm just wondering where that is in that schedule, and what allowance of time there might be for that, because we clearly have tiers 1 and 2 are being accelerated, and tier 3 sounds like a done deal. That's a community sort of response. So I'm just wondering what impact that would have into the timetable, because it's clearly extremely important, because the housing provision can't start until much of the infrastructure is going in as well. So it's a much more sort of complicated arrangement. That's my concern. I sort of sit here feeling that the cart is so far ahead of the horse that I'm not sure it's in the same country.
Okay, good analogy.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I don't, as I said, I'm conscious of time to move on. I mean, unless the council wanted to disagree, but I mean, the premise of the planning application process is clearly there would be consultation at each stage and in each application stage. So unless the council want to add anything to that, but in terms of the process to be followed, there will clearly have to be the usual public consultation processes involved with any reserve matters applications, etc. Mr. Toffs.
Just to say that there has been extensive consultation already, and that's set out on pages 37 and 38 of the joint delivery statement. So, you know, just to emphasise, it won't be starting from scratch, but it has been consultation going back a number of years.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we've, as far as the questions I had, we've kind of probably covered them all as far as delivery is concerned, in terms of management arrangements, etc. So, just looking at the time, I suppose we've got a choice to take really as far as the session is concerned. We can press on and move on to deal with the detailed policy requirements. I think from our perspective as inspectors, given that we've covered quite a lot of the ground in previous sessions, we didn't anticipate this final element of the hearing session taking too long. We have a few specific points to raise, but I think we're taking it that much of the ground has been covered already. The alternative would be to come back tomorrow morning and carry on, but I think, well, my instinct is to try and press on and proceed. I understand we've got an absolute deadline of 6 o'clock because the council offices will be closed at that point in time, but Mr. Shadaravian, from the council's perspective, do you have any particular?
We're perfectly happy to continue, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Horner, do you have any preferences there? You just need to take your mute off, Mr. Horner. You're on mute.
I've got a double click. Have we covered longer term management and governance already? So you're talking about now about.
Well, I think in terms of the questions I had about the governance structure, yeah, but I'm happy if you have a particular point on that, we can cover that from your perspective. But are you comfortable with the premise that we try and crack on and finish the agenda today, rather than coming back tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do that. So, okay, Mr. Horner, you had a point there about longer term management, etc.
No, I didn't actually. So I just wondered whether we skipped over it unwittingly, but
no. As I said, I think we've kind of covered it in a roundabout way from several different aspects in previous discussions. So from my point of view, I didn't have anything to raise.
I mean, it's a very important point for me as a parish councillor in the parish affected. but I just wondered what the angle was from the point of view of the core strategy. I would have thought it was something which was quite separate and can be dealt with separately than the core strategy. But
right,
if you think all the questions have been answered, then that's fine by me.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it was largely. I mean, I suppose because the issue is covered in the policies in the core strategy review, references to you know, to the longer term, etc. It was just an opportunity on the agenda for anyone to raise any particular issues they had. But if as you say, it's perhaps something that from your perspective, it's something to pursue outside of the core strategy review process itself, in terms of, for example, you know, local groups' involvement in the development in the longer term. Okay.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. That covers, from my perspective, issues in relation to viability and delivery. No one else has any further points. Okay, if we can then just move on to detailed policy requirements. As I said, from our perspective as inspectors, we've gone through much of the ground already. So again, in the interest of moving through things quickly, I don't think we're going to necessarily dwell in detail on the policies, but perhaps just a few specific points to raise as we go through. So I'll hand over to Mr. Milam to pick up, first of all, policy SS6. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Yes, I'll try and read through all my questions against each of the bullet points in one go, and then come back to participants to sort of mop up any points people want to make on all of those bullets at once. So my first point was quite a detailed one, really. Just sort of looking through the policy, and it probably just come back to some of the discussion we've had already. But my sort of eye is again drawn to SS6 Part 1D, and this use of language in the policy around early phases or early in the development. Is what this actually means phase 1. So it talks about development shall provide homes in neighbourhoods located in and around the town centre. Does that specifically mean phase 1, or could that apply to phase 1 and 2, or something else?
My understanding is it's phase 1. It might also go into a bit of phase 2. So I'll take instructions on that and then redraft accordingly to make it absolutely clear, if that's all right.
Yes, thank you. That would be helpful. And again, that sort of just links back to some of the discussion we've had around perhaps considering the need to embed an indicative phasing plan within the document as well, because that would obviously give the clear visual link as well through to the text. Splendid. That's useful. We had a bullet point on affordable housing, and again, I think we've had several good discussions on affordable housing. The only thing that I was drawn to was, again, potentially a read-through modification, because we talked about removing that word minimum of 22% affordable housing in previous discussions with myself.
That's correct. Yeah, we've decided to take that out, so it's going to read 22%. Yeah.
So I think in that regard, obviously we're going to need a modification on that one. But obviously, as part of your wider sort of consideration of all the things we've discussed today, obviously we'll end up packaging those up.
I've actually already been through the policies during the break and amended them, ready for internal discussion here, and I've made that change throughout.
Okay, splendid. Well, in terms of we've got nationally described space standards on the agenda now. My only point was that seems to have been dealt with and considered through the PPLP, and that was clear in the document. So I had no further points on that, but other participants might. So we might end up returning to that. I appreciate, Mr. Horn, I can see a hand, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all my questions, and then I'll come to you and others. The one where I would like just a little bit of explanation in terms of SS6 is just, can the council just give me a bit of background and just explain its sort of rationale in terms of the requirement for the 90% of dwellings to be built to M4 category 2 accessible and adaptable standard?
Yes, no, I can do that. The 90% was really looking at ensuring there's inclusivity in the development as a good design development. It's taken from let me see. It's taken from the Charter for Otterpore, which the council produced earlier, and which is attached to, I think, the main modifications for the MIQs. Sorry for the this session. That was looking for basically the 90% in the development to meet that requirement. So, and that document's been out for consultation, and that's the council's expectation of the development which is coming forward.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. What I wanted to also ask is one area in terms of the sort of housing side of things we haven't covered is that you've got a sort of section 2 which relates to self-build and custom-build homes. But unless I've missed it, and forgive me, what's the sort of overall evidence in relation to custom and self-build dwellings and the need for such in Folkestone and Hythe?
As set out, I think, in our MIQs, there is a response there, but essentially the need is to meet the need which has been identified through our self-build register. In the original MIQs, I think it was about 221 people on the register. That's gone up to 235 now. So initially, I mean, look, we have a policy in the Police and Policies local plan, and that looks for new developments within the urban area, over 40 dwellings to provide 5%, and over 20 dwellings in the development to provide 5%. Sorry, in the north and the Romney Marsh character areas, but that won't meet the requirement. So we're looking at the Otterpore, the garden settlement, to provide a good range of provision for self-build in that particular case, but it's also to ensure that there's opportunities for people, and also provide a different method of development within Otterpore to bring the numbers up, to ensure that there's opportunity there to develop at a different rate or another rate. I mean, you probably remember the government had very much in the planning practice guidance and announcements that self-build was an opportunity for people to develop themselves and not rely on the larger house builders.
Indeed, thank you. There was one other sort of query I had in terms of sort of part 2, C part 2, which was just talking about plot passports alongside an LDO should a substantial self-build phase be pursued. I just wondered what you had envisaged when you meant substantial.
All right. I think it's where we're looking at maybe 20 or more. I mean, obviously it might be an area where we may review the wording to be more precise, but it's really looking at whereby if there's 1 or 2 self-builds, then we wouldn't be looking at it, but it's looking at a larger area whereby you could have a local development order, which will then not necessarily need detailed planning permissions, that they could be built at a faster rate.
Yes, and I think it might be useful, just as part of your sort of wider look at some of these matters, to just reflect on whether there perhaps ought to be a little bit more specificity in terms of that point around substantial, just for clarity. And I suppose my other question was that there was under C part 3, it talked about where plots have been made available and marketed appropriately for 12 months, but they haven't sold, then they can either remain on the open market or be built out. I suppose is that marketing requirement for 12 months justified?
Yes, I think it reflects the policy in the plan, the Places and Policies local plan, which was adopted. The self-build policy in that document also has the that caveat where if after 12 months it's not possible to be sold, then we would review those. It has actually happened. We have a plot which came forward for 9 dwellings in Brookland just for self-build. They've tried to market it for over a year now, and they haven't been very successful. So they've come back in to revert one of the conditions on there for self-build. So I think it's reasonable that if there's no take-up, that developers can then come forward and pursue that.
Thank you. Yeah, it was more around the reasonableness of whether it was 12 months. But if you've got that confirmed elsewhere in the development plan, that's effectively another read through, and there's no justification. You're not telling me there's a need for a different period. Then that's answered my query on that one. Thank you. Sort of skipping along a little bit, just in terms of employment development. We've obviously had extensive discussions on this, and it was a fairly simple point on part 3A. Again, talked about B use classes, and I think in one of the sessions with me, we'd had discussions about law of unintended consequences. Mr. Shadow-Raven's probably going to come in and tell me he's already put his pen through this.
I've done it. I've been through the whole plan and done it.
So, just another marker from me that was
that's absolutely fine and anticipated, sir. There are occasions when I've actually left the narrative description in and not referred to a use class in order to look at the qualitative issues which the policy is trying to address. But you will see those in due course, and if you're not happy with those, we can always change them.
Thank you. I think that was the majority of my points on SS6. Mr. Horner, you've been waiting very patiently. You had a
That's all right. I promise you this is the last time I shall mention affordable housing. I just wanted to make sure that because by removing that minimum requirement, whether that compromises any reserve matters applications that might come in for individual units, which might have a higher ratio of affordable housing, as Mr. Wheaton alluded to earlier, or whether it just perhaps could be made clearer that that is a figure for the development as a whole, although I mean, we would encourage it to the minimum to remain anyway, because it would be good if we could have more affordable housing. But I just wondered whether there was a technical difficulty there with reserve matters for individual units.
Thank you. If the council just wants to respond briefly, we sort of have discussed the point around that removal, but just perhaps for Mr. Horner's benefit.
Yeah, the viability assessment establishes that 22% is what can be afforded, essentially, on open market housing proposals. Now, what it doesn't do is preclude preclude applications which include higher levels of affordable housing, and certainly the policy won't be interpreted as to preclude that in the absence of the word minimum. It won't preclude affordable housing only schemes coming forward or special schemes coming forward to promote more affordable tenures at higher numbers than 22% of an open market housing proposal.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay.
Splendid. Thank you. If there was no other points from anyone on SS6, I was going to hand over to my colleague who's going to cover SS7.
Okay, thank you. Just coming back to SS6 very briefly, just on that last point. The point Mr. Horner makes, I think, is a good one in terms of the reference to 22%. Just to clarify that's as a whole for the whole of the New Garden settlement. Perhaps that's something that you can give some thought to, Mr. Shadaravian. I suppose it does accommodate the situation that Mr. Horner referred to there, where some elements, some of the reserve matters, for example, may well deliver more, and some may deliver less. But the principle is a good one, that overall the New Garden settlement should deliver 22%. But I'll leave that thought with you. Yeah.
Certainly, I'll have a look at that, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Sorry, sir. There may be other issues where there's an overall requirement for the development as a whole. Perhaps the council could just check that that same situation doesn't arise in other cases.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, just to say, sir, we have looked at that as part of the joint delivery statement. So at the bottom of page 10 of that document, there's a sort of consideration of how that might work across the lifetime of the development.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So policy SS7, I think fairly quickly, really. In terms of the landscape-led approach, we discussed that in some depth yesterday. I think just to note that we discussed the issue of mitigation, and I suppose the clarity in relation to what mitigation is necessary and required. So just to bear that in mind for when looking at potential modifications. In terms of the town centre aspects to that policy, I think, again, coming back to the discussion yesterday in terms of the impact on the setting of the AOMB, was that today? Was that yesterday? It was yesterday.
It was yesterday. It was yesterday.
Blurs into one after a while. The discussion, whenever it was. So yeah, I mean, just to note, I suppose that that the concerns that were being raised in relation to the triangle of land and the references there to the forms of development. I suppose just to note that part 2A does obviously clearly make reference to higher density mixed development with several stories of residential use above commercial premises. So just to note that, and again, I suppose coming back to the issue of clarity as far as mitigation is concerned, if there's any further clarity that could be provided in relation to that particular aspect.
Yeah, so far as the landscape-led issue is concerned, I'm proposing actually to look at this in a context also of policy SD6, sorry, SS6.
Yeah.
Because if one just turns back to that briefly, sorry to take you back there, but
okay.
The second main paragraph, it says local people and interest groups and include a detailed phasing and delivery strategy. And then it's got a list of things, but it doesn't tell you how those relate to the foregoing. So I'm saying that phasing and delivery strategy and the master plan should include the following. So we have the components: new homes, self-build, custom build, employment development. But I'm going to introduce a new category in there, which is strategic landscaping to deal with the AOMB. Because we're saying this is landscape-led, I've taken the view, subject to discussion, that it would be appropriate to have that as an element of the scheme.
Yeah.
So it comes up in 6 as a component of the scheme, which is to be included in the master plan and the detailed phasing and delivery strategy, so that members of the public can be assured that structural landscaping is going to be considered as a primary component of the scheme from the outset.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Ms. Miller, I'll just bring you in at that point there.
Thanks. Just briefly, I know we're running out of time. Just to express our concerns, really, that that the limitations of the policy wording go beyond the triangle and the requirement for the structural planting, as we've raised in our Regulation 19 response. We have other issues with the lack of detail in the policy wording, and we're concerned that without that detail, it's simply not possible to assess at this stage, properly assess potential impacts on the AONB, because there just isn't the necessary clarification provided in that policy at the moment. And those concerns, I suppose, are exacerbated by the more detailed work and details in the planning application that have come forward, which certainly don't give us any assurances that the proposal is landscape-led. For example, there's no specification of densities or of building heights anywhere within the policy wording or the background text, other than some expression that there should be higher densities within the town centre itself. But when you have a look at some of the detail in the master plan framework and the planning application, as I mentioned yesterday, there are large areas of development proposed for buildings of 3.5 to 5 stories, and clearly a development of, say, low density 2-story buildings would have a completely different impact on the AONB than a higher density 5-story development, for example. So I think our main concern relates to lack of detail of what is going to be acceptable on this site, particularly in view of us not seeing or not having any assurance that the proposals as they are developing would satisfy the requirement for the development to be landscape-led. I think the council's consideration of what constitutes landscape-led doesn't necessarily comply with what the AONB and Natural England consider to be landscape-led. And I'll just raise this point one more time, that Natural England have specified that they think the landscape capacity of the site is to be in the region of maybe 6,000 houses, not 8.5 to 10,000. And we did discuss yesterday the definition of what landscape-led development means. There's lots of different definitions out there, but perhaps one of the simplest would be just to say that a landscape-led development is one that doesn't exceed the landscape capacity of the site.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Haining.
Hello, yes, I would like to sort of also just point out with regards to landscaping, looking at the overall plan for buffer stroke landscaping around the Barrow Hill A20 area, where, as I said, we're surrounded by the boundary on 3 sides. Certainly, when you compare that with other sort of villages in the district that are impacted by the Otterpool development, we're actually being encroached, I think, quite considerably. We have sort of discussed it, and I know there has been tweaks with very unclear sort of purple line that appears to be sort of some definition of a buffer, which is probably a few trees. But I do think that Barrow Hill is one of the oldest parts of Sellinge, and it is part of Sellinge. It's not necessarily part of this new town, and I don't think sufficient consideration has been given with regards to the landscaping and buffer size, especially when you compare it with the others, with regards to actually keeping our identity of being part of Sellinge. We are part of Sellinge. It's not, I'm saying that I don't want to be part of Otterpool town. Yes, they're going to be our neighbours, but in fact, I feel that instead of being neighbours, Barrow Hill is going to be now part of a new development town. And I would just ask for that just to be looked at and be a little bit more specific with the landscaping, what that really is, and is there's landscaping that's going to be used as that buffer really fit for purpose to actually be a proper buffer between those two communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hilda.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just following up on Ms. Miller's point about the definition of landscape-led. It's not something that I feel has been properly defined at a sort of national level, like many other terms that abound this sort of topic. But the way that it is approached in the core strategy chimes with what we consider to be the most up-to-date definition of it, or established definitions of it, insofar that the Landscape Institute, the governing body of landscape architects, the ones that produce the GVLIA, the Guidelines for Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, which we talked about yesterday, they consider, and this was in their response to the NPPF in 2018, that a landscape-led approach is the basic understanding of the landscape as a context and setting of all development, and the planning for such matters should be a creative exercise in finding ways to enhance and improve the places in which people live their lives. So it seems to me that it's very much about understanding the landscape, responding to it, understanding the context in which development is being placed, giving opportunities to connect with it. These are all aspects which we believe have been done through the ACOM's growth options studies work, the high level landscape appraisal, starting with that, and that are carrying on through the development of more detailed proposals which will lead up to the planning application for the garden settlement. I just want to add on landscape-led approach that the South Downs National Park Authority, the latest of national park authorities, as you'd imagine, are very keen that developments in the national park or in the setting national park are landscape-led. They too have provided a definition for that in their local plan, SD5. And they also consider that a landscape-led approach design is one which is informed by the contextual analysis of local landscape character. Again, something that has been done already with regards to the garden settlement. It requires an understanding the various layers of landscape character and landscape function. Again, those aspects that are consistent with what has been done here. And it also then goes on to say that hard and soft landscaping will take opportunities to connect such aspects to the wider landscape, and that they must be consistent with local landscape character. So I think it's very clear that so long as it is evident that in the planning of such development, you have acknowledged and responded positively to the landscape character in this way, that is a landscape-led approach. Thanks.
Okay. I'm keen to move on. Mr. Horner, do you have a quick point you wish to make there?
Well, I do apologise. While we're on definitions, I'm afraid I forgot to bring up the issue of the garden town principles phrase in SS6, which we have objected to as an undefined phrase, and we'd rather see garden city principles, which are somewhat defined by the professional bodies.
Okay. Yeah, that was in your representations, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yes.
Yeah.
I've noted that too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good. Yeah, I think as far as SS7 is concerned, I think that covers everything I needed to raise. Yeah. We can move on to policy SS8. First point, which we discussed, it seems a long time ago, before Christmas, the issue of the water efficiency standards. I can take it hopefully that the council have accepted the point that the reference to 90 litres per person per day is out of sync with national policy, and in fact we should be referring there to 110 litres per person per day.
That's done. That's correct,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. Okay. I think the only other query I had, I suppose, that haven't been picked up already, in part 1H, reference to minerals, prior extraction. I just wondered if there was any background context really in terms of what the potential mineral resources are, and a view as to what potential implications prior extraction may have in terms of delivery timescales. Has that been considered?
I think that was just included as a sort of flag from, came from comments from Kent County Council, a cross-reference back to their minerals and waste plan and supplementary planning document. My understanding is it's not a constraint on bringing forward the site. I'm not sure if a representative of the site promoter can update on their discussions with Kent County Council on that point.
Okay. Mr. Vernon, can you?
Yeah, I can fairly quickly deal with that one. Yeah, there isn't a constraint to the delivery presented by that requirement.
Okay. Mr. Haining.
Apologies. I thought I put my hand up earlier whilst we were still in SS7. It's just one point with regards to village neighbourhoods, where it says that the town centre shall be closely integrated within the sort of village neighbourhoods. I'm sorry to sort of touch the point about Barrow Hill again, but the village of Sellinge, unfortunately, is cut off due to the rail link and the M20 motorway, and Barrow Hill A20 is the only access for Sellinge towards the new developments. And albeit earlier on we mentioned that there may be funding where Barrow Hill is mentioned, I only see that when it comes to the hillside development and the junction at the top of Barrow Hill, and not the other side, which is from that location down to the village. All I would ask is, if at all possible, as part of this, is for the consideration for sort of improved cycle and foot access for the village of Sellinge to any of the town centre or other sort of shops that are presented within the new development, because actually Barrow Hill itself and the footpath along there, it's not necessarily an environment which I would want, certainly family and children, in its present format, to be going to visit this new development on High Street. And if that could be looked at to improve the connectivity, certainly cycle-wise, pedestrian-wise, which is something that we all wish to do, if that is possible. I apologise if that is addressed somewhere in other documents, but I've tried to look and I cannot find anything which actually links this part of the A20 Barrow Hill together, where cycle and footpath are shown as being improved or implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haining. Mr. Vernon, did you want to make a point at all?
I did. I'll make it very quickly. I intended to raise this in respect of SS7 Part 2B. I raised it earlier today. I forget whether it was morning or afternoon. In respect of the impact assessment wording as it's currently provided, I don't believe is consistent with the MPPF as it's currently worded. It would be unacceptable for any impacts to be felt on any centres as a result of retail development coming forward, which obviously is not the intent of the MPPF. So I'd just suggest that one might want to consider a revised wording to bring that in line with the MPPF.
I'll have a look at that, certainly.
Yeah. So that was part 2B. 2B, yeah. Okay. Okay. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to make some comments on the PCC, or the litres per day. But just like to come back to a point that Mr. Hammer made about the 400 litres per household. He made the point about the occupancy figures. He quoted a figure of 129 PCC. That's an affinity water figure by 2025. Is that not aspirational? On a 2.8 occupancy figure rate, that would equate to 361 litres per household, which is 39 litres short of the affinity water allowance per household. But at present, the affinity water figure, PCC, is 152, which, given a figure of the occupancy rate of 426. So in that respect, affinity water are actually underestimating the allowance for water usage per household at the point of use now.
Okay. You had a point about policy SS8 and the water efficiency standards.
Yes.
In the policy. Yeah. What was the
I can see that you've settled on a figure of about 110 litres per day per person. But is there any evidence of that on other sites across the UK that we could look at? Because this area in the southeast is one of the highest users in terms of PCC at about 155 or thereabouts. I'm also interested in this retrofit of cistern replacement and spray taps and all the other stuff in 5% of the district. That would be about 2,500 homes. I'm just wondering how that would be achieved.
Well, just to explain the background, previous discussions we had earlier in the examination hearings, as inspectors, we flagged up the point that as far as national policy is concerned, then there is effectively a simple choice to stick with the standard building regulations of 125 litres per day, or to go for the optional higher standard of 110.
Yeah.
They are the two choices really, as far as we can see, and I think the council have accepted that. So the basis for the 110 is as high a standard as is possible to impose. And even then, that needs to be justified by evidence, both in terms of water stress and viability. So I think that what we were talking about there in terms of that modification, it simply reflects that. The point about whether that's actually achievable, I think that's probably applied.
Yeah, because that is an aspirational figure, because you can't actually restrict water into a property, because of course that's against your human rights, because everyone needs to have a possible water. But also I'd like to know if this system that Albion Water is installing on Otwell Park, is every single house are going to be fitted with this dual system of water to the WC and the garden tap, and also to your sink and all the rest of it, because that's not really been covered.
No, I take the point, but I think we have to just bear in mind we're looking at the policy approach here, and there's only a certain it can only go so far as what the policy says. The detailed practical implementation, I think, is for another matter, really. So yeah, I'm not sure we can
be wrapped up in a sort of a more detailed and water cycle study.
Well, I think what you're talking about there is the practical implementation of the building regulations and the optional hire standards. So it's a fair point, but I'm not sure it's specifically relevant to the discussion we can have about that policy requirement. It's the policy requirement that we need to focus on today. But yeah, thank you for that. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, nothing else in terms of policy SS8 before we move on finally to policy SS9. I'll hand back over to Mr. Mylan for that.
Thank you. You'll all be relieved to know I've only got a couple of points on this one. The first one really is just possibly something for the council to reflect on, just in terms of SS9 1B. And again, the language there in terms of critical infrastructure should be provided in the first phases of development. I think really it's more just a marker for me to reflect on the discussion and the potential modifications to some of the other SS policies, SS6 and 7, particularly regarding the phasing of particular infrastructure during the plan period and the respective phases of the development. So that was the simple point on that.
Yeah, we've noted that, and we think it's absolutely correct that we need to focus on not only provision but timing of provision as well.
Yeah, so as I said, and that also crops up in SS9 as well.
Yeah.
My second and final point you'll all be thrilled to know is that SS9 3B, my eye was drawn to the wording around the strategy for long-term stewardship of the settlement shall be developed. Is this something that's, is this strategy required by a particular time? How is it going to be secured in terms of does the policy provide a mechanism for its securing if it's coming through the planning application? And is there mechanisms for its review on ongoing keeping it up to date, and is that sort of clear in the policy really?
Just making a note. Okay, we'll have a look at that as well.
I had no further points. Did anyone else have any final points on SS9 before we close the session for today?
No.
Yeah, right.
But there is actually, I'm so sorry, not on SS9, but on SS7. I've forgotten the lady's name actually, but so I hope that lady will forgive me actually. But there was mention of the effectiveness of the lighting element of SS7 at night time with regard to the AOMB, and I said we would have a look at that, and that's a reference to SS7 4E. So I'm not suggesting that changes would be appropriate, but I said we'll have a look at that, so just to flag that up.
Okay, I think that perhaps was a point raised by Mrs. Harman in terms of
it may well have been
yeah. Okay. We did have the item of main modifications on the agenda, but I think we've covered those adequately. We've gone through various potential modifications, and Mr. Shadoravian has been busying himself in the background in his spare time, trying to redraft policies. So very grateful for that effort. You should take up a new career, Mr. Shadoravian.
Well, it's part of my career, I'm afraid, drafting.
Become a local authority planner, just for the glory and the money of it. Yeah. Good. So unless there are any other specific points in terms of potential main modifications that anyone wishes to raise at this point, we've noted obviously the suggestions that the council have put forward and things that have arisen in the discussion. We've also noted people's representations and the suggestions that people have put forward for modified policy wording, but I think that probably covers it. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, just before we close the session, any final points that anyone hasn't had an opportunity to make as far as that's concerned? Just to emphasise again that we still have to deal with transport issues as a separate matter. So we still have to await further information being provided. We can arrive at a suitable hearing session timing for that. So we'll see where we get. If it's possible to update us on progress over the next couple of days, that would be helpful. But we'll wait on that. Mr. Horner, you had a point there.
Yes, I was just going to ask if there was a date and time for the session on transport yet, but it sounds like there isn't.
No. We're taking a view that it would be unwise to set a date for the session, which we may not be able to achieve. So we're waiting for an update and information, and we'll take it from there, really. So yes, at the moment we haven't got a definite date arranged for that session. That may well therefore have an effect on the overall closing of the hearing sessions, but we'll deal with that as it arises. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all from us. Thank you very much. We've had two very long days today in particular, but I'm grateful for everyone's perseverance to try and get through the agenda today, which means we have I would say a free day tomorrow, but I'm sure it's not free for most of us. I'm sure we'll be very busy, but at least we won't be involved in the hearing sessions tomorrow. So the hearings come back on Friday morning, when we move on to specifically look at the strategy for Sellindge and policy CSD 9. So again, thank you everybody for your contributions during the session, and I'll say good night to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.